Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. When we last left off, 4.4 happened. That was a lot to deal with. That was a lot. There was a lot to deal with in 4.4. And I'm not finished processing it, really. And if, as people on the Discord can attest, I basically haven't shut the fuck up about everything since. So to take a break from that, and probably add more to it realistically, but to take a break from that for the time being, before we get to 4.5, don't point out this is planned to be 4.4, but then I can do it. We're going to take a little bit of a break today, and we're going to do something completely different. Don't blow up the desk and the chair. Today we're reading, which is a very unusual thing to do for Final Fantasy XIV. Hello! Hi. Hello. Hello. You got friends here. You have friends. Hi, friends. I'm gonna sit down with your friends. Hi. I'm inviting myself. I am much taller than all of you. You have friends here. Your friend here has the fancy coat. Your friend here has the fancy coat from winning 100 seal rocks. Oh yeah, I got some chalk. Hell yeah, I got some chalk. Thank you. Thank you for the chalk. And yo, I also got a Big Mac and fries. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the Big Mac and fries. Fuck yeah, nice. Nom nom nom. Pretend what I'm about to eat is fries. Where's the eat buttons? Pretend this is Pretend that is burger. Pretend this is burger. Pretend this is burger. Is burger. Pretend this is burger. Num 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 num. They gave me some too. Did you just find some randoms and just sit down with them? Did you just sit down with some random people and they started giving you some Big Mac and fries? Is that what's happening here? Yes, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We've immediately got some food. We've immediately got some food. What's happening? I've completely lost track of what we're doing. Well, I just scatter coins around while I'm in here. There you go. I thought they were NPCs at first until I saw the glam. Hello. Hello. Sup. Sup. Anyways, we're reading today. We're doing a lot of reading today, which again is very unusual for the game. So we're going to teleport to my house. If you would like to come along to my house and hang out in my house and throw stuff at me, feel free. But we're going to here for a very particular reason. Ward 24, placard number 50, plot 58. Oh shit, I've been doxxed. We're going to do a lot of reading today. And by reading, I mean the Lodestone stories that are on the website for the Final Fantasy XIV stuff. So we're going to do a bunch of reading. And because I have an orchestra on here, we can have a playlist of music, so it'll alternate between it's up. So I'll alternate between a few different tracks while we read and we do all of that. So we're going to sit down at the bar. We're gonna let's eat some burrito. This is the burrito that Deku gave us ages ago. Let's eat some burrito. Nom nom nom. There we go. We've had a burger and fries and now a burrito. We're eating very healthily today. Let's also have some drink. Hell yeah. You partake of a bubbly mug float and it's sublime. We're also having some drinks. What's up, Rhea? So we're doing a whole lot of reading today. The plan is, depending on how long it takes more than anything, I want to get all the reading done. I thought it was just like 3 sets of short stories. There's like a million, actually, is the more appropriate answer. There's like a lot. There's like a lot. If I go over to here, there's like a lot. How do I eat while sitting? How do you eat normally? I'm normally sitting down when I eat, personally. I just target it and just press button. I don't think you can eat your own food. I think you can eat, like, counter food. I think that's maybe the difference. Maybe if it's your own thing, you can't eat it. So you'll notice along the top here, there's a lot. See, I thought it was just, like, a set of stories for ARR, a set of stories for, Heavenswood, and a set of stories for Stormblood. And that's what, like, these last three are. But there's also, like, a shitload of other stories that are about each of the grand companies and free companies in the Gallian Empire. Visitors can't eat your food. Oh. Is that a setting you can set? What's the point of having house food then if visitors can't eat it? Or is the idea that you can make, like, good food for, like, a free company? And then everyone in the FC can then eat it together? Is that the idea? Well, I feel like a horrible host now. I'm sorry. I feel like a horrible host then. I do apologize. But yes, we're sitting in Manifest's house. She's sitting here and she's opened up her book. You can eat it, decorate, and not decorate and not let randoms use up your food. Okay. Oh, you know, I was eating the burrito and the cocktail were on the table. Yeah, that's what I was doing. So we have a lot here, so we're going to go through this. I have no idea how long this is going to take. I believe all of these first ones for the grand companies in the Gallian Empire, I believe this is just all one thing each. It's not the other ones for the actual expansions have several each. But I believe all these are just little short ones. So we're just going to start reading. Because there's apparently good lore details in this and stuff. I haven't read it, so I don't know what's actually contained in it. But I love Final Fantasy XIV enough that, fuck it. Let's get some juicy lore details by just doing a whole bunch of reading. So we're going to do that. So we start with the Grand Companies of Eorzea. I gotta keep a track on the time because I don't want to time out and then be logged out of the game and lose my music. So I gotta keep track of the time here to just go, okay, I gotta move the controller like roughly every hour. If I do it on the hour, then it should be fine. If I just do it on the hour and I keep track of that, we should be fine. Or a little bit before that, or every half an hour just to make sure it doesn't actually, because I think an hour is how long it takes for it to. Well, it doesn't look out, but my PS5 will turn off. But we will start with the Grand Companies of Eorzea. And through the land, and though the land is riven and the heavens torn asunder, it is from this chaos that our bonds are given strength. Scarlet Lancer Field Marshal Ealdic the Pious. For thousands of years, Eorzea has been victim to a catastrophic cycle of destruction and rebirth that periodically envelops. You know what? Let's zoom this in a bit so it's a bit easier for everyone, including myself, to read. Let's make it a little bit easier. We don't need all the white sections on the sides. I'll make a little bit more sense. For thousands of years, Eorzea has been victim to a catastrophic cycle of destruction and rebirth that periodically envelops the realm and threatens all who live upon her soil. Each time faced with a tragedy seemingly worse than the last. However, the peoples of Eorzea have found some way to persevere. One method, seemingly going back hundreds of generations, has been the establishment of a comprehensive command centers which combine the military, economic, and technological resources of a city-state in order to better prepare for the coming doom. These are the Grand Companies of Eorzea. The last recorded emergence of the Grand Companies was nearly 1,500 years ago, at the end of the 5th Astral Era, and the arrival of the Great Deluge, which triggered the dark period known as the 6th Umbral Era. It was through these companies that the then warring city-states were able to put aside their bitter differences and join together to form an alliance and ensure the realm survived. As the 6th Astral Era drew to a close, the 3 city-states of Limsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah once again revived the Grand Companies, a final attempt to forestall the coming of the 7th Umbral Era. Well, to be fair, no one knew that a calamity was going to happen until it happened. They did it to prevent like what they were doing from what they were doing. I don't know if they knew that it was going to be an umbral calamity. With a number of remarkably talented adventurers among their ranks, they stood fast against the beast tribes and the savage might of the primals, as well as the Gallian Empire, the invaders from the north. Despite their valiant attempts, however, the calamity could not be avoided, and the lesser moon Dalamud descended upon the Cartuno Flats. From its core emerged the elder primal Bahamut, who rained fire upon the realm. So it was that the 7th Umbral Era began. 5 years on from the devastation, aided by adventurers, the grand companies of Eorzea now strive to raise the realm from ashes. What's the button that I press to just go to the next tab here? I know there's Alt tab, but that's changing windows, I believe. It's not what I'm actually looking for. Not what I'm actually looking for. All the buttons over here. Just ignore the Tataru that's constantly here. I'm hoping none of these things are going to be too spoilery. Though I think it shows the most recent patches at the top of the website usually, so I've got to avoid that. The Maelstrom! Look at all these pirates! and of course, our resident lesbian has immediately noticed the boobs. At the heart of the Thalassocratic Navy lies the Crimson Fleet, composed of 5 independent squadrons, the 1st through the 5th. The Maelstrom is an extension of the 1st Squadron, expanding its role as Armada flagship and granting its power to administer not only the remaining 4 squadrons, but the various merchant fleets that navigate the seas of Vilbrand. With the re-establishment of the Maelstrom, the Admiral has invoked ancient maritime law, by which she promoted herself to Chief Admiral, effectively expanding her authority to cover not only state and military dealings, but grant her the power to directly command all ships in limits and waters. Well averse to this encroachment on their independence, the city-states pirates are willing to put aside their differences, lest the Garlean Empire take more than just their freedom. Straight up just being like, hey, Melwhip's like expanding her powers. What the fuck's she doing? Control, tab, control page down. Perfect, thank you. Control tabs. I think Alt tab. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, again, the city-states are a bit questionable when they're just like, oh yeah, Melwhip just like seized a bunch of executive power. Is that a good? Is that a good idea? Chief Admiral Melwhip Blowfist one. Victory is a far-flung shore. Mark the skies, abide the ties, trust your crew. And she will be yours. As it has been since the ill-fated Galadian grounded off the coast of Vilbrand countless generations past, the leader of Limzilminter has borne the title Admiral. For she not only commands the Thalassocracy, that word always fucks me up, but also the armada that defends it. Melwhip Blowfistwind is the latest to take the city-state's helm, and she brings with her an impressive list of laurels, such as the discovery of a safe route across the Indigo Deep to the recently discovered western continent, and the unprecedented sinking of an invincible fleet dispatched by the northern nations beyond the blood-brine sea. She is honest and steadfast in her ways, but at the same time can prove stubborn and uncompromising. And though once a pirate of high standing herself, upon becoming admiral, she has gone out of her way to impose strict regulations on piracy within the Thalassocracy, drawing the eye of nearly every brigand's crew hailing at Limzilminter. Her reinstatement of the Maelstrom, and the power it has granted over the city-states' privately owned vessels, is viewed as but another measure to tighten her grip on the nation. Straight up just being like, hey, maybe you don't trust her. Wow. Motto: impossible is a word coined by the weak. Weapons: death penalty and annihilator. 2 muskets rumored to have once been wielded by the infamous pirate king Mistbeard. Well, there you go. Her guns have names, and they're Mistbeard's guns. Maelstrom organization. Oh god, we have like tiers of like where everything goes. Oh dear god. So there she's the admiral. There's a conflict of interest between her and the pirates, influential pirates headed by Captain Hilfear of the Bloody Executioners. There's the Maelstrom Command, which is Einzar. It goes down to the Yellow Jackets, which is the cops, and Raynor is the leader of the cops. To be fair, pirates within your own nation is not particularly healthy. But they are a nation of pirates. Then we have the Crimson Fleet. Principal naval force of the Maelstrom, boasting 5 squadrons, unified within the Knights of the Barracuda, the Galadian, the Bloodbrine, the Melthor, the Indigo, and the Ash. She came in and said no more pirates, and now that I don't like her. Pirates are cool! And the privateers, civilian outfits commissioned or requisitioned for the war effort, encompassing pirate ships, armed traders, fishing vessels, and so forth. The black sails, the war sails, the trade sails, and the foreign levy, formed of adventurers helmed by High Storm Commander Rasha Rinki. Well, there you go. So we're getting lore on, like, how it all works and how it actually functions. So if I control tab, hey, there we go! Damn, boobs. They really want us to see some boobs, don't they? The Order of the Twin and some leg. And the Order of the Twin Adder. The Order of the Twin Adder establishes a medium from which the Seatsiers can return from their wanderings deep within the Black Shroud and directly oversee not only the safety of the Gridanian citizens, but the workings of the local guard. Both the God's Quiver, who defend the forest from external threats, and the Wood Whalers, who protect it from internal strife, have expressed their support of this temporary measure. Although they have proven their aptitude for handling political affairs in light of the calamity and events that followed, There's still those within Gridania who would question the CNC's ability to lead a nation into war. Nothing about questioning the elementals? No? Okay. Elder CNC, Kane Senna. He always used children out as trees in a grove, bending to the winds like the willow, or bearing it like the oak. Yet live how we might, the wind shall blow. Eldest of the three siblings of the Pajali ancestry, Kane serves as head of the CNC Council, the central governing body presiding over affairs within the city-state of Gridania. As is common among those born of the prestigious Senna line, Kane was blessed by the 12 with the gift of prophecy, her visions hauntingly clear and detailed. Before reaching her 6th named day, she'd already predicted devastating fire and locust infestation, earning her remarkably early admission to Stillglade fame. After becoming a sister of the 12's Wood, it was not long before she had risen to Elder Seedsir and left Gridania in the forest with her siblings, where she served the city-states by communing with the elementals, maintained the delicate balance betwixt man and nature, giving the elementals a dicks. As the number of rumors regarding unnatural phenomena began to swell, however, Kane was left with no choice but to return to the city-state and assess her options. So it was that she decreed the reinstatement of the Order of the Twin Adder, a woman who was earned the respect of her people by always letting her actions speak as loud as her words. Her affable demeanor belies the brave heart which beats beneath her tiny breast. What? You can't just call her flat-chested. You can't just turn around and call her flat-chested here. What the hell? She's not like... Why do you gotta make a point just being like... Yeah, she's cool, but she's not as stacked as that lady. Why you gotta... Also, her boobs are small. You can't say that after showing us the absolutely stacked lady up the top there. What the hell? Yeah, but like, we don't want them to kill us either. Yeah, but can we have some method of talking with the elementals to make them not be as dicks as usual? Because fuck me. Motto: no road is closed to those true of heart. Weapon: Colostrum, a legendary staff carved by the branch of a tree said to have survived the 600 era. And then once again we have this. The advisement is the Seedseer Council to Kane. Form the heroes, those conjurers, blessed with the ability to communicate with the elementals. And then we have Swethric Brookstone, who presides over the Adder's Nest. You have the Rangers units and the main units. You've got the God's Quiver. They're the Bowlord Lewin. We have the Wood Whalers, which are Swethenia, which I don't remember who that is off the top of my head, but that's fine. They're the Cops. Are God's Quiver Cops as well? I think they're also just hunters. And then we had the Blue Badgers! Really annoying cops. Sorry. Disciples of the Hand and Land affiliated to local guilds, actually. Red Otters. Elite combat unit formed to select transferees from other guilds. I don't remember seeing any Red Otters or White Wolves. Combat unit prominently formed the Unblooded Youths. And Black Boars. Logistics support formed by the retired members of the God's Quiver and the Wood Whalers. And the Yellow Serpents. More cops. Gridania has a lot of cops. I'm looking at this list and realizing that Gridania has a lot of cops. Like a whole bunch of cops. Cops. There's a lot of cops. And now we have the Maelstrom. Sorry, no, the Immortal Flames. I'm forgetting the order that I'm doing these in already. We have the Immortal Flames, which this one shows them immediately just stepping on and killing an Armaja. Ah! And look, it's Ralbon. Ralbon's there. So we get Ralbon here, and you recognize him. Who's the titty lady? Who's the titty lady? I was about to say Melwood was on the Maelstrom one, but that wasn't what we went down. Considering the historical catastrophic potential of rules breaking in the 12th Wood, can we give... I just want a conversation with the elementals to tell them to stop being dicks. Because, like, we have to do something about the elementals because they're fucked up. Novica Cruz Gridania. So it's just their big-titted god. Okay. Big-titty god. Fair enough. The Immortal Flames. Currently, the bulk of Uldar's military strength comes from their standing army of mercenaries, and now the dwindling contingent of palace guards known as the Sultan's Sworn. Are they dwindling because they suck? To bring order to their ranks and oversee additional wartime training, the Sultan has resurrected the Immortal Flames, an elite force of battle-hardened veterans that once instilled fear in the city-states' neighboring nations during ages past. This unit would act as a core aspect of the army, essentially bolstering its power, and have had to grant more authority to Sultana and her advisors, some of which those could in control of the city-state's economy, namely the Syndicate, don't worry. See, Uldar is fucked up enough that they start their own police force to subvert the control that the rich people have. It's confusing. Flame General, Ralban Al-Din, that's no longer accurate. Wahaha! The battlefield is the best and worst of places. Where else can a man's enemy become his mentor, or an ally his enemy? Is that a good thing, Rabon? Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? Using winnings amassed during his reign as the gladiator champion, Rabban al-Din, the Bull of Alamigo, purchased the Colosseum in Ul'dah. By doing so, he earned himself a place among the infamous syndicate. However, like the syndicate members who, blinded by their wealth, fancied themselves the true leaders of the city-state, Rabban has remained faithful to the Sultan and its nobility, openly pledging his allegiance to Sultana. This is why, after a long hiatus, the ever-popular warrior returned to aid the young ruler in readying the city-state for the end of the Sixth Ashlar era, and the dark days that would follow. Aware that he would more than likely receive little cooperation from his fellow syndicate members, as ever too occupied with their infighting to see that which truly threatens Ul'dah, Rabban sought the revival of the Immortal Flames, under which his lead would help protect the Sultana and her nation, while stating his thirst for revenge on the Garlean Empire. Motto: the line between victory and defeat is drawn by the swift and trod by the dead. Weapons: Tizona! A cursed blade taken from the hands of a former rival after feeding on the blood sands. Now Pippin has that. My cat is trying to get at the Spriggan. Why is he going behind the TV now? Go, cat! Kill a Spriggan! The most Gridanian Saints characters for like 1.0 but haven't been physically seen in a while. Yeah, they've just run away. Whereas fucking Mistbeard, man, has come up a couple times just in other things. Because he's Mistbeard, so it's a big deal. The Immortal Flames Organization. The Syndicate is Chairman Lolorito, the Southern Trading Company, Prince Teleji Adeleji, the Mirage Trust. That one's no longer accurate. Prior Diulala, Milvan of Sacrarium. Chief Foreman Fergus, Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. The six wealthiest citizens of Ul'dah said to rule the Sultanate. We've, like, come across a number of those people. We've come across a number of these people recently, with various quests. The Hall of Flames, Grand Company headquarters provided over by Grand Marshal Elaine Royal, which I'm definitely mispronouncing. The Blood Sworn, elite unit under the Flame General's direct commands. The three main brigades, these brigades each formed of 236 soldiers. The foreign brigades of non-Aldean citizens, the Alabingan Brigade, and the Free Brigade, which is adventurers, and that's Commander Swift. Yeah. Royal. Was he the traitor? I'm trying to remember when he came up. Oh, that's the Garlemald spy. Yeah. Now I remember, yeah. Towards the end of, AR, yeah, she was the Garlemald spy. There's Sultan Sworn. They're terrible. Stone Torches, hired swords charged with the security of mining operations that came up recently in Blue Mage. And then the Brass Blades. More cops. Fuck yeah. Control tab? Yeah, control tab. There we go. And now we have, damn, look at this art. Look at them all. Look at all the chocobos. Look at all the chocobos. Fuck yeah. 2.3 or something, it was like, man, betraying someone is so bad, I'd rather lose an arm. What is a free company? The Grand Companies of Eos in the Alliance suffered grave losses at the Battle of Cartano. Nothing could prepare them for the calamitous arrival of the 7th Umbral era. Dallin was sent upon the battlefield triggered the release of Bahamon, an elder primal seething with rage from aeons of imprisonment. While its wrath cost the Grand Company's countless troops, and of those who survived, many reportedly deserted the battlefield. When thus calamity had settled, it became apparent that consolidating the strength of the Grand Companies was imperative. The resurgence of the Garlean threats could not be ignored, and Grand Companies needed to replenish their troops to ensure the safety of the realm. And so, in an effort to bolster their forces and encourage the cooperation of adventurers, the Eosian Alliance sanctioned the creation of the Free Companies, mercenary groups that would serve as an extension to the Grand Companies. Both established and operated by adventurers, these new organizations required little, if any, contribution from the Grand Companies to sustain them. Moreover, their contracts are formed on an individual basis, making the assembly of troops against opposing threats swift and efficient. By the decree of the Council of the Alliance leadership, adventurers are now free to lend their aid to any Grand Company, transferring their allegiance as they please, and as a result, provide the Alliance with the manpower it needs. As the forces that threaten Eorzea continue to grow, the policies of the new system will allow adventurers to undertake such duties as transcend political boundaries. Each free company can only be affiliated with a single Grand Company, that each organization might have a better measure of the manpower at its disposal. What are the benefits of a free company? Free companies are adventurer-run organizations which allow their members to pool resources, be it items or guild, to accomplish feats that would be difficult or impossible for a single individual. To form a free company, a player must first submit a free company petition after acquiring signatures from 3 other players. The player who submits a petition will become the master of the free company and can invite additional players to join. Upon forming a free company, members will be granted access to a company chest, which can be used to store items and gear to be shared with all members. Furthermore, by increasing your free company's rank, you can create a company crest, as well as a number of company actions to benefit your members. Free companies are also be allowed to purchase estates upon which to establish headquarters. They can also participate in a number of events such as large-scale player versus player combat. Choice wife is in this picture. Damn, we strong lesbian here. Strong lesbian energy here. That is our free companies. And now, the Garlean Empire. Gonna get some waifus in this one. The Garlean Empire controls the majority of the 3 great continents, the enormous landmass that accompanies Eorzea. Built some 50 years ago, Garlemald was a remote and sparsely populated nation which held little more than a fraction of the northern continents of Ilsabard. With the arrival of technological golden age and the concurrent emergence of a brilliant young legatus, now the reigning emperor, in the span of a single generation, Garlemald established itself as one of the most formidable forces in all of Hydaelyn. Garlemald was unsurpassed in the field of magitech, a technology which it exploits with devastating effectiveness in warfare. Unperturbed by their lesser numbers, the Garleans went forth upon gigantic flying warships, bearing powerful weaponry the likes of which the world has never seen. One nation after the next fell before their relentless onslaught. First those of the Northlands, followed by the sovereign states of the eastern continent offered. Employing suppression and conciliation in equal measure, Garlemald indoctrinated the peoples it conquered, thus integrating them into its ever-expanding territory. So was it the Garlean Empire came into existence. In the year 1557 of the Successional Era, a mere 36 years from the Empire's founding, the Garleans brought their campaign to the conquest of Eorzea, swiftly bringing the city-state of Alamigo to its knees. Upon the subjugation of Alamigo, the Empire suddenly ceased its aggressive expansion. For more than a decade, the continent of Aldenard knew relative peace. In the year 1572, however, the Garlean army once again began its inexorable advance. Using the calamitous arrival of the 7th Umbral Era to sinister advantage, the Empire prepares to gather the lands of Eorzea into its steely embrace. A really young legatus and a remarkable actor. Also, had they given Varus the Emperor now? Yeah, look, some of these are old. Some of these are a little old. Hey, look! It's Caius Van Balsar, the Black Wolf. Unworthy is the ruler whose subjects seek the solace of false gods. Legatus of the 14th Legion, the Imperial force currently occupying Alamigo, also out of date. Van Balsar is possessed of a natural flair for wartime command, equal perhaps only by his sensibilities as a governing administrator. Among his numerous accomplishments is the conquest of 5 enemy cities, the political conversion of which he also oversaw. In subjugating Alamigo, Van Balsar employed subterfuge to the fights of civil unrest, a masterstroke which led the nation's capture without the need for a protracted siege. Wait, okay, that's actually new information for me. Well, these the entire recording speeches in his court, they should have. Wait, the Garlean Empire kind of goaded on Alamigo overthrowing Theodoric? That I didn't realize. I didn't realize that. However, the anticipated appearance of a primal shortly thereafter from the Empire to halt Legion's advance. The legatus since remain in Alamigo, where he rules as Imperial Viceroy. Motto: he who cannot preserve the sovereignty of his nation is unfit to rule. Weapon: Airsbane, a gunblade said to have spilled the blood of 9 aspirants to the crown. Oh look, the White Raven, now Vandanis. I never met them. I met you when you were trans. / I met you when you were your sister. Both of those are canon in my eyes. The hour of cleansing is at hand. By my searing light shall the world be purged of its taint. Legatus of the 7th Legion, presently dispatched to the Western Front. Vandanis boasts distinguished parentage in his sire, a founding figure of the Garlean Empire. A ruthless man who has risen to infamy even among his own people. He draws no distinction between friend and foe when met with dissent. Tales are oft told in hushed whispers of Vandanis' swift rise to power upon the abrupt death by illness of his sire. His body has no sooner grown cold than his closest aides were put to death. The White Raven seems to be a man well suited to such dark rumors, for his pet project, Meteor, which will herald Eorzea's inevitable plunge into the 7th Umbral Era. Motto: opposition must needs be put down with fire and steel. Weapon: Bradamante, a gun halberd said to be named for a warrior maiden. Salute. Jesus Christ. Look, it's 1,000 Beards! It's 1,000 Beards! This is the one! This is the one! Solus doesn't look like this anymore. He's no longer 1,000 Beards when we saw him in the game, because we've now seen him in the game. This is 1,000 Beards. First Emperor Garlemald, his radiance Solus Sos Galvus. No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule. Born a distinguished lineage in the Garlemald Republic, Solus Sos Galvus began his military career at a young age. After a string of impressive victories on the field of battle, however, he soon attained the rank of legatus, and proceeded to integrate Machina technology into the army's regular rank and file. With single-minded determination, Galvus transformed his fledgling nation into a formidable military power. His actions gained the undivided support of citizenry, and catapulted him into the position of dictator, supreme commander of Garlemald. In the years that followed, Garlean forces conquered all the lands in the north and inhabited them into a single entity. Galvus then instituted an imperial regime to govern their new territories, conferring upon himself the title of Emperor. The Eastern nations were the first to feel the newborn empire's mighty fist. It was during this campaign that the Emperor witnessed first-hand destruction wrought by the Primals. Apparently. An experience that led to an imperial mandate for their annihilation. Now an old man of more than 80 winters, Galvus yet rules as Emperor, but court rumors speak of frail health and frequent illness. Go forth, conquer, slay. And that is our history on that, which is very funny considering how much of that has been upended in time. I'm now realizing also. Oh, hey, Artesia! What the fuck? What the fuck's been going on since I last saw? There's so many books everywhere. There's so many books. Rhea's G-posing while I'm sitting here. I don't trust it. I didn't put the... it's not shuffling. How do I shuffle this? How do I shuffle this? There we go. Will it just shuffle now from... Because I was trying to put it onto there, but it's just playing the normal home music. I don't think I'd actually set it to play. Well, we had some normal playing. We had the normal house music, and now we'll shuffle between other songs that I have here. No, it's still not. It's going back to the house music. How do you work this orchestra? There we go. Now it's properly shuffling. I think I just sampled it again. Now we're shuffling. I mean, it still means we get different music for the first part of it, where we get some normal house music. Yeah, I agree with you, Deku, though. Where's my... There we go. I've also got a book minion. I'll also get out my book minion. There we go. Your carbuncle is also here, Rhea. What's going on? Rhea, you're in G-pose. You've also got your Carby here. What's going on? G-pose, Carby, what's going on? Allegedly, Eddie. For some stories, this one bites. It's reading time. It's idle camera. Actually, sure. You have to make a playlist and then it shuffles. And I just hadn't played the music properly. That was all it was. I made the playlist. I just never actually set it to play. I was only ever sampling the music. My bad. But it means we get normal house music for the first section, which is fine. So that's our first section. This is going to be honestly difficult. Reading this consistently, non-stop, is difficult on the throat. But it'll be fine. That was totally like most of what we're reading today, right? And not just a very short, like, starter part. Totally. Oh god, there's multiple stories. Okay, so this 5-part series, are we starting here? Is it going backwards here? And it says here in Louisoir's wake and new, so I'm gonna guess this was Rising stuff. I'm gonna guess this was part of the Rising. This is the 5-part series of Tales of the Calamity. Bottom up. Usually how I mean, what? Tales from the Calamity, where victory and glory lead. First anniversary of AR. Hey, when I realized this wasn't just Stormblood Tales. It's everything! I haven't read the other ones. I haven't read the other ones, so it's gonna be everything. It's gonna be everything if I can get through it all today, which is gonna be a lot of reading. But it'll be fine, don't worry about it. Ow, my head's already hurting, it's fine. Tales from the Calamity. Where victory and glory lead. We are lost, thought Melwood, bless his friend. Immured for eons and free at last, the brown Bahamut laid waste to the Cartano flats, burning Aeosians and Gallians alike. But I will find a way. Tearing her gaze away from the bloody churn, she bit down gently on her tongue, an old commander's trick. Despite the ash-laden air, the voice that issued from her throat was clear as compass wind. Belay previous orders! All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately! In the distance, the Admiral caught a glimpse of Archon Louis' resolute silhouette, arms raised in the rite of summoning. Not even the 12 can help us now, she thought with something like despair as she swung herself into the saddle. Dalamud is hatched, and no man can unbreak an egg. Give the foreign levy priority! Let the main host cover their retreats and bring up the rear! Einzar Slafferson let go the bridle as Moab took hold of the reins. A shot of the false moon had pierced the mail under his right arm, she saw. Blood riled, dark and steady. Her Jatan would likely not survive a hard ride. Go to adventurous safety, she repeated. I shall send you stragglers. We must regroup. See to it. Fucking Mistbeard was hit by part of the fucking Dalamud. Jesus. No one's Admiral. Einzar snapped a salute. He was too old to waste time arguing. Melwood reflected as she urged her faithful bird to a gallop. And he knows most of our runners are dead or near as damn it. A sharp brought her back to the present. Good girl, Vicky, she murmured as Chocobo sped onward through a blur of death and ruin. Fall back to the main host! Melwood called again and again until the rat became a stream, then a river, flowing towards Einzar, and she hoped, safety. But there was a knot in the crowd, fighting its way against the tide until it emerged in the rear, then pushing toward the Gallian position. Always, Melwood thought without rancor and spurred her Chocobo forward. Always there are those who put glory before victory. Save your breath, Admiral! I mean to make those Gallian curs pay, and pay they will! Roswell spat, and Melwood was reminded of the old sayings. Pirates weep with their swords, and their tears are red. So many sirens. Splending Emerald won't sing no more, nor honest Blackeye, nor... They are, you liverless tin-pot bastards! A savage joy blazed in Roswell's eye at the sight of something behind Melwood, and the Maelstrom commander touched her spur to Victory's left flank as she unholstered her pistols in one smooth motion. Death penalty barked, and a Gallian legionnaire tumbled backwards. Two sharp coughs from Annihilator, and more men fell, to reveal the beetle black gleam of magic armor cresting their eyes. It has a beak, Melwood thought with a strange calm, holding squeezing Victory's flanks of their own accord. The Chocobo sprang as the magic cannon roared. The Melwood was falling, the world drowning in blood and feathers, and she knew no more. Most rest you've had in years, I'll wager! Melwood walked to a familiar sight. Her quarters on the Triumph, and Einzar, his face graven with fatigue, but alive and on his feet. How long? She demanded. Present course and speed? 2 days, Limsa, 8 knots, he answered. The Alliance regrouped in Thanalon when the alchemist saw to our hurts. They're going to give you a bed in Dar, but I assured them that would not be necessary. We're crossing the Straits of Melthor for home. The sirens? Roswin? Einzar laughed. Well, we could almost hear the rust in it. Command, especially the command of a retreating force, was a somber business. The body executioners hauled you from the front like a puller to the bulging gnats, but they no longer coaxing Captain Roswin to join the retreat. Then came the last of the Dread Pirates Crews 3, the Kraken Arms, and Carveline swept her up into the saddle like a bloody knight of Ishgard. Last I saw, they were trading curses. Wait, so Carveline straight up saved Roswin here. Is this when she started having feelings for him? Good. Wilder eyes willed her eyes open. She was suddenly very tired. Can I bring to mind the names of others who had been present? No matter. Einzar would know. The retreat from Cartano. Only unit to be given priority. Did you get them to safety? Einzar looked at her, his foul brow furrowed. Beg pardon, Admiral? What else would it bring you up the rear as the main host retreated, gathering your stragglers you directed towards us? Then begin regrouping. You did not order that any be given priority over another. The coming days were too full for Melwood Einzar to fret over much about her odd lapse. She had taken a blow to the head after all, and was a trifle compared to what awaited them in Vilbrant. As the Triumph neared home, they saw livid crystals burning from far Sirius, flaunting their corruption for all to see. Gladian Bay was a floating Cartano, the sea strewn with bodies, debris and hollow-eyed survivors of the tidal wave that had scored the coastline. Scoured? Coastline? Einzar was lucky. Well, thought she surveyed the destruction. the size of these shards to make an eighth hell of this fair anchorage. What are we who have been spared? How can we go on when so much has been lost? Or find a way. Moab ordered that the Maelstrom's temporary command be established in the Moravi dry docks, sheltered from the worst of the Great Wave by the God's grip. From there remains Illumin's great armada sailed with food and supplies. Aid and succor, women of strength and men of compassion. Admiral Moab slept little, but when she did, it was always one or two dreams that she dreamed. In one, she bit down on her tongue, and then called out, "Give them priority. Let the main host cover their retreat." In the other, she wrote a Destria in the cool nights, the bird crooning contentedly and the rider murmuring, "Good girl, Vicky." Time passed. Some wounds healed, others did not. The fishing boats returned to sea, and the merchants stowed oars and cut purses to the docks. The new Maelstrom command took shape on the upper decks. The ships of the Armada returned to their proper anchorage, and Moravi dry docks were recommissioned as a shipyard. During those turbulent days, those who knew more were best, and they were not many, remarked that she'd been changed by Cartman. To the scores that came to the Admiral for help, she gave no false comfort, neither was she as hard as she had once been. She spoke instead of hope, courage, and the lost warriors who stood with the Archon on the Cartman flats. For this Moab won the love of her people, yet struggled to accept it. So unsettling did the thought seem to her that one night, unable to sleep, she wanted the city, finding herself at length outside Ishgardian's stable as young birds murmured drowsily within. Now Deacon Vermelius began work on the first of the Thalassocracy's new warships. There's no question as to whom the honour of naming it would go. One fine day soon after, half the city had turned to see the Victory's keel laid. When the Admiral of Illumin's inscribed her name upon the oak with a great flourish, the cheers rolled like thunder across the tranquil waters of the Gladian, as if the gulls and ravens flapping from every mast. Yeah, Maelstrom Command music has kicked in. Destria is a medieval warhorse. Okay, which is basically a chocobo here. As it one thing that ARR does it as a mixed bag. Overall, ARR, the way it presents it is kind of mixed. In terms of just the sheer havoc and chaos that the Calamity truly was. ARR does a lot to try and get across how even 5 years on, when life has got some form of normalcy back, there's still a lot of problems that AR0 is facing as a direct result of the Calamity. Like, there are people that you talk to where the way that lands have been shifted, Aether has been fucked up, things like Farah Sirius just getting annihilated. You do get impressions of how long-lasting the effects of the Calamity are. You don't get as much about... I mean, obviously, it's 5 years after the Calamity, so that's why. But you don't get as much in ARR of what the immediate aftermath of it was like for people. And this short story helps do that more than ARR has, which I appreciate. Because even if you watch just the cutscenes, you watch the end of an era cutscene and then you teleport to as ARR is starting. You don't get that. We don't have like the animated things of the in-between sections. The Sultana's 7. If it will load. There it goes. There it goes. We also have a bunch of pictures. Hell yeah. So we have pictures for these ones that are like in-game screenshots as opposed to drawings of 1000 bits. Which probably means we're going to get less tits here. I'm sorry, brother. The Sultana's 7. None of my watch from a private terror. Ow. Ow. I'll find tits, don't worry. You're back in my house, G-posting with the copy. I think you've got them already. If any of those are involving minor fists, you have to pass them on me. None of my watch from my private terrace as the immortal flames filed out of Uldar. Those left the city via the gates of Thal, an egress symbolizing passage into the afterlife, and also cheating death upon the battlefield. Crowds had gathered for the occasion, their boisterous cheers resounding through the Sultanate, but Nanama did not hear them. She stood transfixed before the balustrade, as Ralban put his spurs to the courser, and there she remained long after the dust had settled on the rearguard's wake. She had steeled herself for this moment, but when it finally came, she found that her courage had deserted her all the same. Suddenly reality of her isolation was only too plain. The mere thought of it made her struggle for breath. I'm alone. May the gods grant me strength. going to need. I'm going to need some of this. Where with Nanamo, so yeah, less tits. There's mods out there to put the fat double Ds onto Lalas. They exist somewhere. I have one more mint after this. I have 1.5 lozenges after this. And I already need one, that's a concern. Maybe I should have bought a pack of these before coming home. Knowing that I was going to be talking out loud for a very expensive. I might genuinely take a break of like 5 to 10 minutes between expansions. Just so my voice can have time to recover. Because it's just complete non-stop here. So I'm assuming with her being alone and everything and them cheating death, this is as everyone goes out to leave to go to Cartano. As the days went by, the weight of responsibility and uncertainty began to tell. Nanamo's nights were sleepless. Not even her favorite dishes would pass her lips. And her round Lalafellan cheeks took on a hollow cast. Sure enough, despite the best ministrations of her ladies-in-waiting, her health began to fail. She became a ghost of herself and her duties went untended. Whenever difficulty presented itself, she'd invariably think, if only Ralban were here, cursing her in weakness. Even as the thought took shape, she knew very well that, as Flame General, Ralban's place was with the host of the Cartano Flats. It was his duty to lead his men into battle against the 7th Imperial Legion. I should soon be 6 and 10 summers old. I cannot rely upon others forever. I'm nearly 16! I gotta start being on my own. Sooner or later, I must stand on my own 2 feet. I only hope I have the strength. So Nanamo, okay, if Nanamo's turning 16 as the calamity happens. So Nanamo is in her 20s by AR. I know it's always been said that she's been young for a Sultanate, but yeah, if she was a Sultana before that, then yeah, she'd be in her 20s now. Nanamo's scowl at displeasure. She's upset about being alone. She's sad. Nanamo's sad. Another meal came and went untouched. Taking a leave of the dining hall, Nanamo glanced apologetically at the silent shadow that was Pippin Terrapin, adoptive son of Ralban and officer of the Immortal Flames. The earnest young soldier remained at her side at his father's behest, trusted with her care of the Flame General's absence. People would never admit it, dutiful as he was, but Nanamo knew that he would sooner be fighting beside his comrades at Cartano. Should help but feel responsible for denying him his wish. And for what? Though Pippin was his father's son, it was plain to both of them that it was the father that she needed. And so the days dragged on, each fading into the next, until the hour of reckoning came at last. Word from Moldona, Your Grace! The battle is joined! Nana was in the fragrant chambers, holding private audience with Thancred of the Circle and Knowing, when Pippin burst with tidings. A week, I see, was all she could manage in response. While Pippin strove to hide his disappointment and his tepid utterance, Thancred was quick to make his feelings known. Begging your pardon, Your Grace, but I'd hoped for something a little more rousing. Since agreeing to serve as an advisor to the Sultanate, the self-proclaimed bard had made himself at home at court, becoming ever more irreverent in the process. When last I looked, you people had need of you. What could a powerless puppet like me possibly do? Nanamo snapped back, immediately regretting her petulance. The bard was not discouraged, however, and responded with uncharacteristic force. You are not powerless, Your Grace. You can pray for Eorzea's salvation. Prayer, she thought. Has it really come to that? But of course it had. Even as they spoke, Dalma drew closer. According to Archon Louis Soir, only by the power of the 12 could the lesser moon be returned to the heavens, and the coming of the 7th Umbral era forestalled. Only by the prayers of the faithful could that power be summoned forth. It was to allow the summoning ritual to proceed unhindered that the soldiers of the Eorzean Alliance, Caravan among them, now fought at Cartano. Thancred went on, his voice taking on a gentler tone. If you pray, so too will the people. And the combined strength of their faith shall bear their plea for Eorzea's salvation unto the heavens. A moment passed in silence. If praying is all I can do, then I'll do it with all my heart. Composing herself once more, she nodded, rose from her seat, and turned her steps towards Arzaneth Ossuary. Upon arriving at the temple, Pippin held Nanamo to her knees and stood guard as she prayed. On the far side of the city, at Milaneth Sacrarium, Thancred was doing the very same, she knew. O gods of my forefathers, deliver us from destruction. O gods of my forefathers, bring Ralban safely back to me. So this is in front of the statue of Thaldan, yeah. A few hours into her vigil, chaos erupted. The ossuary shook violently, as if struck by a giant's fist, prompting Pippin to draw closer as masonry fell about them. Terrified screams filled her ears, but Nanamo did not give in to panic. In defiance of the tumult around her, she prayed with all her being. Her determination was soon rewarded. A stone plinth bearing the mark of the dust crater began to glow. Moments later, a pillar of light burst forth from its surface, enveloping the image of Thal that stood upon it, and illuminating every corner of the hall. In that instant, Nanamo felt the presence of the divine. Even as she basked in the sensation, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Let Eorzea be born anew, it said. Louis Soir, she thought, and knew no more. Hey. Let something be born anew, thinking of Louis Soir. Hey, we're getting those ideas of how Louis Soir turned into a primal. We're still not even sure whether the actual 12 who were being summoned at Cartano, we're still not sure whether that was actually primals or whether it was actually the 12. To be fair, we're also not sure if the 12 exist. I'm going to assume they do, but I'm just going from the perspective of Minefest, who just considers that all the gods are real. Because that's how she be. But in terms of the ones that were actually at Cartano, was Gaius right? Icons, every one of them. Now we're going to find herself lying prone on the ossuary's smooth stone floor. Footfalls rang out all about her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Pippin rise to one knee, seemingly struggling to shake off the self-same torpor which gripped her. For a time, she remained still, content to gaze up at the stone plinth. Its divine light had faded, she noted dimly. A shrill yell brought her back from the reverie. Riders at Sapphire Avenue! They're headed this way! Consternation on Pippin's face. Your Grace, we cannot linger. Let us turn to the palace at once. I will not hide while my people suffer. The answer rose from her lips unbidden, with a swiftness that surprised even her. Rising to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings. Road figures were scrambling hither and thither, bearing precious tomes and artifacts away, presumably to safety. At the heart of the bustle, a small and commanding figure was barking out orders. Nanamo recognized him as Mumuepo, High Priest of the Order of Nathal, Master of the Thaumaturge's Guild. Itchy. The rioters cannot be allowed to defile the ossuary, the man fairly screamed. Incinerate any foolish enough to come near. His words set Nanamo's blood to roiling. And you call yourself a man of the cloth? Checking her fury, she addressed all present. Our citizens are in the grip of fear. They but want for a voice of reason to restore them to their senses. Who among you will aid me? Pippin stepped forth as Nanamo knew he would. Though I am but a poor substitute for my father, I live only to serve you, my Sultana. Pray command me as you see fit. Next came Papashan of the Sultan Swan, followed by 5 thaumaturges of the guild. Lalafel's all and brothers besides. No more answered the Sultana's call, however. Only 7. She lamented as she took stock of her volunteers. But they'll suffice. They must. With gritted teeth, Nanamo stepped down to the stricken streets of Uldar. Of their own accord, her hastily assembled escort formed a protective ring around her, and together they trudged through the smoke and rubble. No matter where she looked, her eyes were met with scenes of carnage. She cried over the charred body of her mother. A man lay moaning, his legs crushed beneath the tons of stone. Their plight wrenched her heart, but she could not stop for them. First, she had to quell the unrest. Else there could be no lasting relief. I'll return for you all. This I promise. As Nanamo's band reached the Emerald Avenue, the mob of rioters came into view. Shops and homes had been ransacked in its wake, the occupants fleeing for their lives. Undaunted, Nanamo forged onward within earshot of the advancing rabble, where she stopped, took a deep breath, and set about her task. Papashan! I must have their attention. Nodding, the elderly paladin produced a blinding flash that staggered some of the rioters. Many, however, continued their rampage, oblivious. Thaumaturges, light up the sky! In unison, the 5 Lalathon brothers let loose a warning barrage of spells overhead. Most impressive among those with the conflagration unleashed by the brother with the bandaged face. Those rioters who failed to take notice before did so now. Satisfied, Nanamo turned to Pippin. Lend me your back. With a booming voice that belied her size, Nanamo addressed the rebel. Heed me, my beloved citizens, she began. The realm lies upon the brink of the 7th Umbral era. Yet as long as we live, we must not forget our compassion. Now is not the time to take for your neighbor, but to proffer him the hand of succor. The brave men and women in the immortal flames risk their lives so we might go on with ours. Would you have them return to an Uldar that has torn itself apart? Looks of shame manifested upon Begrim's faces. I ask that you be strong, given not to fear and despair. If we join hands in common cause, there is no hardship we cannot overcome. Together let us tend to the wounds of our nation, of our shared home. Hearing these heartfelt words from the Sultana, the madness began to melt from the rioters' eyes to be replaced by the gleam of reason. Soon after, a semblance of order returned to the city, and organized relief efforts commenced in earnest. Some days later, the remnants of the immortal flames trudged back into Uldar, entering the city by the way to the gates of Nald. Wounded and weary though the soldiers were, they yet had homes to which they might return. In the midst of rebuilding, Naname issued a decree stripping Mumuepo of all official titles and accompanying privileges. Though such an act would ordinarily been beyond her authority, it was made possible into clever maneuvering on Pippin's part. Evidence of rampant corruption was found, with the high priest in its midst, and his order had no choice but to abide by the Sultana's will. In place of the incarcerated Mumuepo, 5 Lelfman brothers were made joint masters of the Thaumaturge's Guild. In the months and years that followed, Naname often revisited the events of that fateful day. I am not powerless, she would remind herself. There are things that even a puppet might achieve. If she could do a duty Sultana in the midst of the calamity, she could surely carry out the task to come. Well, I was trying to be tall. Mumuepo. Was that the black mage? That was, like, locked away? I know we've spoken to Mumuepo. There was a rising around this, and you can get the portrait of the 7 protecting Nanamo. Yeah, I remember something about that. I remember being, like, asked about the Sultana 7, and I remember hearing some level of this history in-game. But this is a lot more of a detailed thing. I couldn't even remember who the 7 were then. The name Mumuepo definitely is familiar. And given that it's talking about the Thaumaturge Guild, my brain is saying... Not the one the Black Mage saw, but he has come up in Postmill and Halatali. Okay. It's that one. Okay. I definitely recognize the name Mumuepo. These are cool stories, especially these ones. I mean, obviously, I don't know what the Heavenswood and Stormblood ones are going to cover, but this is covering stuff from, like, before the time span of what my playthrough covers. So I appreciate getting these stories. I'm definitely going to need to take a break of, like, 10 to 15 minutes, maybe, between expansions. This is a lot of talking. Of friends lost and found. Morty struggling. The battle was over, when none could say that peace had returned to Cartano. The Lesser Moon, and the winged abomination that burst from its belly, had visited devastation on the once fertile flats, leaving naught but a scarred wasteland for as far as the eye could see. Patron, have mercy. I've died and gone to the 7th hell. Elder Seed's here! Come quickly! Kane Senna turned with a start, sudden cry rousing her from a moment's reverie. She forced her eyes to focus on the speaker, a young serpent, his armor caked with dirt and gore, beckoning a bloodied hand. My lady! There's something trapped beneath the steel beast! Mustering her strength, Kane Senna joined the youth, beside a fallen Magitech Reaper. From beneath the wreckage, she commanded the anguished groans of one tenuously clinging to life. One of our own, crushed by the armor of a fallen foe. At the other CNC's command, 5 soldiers joined their strength, slowly raising the battered Hulk free from the unfortunate to free the unfortunate soul caught beneath. Even as the ponderous mass rolled aside, however, came clear that the survivor had sworn no oath of allegiance to the Twin Edda, nor any company of the Eorzean Alliance. Clad in armor of the same unholy steel as the Magitech monster which had entombed him, the Hyuran youth met Kane Senna's gaze. Not yet a man grown, there he lay, bloodied and battered on this godforsaken battlefield. No forgive, mercy. He is but a boy, forced into service against his will, like as not, or to lay down his life for a cause he scarce understands. A shimmering elephant serpent stepped forward, sending his shoulder with a mailed fist and bringing the edge of his jade-hilted blade to the boy's throat. But say the word, my lady. The lad will feel no pain. Stay your hands. Kane Senna's voice was soft yet stern. He may have fought against us on the battlefield, but the battle is over. Now he is but a wounded child in need of care. Care that none save us can provide. Aye, my lady. The soldier hastily sheathed his blade, his expression carefully neutral, taking up Claustrum. Just read that the entire time. A staff of legend carved from Arbor Memorial, the elder Seer trapped forward and focused her thoughts on the wounded youth. O guardians of this land, let the breath of life sweep across this plain that it may mend this child's broken body and bring succor to his wounds. While of Kane Senna's lips as a whisper rose to echo across the flats. A gentle breeze broke the eerie stillness in the air, whistling as it swirled about the spot where the boy lay still. The tortured grimace on the youth's face slowly loosened. His eyes opened for a brief moment, then closed in peaceful slumber. The boy will live. Bear him to the rear guard and see that he receives rest and nourishment. As you wish, my lady. For the next few bells, at the full turn of the sun, she could not say, Kane-sena walked to the battlefield, tending to the wounded. Eorzean, Gallian, friend or foe, it mattered not. His people cry out to me to ease their pain. Threading her way through the carnage, she weaved the incantations that would close wounds and ease anguish, bringing solace to the suffering. And yet for everyone that she saved, countless scores were beyond saving. Looking upon the bodies of the fallen, the Odysseus proclaimed, "They gave their lives in the name of hope. And hope forsook them," came the silent reply. "They would never have come here if not for me." As leader of Gridania, nation barely a stone's thrown from Gallian-held territory, it was Kane-sena who first reached out to her comrades in Aldara and Lims and Liminza, setting in motion the events that would lead to a reformation of the Eorzean alliance. A seeker of harmony in all things, the Odysseus had never had any wish to lead her people into bloody conflict. Serenity, purity, sanctity. The virtues she held so dear were nowhere to be found on the desolate fields of Cartano. Yet what other choice had there been? The prophesied calamity could not simply be ignored. Nor the Aussie was have any hope of a peaceful tomorrow. If there was even a chance that it could be averted, was it not her duty to try? Well, her stars had proven beyond her. Dalamud had fallen, unleashing Muhammad's terrible vengeance upon the land, and now the Seventh Underworld era was upon them. Despite her best efforts, Eorzean's dream of hope had given way to a waking nightmare. Kane remained in Cartano for several days, seeing out what few survivors remained and saving those that could yet be saved. Staring over the wreck and ruin, she would often think upon the decision she had made prior to that calamitous day. Was their suffering and sacrifice inevitable? Was there truly no other way? She could not say for sure. Nor was uncertainty limited to past events. By tarrying so long in Cartano, was she not failing her people? Was her place not with them back in Gridania? They too are suffering. On more than one occasion, she resolved to return to the Twelveswood, only to reconsider. Her siblings and fellow seers, Arona and Raya O, had stayed behind to watch over the forest, as many skilled and compassionate heroes. I trusted them then, I must trust them now. They sacrificed themselves on the battlefield had done so at her command. Until I've done all that I can for them, my place is here. She pressed on, scarcely stopping to eat or sleep. In the faces of the men and women she saved from death and suffering, she found the strength to carry on. The sun rose and set, and one day blurred into the next. But toward the close of the first week, search parties had begun to return empty-handed. Among the soldiers who had stayed behind to assist in the release effort, morale was low. They had seen corpses of too many of their comrades, and their thoughts turned inevitably to the friends and loved ones waiting for their return home. I've asked enough of them. It is time. Summoning my senior officers to attend, Kane gave the long-awaited order. Begin preparations for withdrawal. We're going home. After men dispersed, the LCSC stepped down into the ravaged plain one last time. My work here is not yet done. It had always been there, in the corner of her mind, but she'd been too absorbed in the healing of the wound to act upon it till now. Trusting tightness of her memory and the etheric currents in the air, Kane-sena scoured the battlefield. Minutes became hours, her search yielding naught but devastation. I know it is here. Archon Louis Soir, show me the way. The words were still on her lips when she saw it. There, nestled in the lee of the blackened crag, rest the shattered remains of a staff. Tupsamari. Kane recognized the great staff at once. Even lying there in pieces, its power was plain. She could feel the etheric energies which radiated from it as keenly as one might the warmth of the sun. Quite how she'd known the staff had survived the other primal's fury, she could not say. Standing there, it almost seemed as if the Archon's benevolent hand had guided her. This thought served to lift her spirits, and she forgot her aching legs. The death shall not be in vain, my friends. The Louis' great wisdom was lost to Eorzea forever. Those destined to carry on his legacy would have his most cherished relic. The next day, Kane returned home, much to the relief of her countrymen. Granny has not been spared Bahamut's wrath, and the return of the LCSC was such much comfort as they struggled to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. Strong they are into the face of such adversity. The road ahead will not be easy. While overseeing the reconstruction of her home, Kane-sena was reunited with two members of the Master Louis Circle unknowing, who stood behind to lend aid to their to Gridania in her time of need. One day, when the time seems right, she approached them. Ida, Papalimo, my friends. Kane-sena searched for the right words, but they would not come. Holding out an ornate box of rosewood bearing the mark of the Carpenter's Guild, she simply nodded. For us? Oh, Kane, you shouldn't have. Ida's smile froze as she raised the lid. But Master Louis, they said he was... But I hoped... Kane saw tears well up in the girl's eyes, and soon enough, her shoulders began to shake. Even Papa Limo, not one for emotional outbursts, was able to contain his grief. And so the three of them shared a moment of mourning for the fallen Archon. Balafel was the first to compose himself. Clearing his throat, he proceeded to expand upon the relic and its origins. As much, kind of suspected, to distract as to enlighten. Tupsamadi, he explained, was fashioned from certain engraved of ancient incantations, and a treasured horn of bone passed down from antiquity. His late master had told her, the staff was the beacon that would summon the 12 down from the heavens, and bring about Eorzea's deliverance. You have done us a great kindness, Elder Seedsir, Papalima continued. Though none save Master Louisoix possessed the power to wield Tupsamadi, I shudder to think what might have resulted had not fallen into the wrong hands. May I rest assured that we will keep it safe. I have the words to thank you, Ida added. But Master Louisoix were here. He always knew what to say. Perhaps sending further tears with imminence, Papalima quickly pressed on. My lady, now that you are safe to return to your people, it is time we took our leave. Whether we can remain here longer to assist in the rebuilding, but other matters demand our attention. The scholarly Lalafell then proceeded to explain that the path of the 12 and the Circle of Knowing were to be united as a single entity, an organization which would strive to realize the dream for which Archon Louisoix gave his life. Peace in Eorzea. The realm had lost its greatest champion, and the threat posed by the Primals, the Gallian Empire, and who knew what else still looms large upon the horizon. And yet, Kane thought as she looked into the eyes of the two Sharlians, with brave souls like these to defend her, there was hope for Eorzea still. Whatever evils we may face in the days and years to come, though the Gridania will always stand with you. 5 years after that fateful day, the wounds left by the calamity had begun to heal on Twelveswood and the realm at large. In those rare moments when she granted a respite from her duties, Kane would often reflect upon the path she had taken. Do you watch us from above, Louisoix? Has Gridania? Have I done your legacy proud? Elder Seedsir, the council requires your presence. Kane turned about with a start. Before it stood a young Hyuran in leather armor of the purest white, one of the keepers of the Entwined Serpent, the Elder Seedsir's personal honor guard, established in the wake of the calamity. My thanks. Pray inform them that I shall join them anon. The young soldier nodded deferently. As he turned to take his leave, their eyes met, and the memories, ever brimming beneath the surface, came flooding back to her. The images as vivid as the one they were 5 years ago. We pulled him from the wreckage. He was but a boy, alone and afraid. Wait, I will go now. Pray accompany me. As you wish, my lady. You gave us light powers, you took his place by his side. There are few wounds that time cannot heal. Even those which once stood across the battlefield as enemies, through effort and understanding, may one day find themselves standing shoulder to shoulder, the stoutest of allies. Offering a silent prayer to Archon Louisoix and the friends she had lost, Kane turned her thoughts to the friends who now stood with her, and the countrymen who looked to her for wisdom and succor. The true rebirth of this realm was only just begun. As the sun's warm light streamed through the leaves and down upon the path before her, Kane sent her strode purposely forward. The greatest challenges still lay ahead. Here we shall rise to meet them, together, as one. That's a good one. I think that helps give some much needed characterization to Kane Senna. In terms of what we see of her in the story, she'd out of like the three starter cities, she's definitely the leader who gets like the least focus in terms of like personality and stuff. Because you get multiple moments with Melwood of like one realizing how colonial she is, but also just you get little moments like fucking the armor quest line where she just shoots on with a gun to test out the armor. Obviously, Rauban and Nanamo get a lot, even before you get to Stormblood. I mean, hell, the whole ending of ARR is focused on Rauban and Nanamo, so they get a lot. Kane Senna doesn't get a ton in the actual game, so I appreciate this giving that characterization to her that the game doesn't have the time to give her. Like, you talk to her a bunch at Silkblade Fang, but or the thing next to it. But in terms of like what her personality is, you don't get a ton from the game. So I appreciate having this to do that. I'm doing fine. I'm totally holding up. I'm totally holding up. Everything's fine. I'm doing great. The Walker's Path. Oh, guys, zoom in for you. White and red, a flurry of petals falling upwards into the sky, like rain returning to the clouds. Please come back to me, Father. Please. Incense and unguent. I can't breathe. She waited for the telltale rise and fall of his chest. Eyes closed, he looked as though he was asleep. Almost. I am not ready to say goodbye. Burning. There's unbaked to the nape of her neck as she clenched her hands and stared at the liars. Her father had warned her that Uldar was dangerous. They must keep themselves to avoid attracting undue attention. In the end, however, it was not an Imperial agent who took his life, but a Gobu, freed from its magical fetters during a parade. An accident. My fault. Oh, yeah, this is going to... Oh, this is the stuff that we learned in the Alchemist quest line. I'm so sorry, Asilia. I never thought... We never meant for... her fault. I know this wrong cannot be righted, but I will make what amends I can. I swear to you. Murderer. It had been their scheme. They would let the Gobu become the heroes to the people. No one was supposed to die. But you will. All of you. Yet Flamen withered her curses and held her tighter. Even when it hurt you to do so. And though the hatred which once filled her heart did not vanish, it gave way to another sensation. A warmth Asilia once thought lost to her. Mother. It was solely a means to maintain the fiction. Her father's Garlean spymaster still sought Asilia for her father's betrayal. No one would seek Minfilia, an Alamegan orphan adopted by an Uldan woman seeking to fill the void left by her lover's death. Just another lie, she told herself. Woven with the truth, but a lie nonetheless. And then one day, it wasn't anymore. I named a gift for my dearest Minfilia. But late did I know, but in my profession, unexpected delays are only to be expected. The thread of our conversation with quicksand had masked the bard's approach. Minfilia hastily put away the remnants of her reminiscence and turned to face him. Look, it's 1.0 Minfilia! Before she gets to the boat window. We can get that on screen. Perpetually passing by, Thancred had drifted in and out of Minfilia's life for years. He'd been 17 when they first met, 5 years her senior. Or so he claims. Is he lying about his age the same way Stoller is? God damn it, you two. His carefree demeanor belied many secrets, not least his skill with a blade. Knowing which he had battled the creature which slew her father was proof of that. Of course, he referred to solo approach when circumstances allowed. Minfilia? It is as much his name as it is mine, Minfilia thought wryly. He had all but chosen it. Wait, Thancred was the one who chose the name Minfilia? I didn't realize that. As they sat down together at the quieter end of the bar, she was struck by the intimacy of their collusion, and felt a flush creep up her neck. The parcel she received for her 18th birthday contained a mithril dagger and a sealed missive. From my mentor, Thancred explained. The man responsible for transforming a limited Warfrat into the paragon of virtue you see before you. Minfilia cocked an eyebrow. And how many maidens fair has said paragon to flowered since arriving in Uldar, pray tell? Thancred smirked and gestured to the missive in Minfilia's hand. To whom do I owe the pleasure? She wondered, unfolding the parchment. The words were written in an elegant, flowing hand. You have walked in the memories of others, have you not? She recoiled from Thancred, the parchment crumbling in one hand as the other sought the hilt of a mithril dagger. What did you tell him? She spat. In a moment of weakness, Minfilia confided in Thancred about her visions. Fragments of the past she had started to glimpse a year before. No one else knew what she had seen, or that I had heard her voice. If the bard was surprised by her reaction, he did not show it. Read on, he said quietly, all the way to the end. I ask only that. It is foretold that on the cusp of an umbral calamity, individuals blessed with the power of the echo will appear, the letter continued. During the 6th umbral era, when the waters rose to swallow the land, the 12 archons who stood against the darkness each bore this blessing. Minfilia looked up to see Thancred staring at her. He abruptly turned away. No. The histories paint a fanciful picture of these gifted souls. Through countless retellings, the Archon's deeds have become myth. Their power is more akin to gods than men. However, there are two things of which I am certain. First, their gift, the Echo, grant them the power to walk within the memories of others. Second, then Matilda knew how the sentence would end. Her breath caught her in her throat. She read Louis Levila's next words. You've been blessed with the self-same power. After a time, she spoke. He cannot be serious. He is, Thancred replied. For once, the bard's voice was devoid of affectation. Master Louis believes that we are on the verge of an umbral calamity, and that your gift is the key to ensuring our survival. Happy name day, thought Minfilia numbly. In stunned silence, she listened as Thancred proceeded to reveal that he was in fact a member of the Circle of Knowing, an organization founded by his Sharlayan mentor to forestall the coming of the seventh umbral hero. He and his colleagues have been dispatched by Yoshi's 3 key seats of power to further this cause by any means necessary. A liar, she thought, but that much was clear from the start. How you choose to use your gift is up to your decision, he concluded. You have no obligation to us, nor to the realm, come to that. But for better or worse, this is your legacy. You can no more run from it than you can run from yourself. She bit her lip. I'm not ready to face this. But I will. This is giving a very different impression of what young Minfilia was like when... I mean, you can understand why young Minfilia is like this. Realizing that Flamin was the one who, like, got her dad killed. The fact that Thancred was just like, you've got this power and I work for these people who, like, want to know people with this power and stuff like that. You can understand why Minfilia would think like this. Though separated by countless miles, Minfilia and Louis searched for answers together. But being no scholar, Minfilia sought knowledge via other means. There are more like me, but different, she wrote to him. We wander in the darkness alone, but if we came together and shared our experiences, we might yet come to understand the Echo. May happy even to control it. A splendid idea, yet one fraught with peril, Louis warned. As you all know, men are wont to fear the gifted. Proceed with caution, my child. Do not allow your true intentions to become known. Minfilia could not help but smile. This child is more experienced than you think. To outsiders, the path of the 12 was but one in a sea of obscure religious sects of which it pursuit of spiritual knowledge. Its charismatic antecedents, the Lady Minfilia, led a small but devoted following of walkers, so named for their resolution to walk the path with her. A lie woven with the truth. The Circle of Knowing was of great help in those early days, particularly identifying those who had awoken to the Echo. Their ranks swelled, and 2 years after she had first learned the name of her gift, she began to educate others in its use. And so the days passed, some more quickly than others. The Order grew, and with it, its mission expanded, as did the risks. There were days of celebration, of sorrow, of waiting, of greetings and farewells, sometimes all of them at once. Now Vandanis is dead. It should be over. Alone in the hall, the first step, Minfilia paced. Overhead, the lesser in Dalman continued sent towards Aeolsia, apparently indifferent to the demise of the Meteor Project's chief orchestrator. Can aught else be done? As if in answer to the question, there came a gentle knock at the door. The white-haired Ellison who entered was not quite what she had pictured when she penned the invitation. He's older now, she thought. As are we all. Archon Louis Soir, it is an honor to meet you at last, she began. Then now that I have said it, it feels wrong, somehow. Indeed it does. Indeed it does, Louis Soir replied. As he held her gaze, a slow grin spread across the Archon's time-worn face, and the pair broke into stifled, then heartfelt laughter. They spoke of better days and beloved colleagues, of exciting discoveries and shared accomplishments. It was natural, unforced, as if we had always known each other, as if we are family. Gradually, the conversation slowed. No longer could they postpone the matter at hand. The hour of reckoning was upon them. So, what now? Minfilia began. Louis Soir shook his head. Now we must part ways. Where I go, you cannot follow. The Archon's plan was to summon the 12 using forbidden arts known only to him. With their combined strength, he was certain that he could prevent the fall of the Lesser Moon. Such strength, however, posed a threat in itself. Should his patron deities assume physical form, it seems more than likely they'd be prone to the same appetites as the gods of the basement. Was he like straight up worried that they would actually be primals? Should that prove the case, their mere presence would bleed the land of life. So Louis Soir instead call upon a fraction of the 12's power. And on the same Dalmud's descent and no more. Okay. It seems a fine balance to strike. Are you certain you can do it? Louis' voice was distant. Mayhap not, but 12 cannot be suffered to set foot upon Eosian soil. And then, head bowed, he told her the rest. No, Minfilia shivered, suddenly feeling weak and cold. She had defied the urge to rub her arms. Is there truly no other way? None half as reliable. He placed a hand on her shoulder. If I do not return, the others will look to you. You must be prepared to lead them. But I am not ready. She turned away, closing her eyes in a bid to stem the tears. Do they know what you intend? They know enough. He stepped forward. Darker days lie ahead. But know that where there is darkness, there will always be light. His voice was soft and reassuring. A father's voice. You will see the truth of this, Minfilia, when one who bears the light comes to stand before you. One who is gifted like you. Together you will greet the dawn. Minfilia turned to face Louis once more. The soft blue of his eyes shone cold steel. She held his gaze until she could no longer bear it. Please come back to us. Please. After the calamity, Minfilia and Thancred summoned the surviving members of the Path of the 12 and the Circle and knowing to a joint meeting. As Minfilia shared the wishes of Louis Levi-Lure, all present listened in quiet solemnity. When she called for objections to the union, none were forthcoming. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, she declared. And all agreed it was an apt name. In times of trouble, she often gazed upon the fragments of Samadhi, enshrined on the wall of her solar in the new waking sands. What gave you the strength, she wondered? Who guided you through the darkness? For 5 years, she faithfully carried out his wishes. 5 years, she kept the faith and believed in his words. 5 years spent working, watching, waiting. For when the adventurer entered the solar to greet the Scions, she knew at once. I am ready. So Minfilia and Louis met once. They actually only met once. They spoke to each other a lot through letters and stuff. But they only ever met in person the one time. Which is kind of wild. Kind of wild on that one. And yeah, this whole story gives a lot of like characterization of Minfilia from before when we knew her. Because the Minfilia that we know in ARR is committed to the cause. Like it's all about the cause and committed to it and everything like that. And being like and trying to be the best leader she can for all these people. There's like a lot of bite to her here. Of just being mad of like what the world and the people in it are doing to her. But she never lets that overcome her. She's always thinking it, but she can never bring herself to act upon it. She's constantly thinking it here. But she never acts upon it. Like even here, it's clear that like she knows what happens with her dad. She knows that it was Flamen and her group that released that. And immediately here, she's thinking that it's just like, it's her fault that my dad is dead. She's a murderer. And that the people who let her go are going to die. But she didn't give in to that. Like, goddamn. Again, getting into ideas of Minfilia that we've not really seen in the game. Why are these Tales from the Calamity doing better characterization jobs than what ARR actually did with its characters? This is doing better characterization for all of them than what ARR actually gave us. In Louis Soir's wake, the ship glided out of the harbor, slowly gathering speed as its sails caught the brisk coastal breeze. Sitting atop the quay wall, there was with their father, Alfredo and Alice bore witness to the vessel's departure. Watched as Louis Levi-Lure, their beloved grandsire, was carried away across the sea. And then he was gone. Alphino's voice was barely a whisper. His gaze fixed upon the dwindling form of the ship. Alice glanced at her brother with red-rimmed eyes, but said nothing. I mean, they would have been like 10 at the time. And to agree the news of their father's forthcoming journey very differently. One accepted his decision with a calm practicality, the other had railed and wept. Still, to see the two of them there upon the quay, their slight arms hugging heftly grimoires as their young lives depended on it, woman called to struggle to tell them apart. You can't just keep mocking them for being like identical twins. They're not so different as they care to believe. Even had you not gained admission to the studio, and made me exceedingly proud in doing so, these gifts would have been yours regardless. Here, one for each of you. When read together, these two grimoires form a single tome. Hey, they did that in Binding Goals. Provided you support one another's studies, I have no doubt that you'll soon come to understand the lessons inscribed therein. The volumes Louis gave to his grandchildren scant hours before his departure were curious indeed. Cross-hatched, the contents of one could not be deciphered without the other. They hinted at the impish humour which danced behind the oft-termed solemn visage of Charlene's preeminent sage and scholar. Thank you, grandfather. Alphino accepted his grimoire with a practiced grace and dignity. Alice, meanwhile, received her gift distractedly, and so resumed her attempts to dissuade Louis from his course. Must you leave, grandfather? Is there naught I can say to make you stay? Please, my dear, we have spoken about this. It had been almost a month since the twins first learned that Archon Louis would be leaving for Charlene for the shores of Eorzea. His purpose, he had patiently explained, was to aid the distant realm and forestall the ruinous arrival of the 7th Umbral Era. No. Sensing the fixity of his Sensing the fixity of his grandsire's resolve, Ivan chosen to swallow his melancholy and voiced no word of complaint. Not so his sister, nor less his father, Fortunal. Alice protested the journey purely out of her abiding love for Louisoix and the unbearable thought of his absence. Fortunal straightened objections were of a more political nature. Louisoix's eldest son was an influential member of the Forum, the body responsible for the shaping of Charlenean policy, and he, like so many of his colleagues, was a staunch opponent of military intervention. It was, he believed, the duty of his countrymen to chronicle world affairs, not to interfere in them. We can't stop people from dying. We just need to watch them when they die and write it down. I'll be honest, with most things that we've heard about Charlene, it doesn't suggest good things about the fucking place. On the steel-clad walls of the Gallian Empire descended upon Alamigo, it was Fortunal and his fellows who had attempted to parley a peace. In the middle wake of the failed negotiations, however, they saw no recourse but to forsake the colony they had built in the borders of the war-threatened realm. Following 5 years of elaborate and painstaking preparation, the plan to evacuate the settlement's entire population to the archipelago of their homeland was put into motion. In the year 1562 of the 6th Ashal era, the city of Charleon, a renowned city of learning, situated in Vardian lowlands, became an uninhabited shell in the space of a single night. The twins knew they themselves had taken part in this exodus, but could claim no recollection of the momentous event, being less than 1 summer old at the time. Oh, okay, they were that young when that happened, okay. Like I said, it's meant to be 10 years before the calamity, roughly, and then 5 years since then. They're like 16, 17 now, so okay. War is the favored resort of the uncivilized and the ignorant, father, began Fortunal, seeking to launch his own sortie upon the heels of his daughter's play. The wise abjure it. As Charlians is our task to observe, to chart the course of history, not to change it. Civilization should not be advanced through petty conflict, but by the passing of recorded knowledge from generation to generation. Goblins, it's free real estate. My mind will not be changed, Fortunal, Louisoix responded wearily. They've had this conversation almost word for word, perhaps a dozen times in as many days. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. And such a passive stance will not, I fear, take us far upon the path to progress. That you would spare these younglings horrors of war is a decision which I am in full agreement. Thus do I refrain from exhorting you or any other to return to Eorzea at my side. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the matter of our own choosing. As our discussion ended as it always did, and neither willing to deviate from the script of their oft-rehearsed play. Alphino and Alice, it must be said, were children of exceptional intelligence. So advanced within their studies of aetheric theory and other such esoteric subjects, they both had gained acceptance to studium at the tender age of 11. Thus was that the sharp-minded Alphino loved to recognize the logic of his father's arguments, but also see that his grandfather's cause was just. But the boy remained silent and said not from simple stoicism, but a keen sense of his own inadequacy. Realization that his unpolished skills would yet prove more of a hindrance than a help to Louisoix's endeavor. Damn, bro, you're 11! Even at 11, Alphino's just like, I'm not smart enough to save everyone? Oh, I suck. even at the age of 11? Though no less bright, Alizé eschewed her brother's affected maturity and gave vent to her discontent, inwardly cursing Alphino all the while for his mute acceptance of grandfather's decision. How can he stand there and say nothing? A small yet conspicuous crack had appeared between the siblings. It was long after Louis had taken the ship and vanished over the horizon that the fateful day came. Alphino and Alizé were crowded into the students of the observatory, along with their professors and a throng of fellow students. The simple sages and would-be scholars huddled around the base of the giant telescope, each taking their turn to gaze upon the looming spectacle of the red moon. Darlinwood. Darlinwood is shattered! Alizé cried out, pressing her face to the telescope's eyepiece so that dug into her cheek. The view provided by the device's array of magnifying lenses was distorted and indistinct, but the fate of the satellite was unmistakable. She could see its crimson fringe silhouettes breaking apart the skies above over Cartano. Shattered? What, before it struck the ground? How is that possible? Excited murmurs and hastily formed theories erupted from a teacher and pupil alike. He's done it! Grandfather has saved Eorzea! Alizé turned to find her brother's face, her eyes glistening with tears and joy of relief. For some time now, Archon and Roger had been kind enough to relay them their brief reports of Louis' efforts in those chaos-stricken faraway lands. It was he who informed them of their grandfather's presence at the Cartano Flats, and the battle that still raged on like as knots beneath that blood-red sky. Shouldering aside his madly grinning sibling, Alphino squinted through the ocular lens. Though the air was thick with billowing clouds and smoke and ash, he was forced to agree with Alizé's assessment. Darlinwood was no more. But something is awry. Alphino continued to scrutinize the distant scene. The red moon's glow had been replaced by an equally unsettling incandescent rain, so the heavens themselves were weeping tears of light. Terribly, terribly awry. Darlinwood's spectacular demise gave rise to a tidal wave of etheric energy, which rendered link shells all but useless for a period of many days. During this time, the Livula's siblings were left to stew upon the wonders they had viewed from afar. Then, after weeks without word, a letter from Oriange arrived. The Archon's elegant script described horrors the twins could scarce bear to picture. From the cracked husk of the red moon had emerged a dragon primal immense beyond imagining, an incarnation of wrath and raging flame that had laid waste to the land for moms in every direction. Undeterred, Louis persisted with his plan to call forth the power of the 12, and thus it seemed was the abomination banished. Eorzea had been saved. When siblings reached the conclusion of Oriange's staggering encounter, however, the blood flame of hope which both had been nursing was finally extinguished. On the broken fields of Cartano did my dearest mentor, thy beloved grandsire, become as light and embark upon his final journey. Alphino's shoulder trembled with quiet sorrow, while Alizé wailed out, caring not who heard her grief. Damn it, from just reading this and reading what they go through learning this is going to make me cry. Bleh. 5 years later, a ship once more glided slowly out to the harbour. Alphino and Alizé stood on the gently rolling deck, watching the gradually shrinking figure of their father, alone upon the quay. Recent graduates of the studio, the twins are now 16 summers old, while nothing considered of age in Charlian society. And so, although he opposed his children's planned journey, Fortunato had not sought to bar their way. And now it is our turn, murmured Alphino, thinking back to the day of their grandsire's departure. We follow in grandfather's wake, replied Alizé, her head bowed. Looking over at her, Alphino was struck by how widely their convictions differed. As they gripped the rail, however, identical grimoires now hanging from their belts, one could hardly tell them apart. No, they were not so different as they cared to believe. I mean, the ending of that's like a big part of, for both of them over ARR. Just one of them's in a raid series exclusively, and the other one's during the actual MSQ. In terms of, they both come to Eorzea to just follow in what Louis did. But over time, they realize their own ways and own reasons for doing what they do. And that becomes like a big part of that. And with that, that is the Tales of the Calamity. That is the Tales of the Calamity. Honestly, the writing here is better than ARR. As an A Realm Reborn defender, as someone who defends a Realm Reborn, the writing here is better. I think this gives some really fascinating and nice characterization of a lot of the characters that you meet throughout ARR. Like, especially for someone like Kane Senna or Minfilia. Because it gives you aspects of their characters that you've not seen anywhere else. Like, you don't necessarily get much more characterization from Merweb here. Merweb's is pretty similar to what you expect of Merweb. But hers gives a lot of the account of the, like, what the effects were like when it was happening. For Nanamo, you very much see that the Nanamo here is what leads into the Nanamo that we know by the end of ARR. Kane Center is just characterization for a character that the MSQ doesn't really do much with. The Minfilia one's great. The Minfilia one is great. My controller has died. The controller fucking died at some point. Music's still going, because I can still see it on that, but... Just had to double check my fucking, capture card, make sure I was still recording that. Anyway. Hello. Hello. Oh, you ran away from my books? I just plugged mine in. That's all the way over there. That's all the way over there. Why is there a golden Namazu here now? Is this yours? You got a golden Namazu here? Fuck yeah. Artesia's ran away. Artesia's sick of me reading. Artesia's run away and doing something else. You know what? After all that talking, I could go for a drink. I could go for trying to struggle to target a drink. Coconut water, there we go. I could go for some coconut water. Hell yeah. So, I just now did. I probably should do that with mine. This is the way over there. I can't plug in my controller in a way where I can reach it. I guess I don't need to use it all the time. I guess I could just plug it in like that. It's close enough for me to just wiggle the camera. Close enough for me to just wiggle the camera like that. Minifest, surely one of these is a liquid. She's been reading a lot. Look, Minifest has been reading a lot and she doesn't have her fucking reading glasses on. Her eyes are all strained and everything. Hey, look! Look what appropriate pictures we have on the wall here for this. What appropriate pictures on the wall here. You know, we should probably put our glasses on. We should probably put our fucking glasses on. I gotta change gear sets for that. She's straining her eyes reading all this. Yay, 2 dead people. Woo! Well, we don't... Okay, to be fair, we don't know if Minfilia's dead, or just dead. We don't know to what level she's actually dead. Where is... There it is. Forward. There we go. There we go. Now Minifest has some reading glasses on. Now Minifest actually has some reading glasses on. We don't know if Minfilia's dead. Last that we saw, she was going with the Warriors of Darkness to the first. We don't know what that entails. Though, based on patch 4.4. It's possible we might find out soon, considering I think I know where we're going. In the not too distant future. Before we continue reading, I'm going to take a break. This is going to hurt my throat a lot to do all these. So I'm going to take a break, get some drink in, just not talk for like 10 minutes. Possibly get some food in to change up my throat so it's not just water and talking. I might combine it. You haven't read this much since Danganronpa. This is way more. This is way more than Danganronpa. Again, it's like when we had streams for this that were like crafting quests and stuff like that. It's like those ones because if there's no combat and there's no voice acting, then everything I'm doing is reading out stuff. It's just this is even less stopping than anything else. So it's a little concerning. I'll see how I go after the Heavensward ones. I can definitely do the Heavensward ones. I don't know if I can push myself to do the Stormblood ones today as well, because that's going to end up being like 6 hours of reading. But if I don't, I can probably do a small stream tomorrow after my late shift of work of the Stormblood ones. And I'll try to combine those into a YouTube video. But we'll see how it goes. But I'll be back in a second, where we shall read Tales from the Dragon Song War. And we are back. Kabi's in the table. Garby's in the table. Garby, you need to be behind the counter to serve drinks. So before we move on to the Tales from the Dragonsong War, which for today's stream is definitely going to be the only one we do. Because, oh my god, my throat is already hurting quite a lot. Before we do that, we're going to change the music. What do we want to play? Let's go for some dungeon music. What do we got? I don't know what half of this music is. Roar of the Worm, that'd be a dragon music. Roar of the Worm would be dragon music. Do I have locale music of anywhere that's there? I don't recognize half of this by the name of it, and I don't have a ton of songs. So trying to recognize where's where, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Inklong Dry. I think that's... I'm gonna say Inklong Dry is probably the music from fucking Global Library. Fuck it. I know what you all want. I know what you all want. I know what you want. Fuck it. There's no point hiding it. There's no point denying it. There's no point hiding it. This is Alexander music the entire time. Just all the Alexander music as well. Let's just also shove that in there, because fuck it. Very appropriate story reading music. I forgot which ones I haven't added yet. Normal metal's not there. Very fitting music. Here we go. There we go. Let's shuffle our music. There we go. There we go. Yo, Atisha! Atisha hanging out on the table. You got headphones on? Atisha's got headphones on. Hell yeah. So you don't have to listen to Alexander music all day, I would presume. What headphones are you even wearing? What are these? Oh, you purchased the Magitech set. Oh, okay. Oh, you bought the Magitech set. Okay. Why do I wear the headphones behind my head? Oh, we got audiobook. Fair. Why are they behind my head? They go over the top of yours. They go behind mine. Why? Why is that different between Lala and Ro? I'm confused. Because fashion? Are you just wearing... Oh no, okay, no, it is. It's Magitech mixed with the PvP gear. Which is also fair because those two sets, I thought they were the same set for a while, I'll be honest. I thought they were the same set for a while. Anyways, we have some new music going. Pointy ears means we can't wear it like that. Oh, so that's what it's meant to be, but because you've got the Dunesfolk ears? Okay. Dunesfolk are the one are pointy ear, right? For Lalafell? Am I getting that correct? Am I remembering my Lalas correctly? Oh, they both got pointy ears? Oh, I thought one of them... Oh. I thought one was pointy and one wasn't. Oh. Never mind me then. Never mind me then. Anyways. Now that we have some fuck yeah music playing in the background, very appropriate music to read. Forget how to talk. Appropriate music to get how to talk. Tales from the Dragonsong War. See, this is why I'm concerned about trying to do Stormblood today as well, because there's fucking 8 of them here. There's fucking 8 of them here. It was only 5. Very appropriate music to be playing. Very appropriate music to be... I'll turn it down a little bit more. Very appropriate music to be playing for this. It's fine, don't worry about it. Very appropriate backing music. I'll try not to sing along to possibly one of my favorite songs in the game. The thing is, like, obviously my brain rot obsession is Answers. Obviously, in terms of song music in the game. Answers is the brain rot obsession, the one that I can't stop thinking about. But in terms of music that I just like, for just being awesome music for doing battles and stuff too, I don't know whether Locust or Escape's my favorite. Which I wasn't expecting because of what my biased taste should be. But, those drums are very... I'm gonna have to turn this down more for Locust because those drums are weird. They don't have the drums in this when they play it live. This weird drum part here is absent in the live version. But, yeah. I don't know whether Locust or Escape's my favorite song, for, like, combat. Because I love both of them. I love both of them. Which is, can I just say Locust because it's actually possible to sing along to? Because it's fucking impossible to sing along to Escape, because what the fuck is that chorus, Koji? That's what I'm just going to say. This music totally won't be distracting at all. It's alright, I'll read it and then I won't even be able to hear it. Tales from the Dragon Song War. Through fire and blood. Oh, okay, it keeps all of that at the top when I scroll for this. Okay. That, makes it look worse, but okay. Through fire and blood. Oh, I've got to stop my controller. And also make it so it's out of the way. Definitely not distracting music. I know what you're talking about. Definitely not distracting. A gasp escaped his lips when he saw them. Leathern wings too numerous to count, beating rhythmically overhead. For a blessing, the dragon showed no interest in him. A lone shepherd boy tending a flock scarcely worthy of the name. No, their sights were set upon something more substantial, and they continued on their course towards. Oh no. Dread gripped him like a vice. He broke into a run, half bounding, half rolling down the hillside. Regaining the trail, he followed it east, where the dragons were headed. To the village. After what seemed an eternity, the boy stumbled into the money thoroughfare. All the way he had told himself the village might be spared. The dragons had designs on some other place. Now the truth asserted itself. Devastation spread out before him. Piles of splintered wood and rubble lay where houses had stood, while haystacks, sodden from the recent rains, spewed forth plumes of white smoke. Though his chest was ripe to burst from his headlong dash, seeking the carnage imbued within him a desperate energy, and he broke into a run once more. Through the acrid fumes choked his lungs and stung his eyes. He did not slow his pace. Please, Helene, please let them be safe. The Fury did not hear him. Rounding a corner, his heart caught in his throat as the remains of his home swung into view. The roof had fallen in on itself, bringing one of the walls down with it. Passing the splintered fence, he found his parents. His father's arm lay across his mother as if shielding her from the wind, but the scorched earth told a different story. Though a deathly numbness had begun to overtake him, his legs continued moving of their own accord, taking him inside the cottage. There he discovered his younger brother sprawled upon the floor, his body obscured by fallen masonry. His face was untouched by the violence, his expression serene. At a glance, it appeared as though he was simply asleep and would open his eyes at any moment. He would have given anything for it to be so. All hope extinguished, the boy's strength finally deserted him, and he fell to his knees. With a trembling hand, he reached out to stoke his sibling's snow-white hair, tears drawing pale lines upon his soot-blackened cheeks. But sorrow soon gave way to rage. He cursed Nidhogg and his brood for taking him and all that he held dear, as he cursed fate for condemning him to live on. Wake up! You weren't among the fallen, as I recall! A commanding voice tore Astinian from his nightmare. He found himself propped against a rocky outcrop. Through blurry eyes, he made a male silhouette. His head swimming, he mumbled the first name that came to mind, that of his adoptive father and mentor. Albrecht? Nay, friend, alas. The figure replied. We would have fared better had he been with us. Here, drink this and clear your head. Astinian gracefully accepted the prophet's skin and gulped greedily, the water soothing his parched throat and restoring his senses. Pausing after a long draught, he stole a glance at the dark-haired man crouching next to him. His armor identified him as a fellow temple knight. By his reckoning, they were of an age, no more than a few years past 20. Astinian had seen him before, he had no name to put to the face. Since joining the Order, he'd always been something of a lone wolf, spurning contact with his comrades in favour of owning his skill at arms. My thanks, sir, Astinian began. Aymeric, and you're quite welcome, the dark-haired knight responded, hints of amusement in his voice. Glancing over his shoulder, his tone became grim. I fear we're the sole survivors. Oh my god, it's young Aymeric. Oh my god, young Aymeric. Regaining his wits, Astinian scanned his surroundings and stifled a gasp. The scorched field was strewn with bodies of a dozen knights, their armor blackened and their flesh fairly cooked. In an instant, it all came back. His unit been dispatched to Ever Lakes in response to a dragon sighting. As they traversed hilly terrain, a massive red beast had descended upon them, half perishing in its searing breath before they could even draw their weapons. Leading the counterattacks, Sinian had succeeded in wounding and repelling the dragon, only to succumb to the smoke. Though the air had now cleared, the stench of burning gas still lingered. Fuel for that accursed dream. The remembrance, together with the scene of carnage, stoked the fire in him that never smoldered. Vengeance. Such pain as I have suffered, I should feel upon them 1,000 times over. Basinian turned his attention to Aymeric once more. I have a knack for surviving, whether I will it or not. He clambered to his feet, a wave of Disney swept over him, and he nearly found himself back on the ground. Shaking it off, he picked up a lance to replace the one he had lost. Satisfied with its point, he turned to leave. After a moment of puzzled silence, Aymeric called after him. The Holy See is the other way. You are free to head back, Sinian replied simply. But I mean to finish what we've started. You mean to go after the beast alone? Send him out to suicide! Besides, we have no way of tracking it. A knowing grin played upon Sinian's face. Ah, but we do. Behold, he said, gesturing to the trail of blood. From below I dealt to its underbelly. With that, he spun upon his heels and strode away before Aymeric could utter another word of protest. For hours on end, Sinian walked. The sanguine trail led him across hill and vale, forest and plain. At length it descended into a ravine, where it suddenly veered off and disappeared into a cave. Sinian took a deep breath and entered, his eyes gradually adjusting to the gloom. About 100 paces in, the cave opened into a chamber, and there at the far end he found his quarry, his scaly form curled up tight. I shall show you a nightmare such as you have shown me. Stinian drew his lance, checking his grip once, and again for good measure. And he charged. The flurry of footfalls roused the dragon, which reared in fury and bellowed a deafening challenge. In the next instant, a stream of whirling flames burst forth from its maw. Anticipating this, Stinian dove clear of the withering heat, rolled, and regained his feet within striking distance. Unerringly, he thrust at the dragon's wing, tearing through the leathery skin, and was rewarded with a pained howl. You'll not escape me again! Stinian roared. His foe had no intention of fleeing. No, it craved his blood more than ever, and came after him with a vengeance. So began a game of cat and mouse. The dragon lashed out with fire, fang, and claw. Using the layer of the cavern to his advantage, Stinian succeeded in the worst of its wrath, striking back where opportunity presented itself. And so the dance continued for a time, and at the side able to gain the upper hand. Eventually, however, the rigors of battle began to tell on Stinian. His lance grew heavy in his hands. Must end this quickly. As it turned out, the cavern itself would be the first to succumb. Shaken by countless wayward blows, a cluster of boulders came loose and rained down upon Stinian without warning. Though he managed to fling himself away in the nick of time, he found his footing scant arms from his foe. Too close. Dragon's tail caught him full in the chest, sending him flying into the cavern wall. He crumbled to the ground, the breath knocked out of him, and lay there limply as his foe closed in to administer the killing blow. Lucky bastard. His vision already darkening at the edges. He clung to consciousness, and willed his body to move. But it would not obey. An instant later, the dragon loomed over him, its molten eyes steeped in hatred. And time seemed to slow. He watched helplessly as the beast filled its lungs, and set into the Mora's fiery death, welled up within, and began creeping towards him. But just when it seemed no real arm, certain that he would be engulfed, the creature's head lurched sideways, spilling fire everywhere and nowhere. He did not pause to wonder why. Summoning what remained of his strength, he leapt into the air. At the height of his leap, he became as one with his lance and descended, tracing an arc worthy of the Azure Dragon himself. With the full force of his weight, he came down upon his foe. The beast shuddered, collapsed onto the ground, and was still. Half in a daze, Stinian took the side of the first dragon he had ever slain. And then he noticed the arrow protruding out from one of its eyes. Moments later, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, stand beside him, a longbow in hand. Stinian frowned. This is not the way to the Holy See. I know, but I thought the journey home would pass more swiftly in good company. You have my thanks, A wry smile formed his savior's lips. Aymeric, and shall be thanks enough if you remember my name. I challenged him to a tankard of ale back in Ishgard. In spite of his exhaustion, Stinian couldn't help but returning the grin. Aww. And then they were boyfriends forever. And then they were boyfriends forever. I have to change the music. I have to change the music. That's a, well, I don't know if sweet's the right, oh god. Oh god, oh god, I fucked up everything. I don't know if sweet's the right word for that story. But you very much get an impression of like how much hatred he does have. You very much get that impression. I'm just gonna add songs and hope for the best. I don't recognize half of these are, but I just put the names. I'm just gonna say fuck it and just add a bunch of shit. So I'm just gonna add some things. I have no idea what's from what. I can't organize by expansion. So I'm just gonna add a bunch of quest music. Where have we got some quest music? Dragon Song, there we go. We're gonna add Dragon Song. That one's fine. That one's appropriate. I don't think I have the song Heavensward itself. I don't think I have that itself. So I can't add that one. Damar Darkhold! There we go. That's also Ish Guardian. That's also Ish Guardian. There we go. There we go. Are you trying to serve drinks or are you trying to reach them? Which one are you trying to do? There we go. There we go. And it only took 3 years of dating for a Sydneyan film to remember Aymric's name. The Dreamer and the Dream. Oh god, okay, cool. Everyone get ready to cry. Get ready to cry. Such a tiny thing. Estelle thought as she carried the crystal in her palm. But the purest water turned to ice. She just goes with all her might and then slowly opened her hands. Turning her gaze to the heavens, she sighed and continued onward. Across the cracked cobbles and up the ancient steps. When last I walked this path, I was not alone. Through the ancient arc and over fallen stone. The defender, the diplomat, the dragoon, and the dreamer. Past spinning aetherant towards the winding ramp. How far we travelled, and all for naught. 'Tis but a shade conjured by thine own fancy. Zenith was where it all come to an end. Where her beloved had named her an imposter and a fool. Where her companions had turned their backs on peace. How desperately we yearn for that which we have lost. Hear, feel, think. She sought refuge from the snows of Iranian forelands. While wandering those unfamiliar fields, had been transformed by the great worm Hreisvelger, descended from the heavens, to hunt. Or was this too somehow her design? Through his memory she had glimpsed the truth behind a 1,000-year lie. An eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister. What could I do but speak out? And so after years of hush-huffed heresies, of guided missives and midnight gatherings, she had gained a flock. Redemption is not beyond us, my friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. Spread the truth and cast down those who concealed it. I was so certain that would be enough. Men have ever been fond of lies. Self-held Hreisvelger's eyes upon her as his voice resounded in her mind. Each word a dagger through her heart. She could not bear to look. I had to believe. She knew what the old Dawn's intentions were. No time to play, no snack time, not any time but snack time. We were come too far to turn back now. And so the bargain was struck. The merchant furnished them with supplies and the information they required. While Lord Commander and his allies celebrated their victory, they had finished what Vishap had begun. And so we did. Fire and blood, and screams. So many screams. Mine own joined the chorus, calling for order, calling for justice. There is none to be had. Men fight, men run, men die, without reason, without logic. I speak to they do not listen. I see the girl no more than 10 hiding amongst the rubble. The wyvern sees her too. I beg, I plead, I pray. I pray. At last she spoke. I twisted your memories into a fantasy of my own creation to further my selfish dreams. Is this why thou art come? To beg forgiveness? No, she replied, raising her head to meet his gaze. I am come to atone. As I came before with the ones I thought mine enemies. They who were truer allies than any in the hate-filled horde. I would go to them, to the warrior of light and the others. I would aid their cause once more, but I know not whither they have gone. The Great One regarded her silently for a time. The dragon beareth my brood brother's eye to Azizla, and its twin. So you can sense them, she said, with a hint of accusation. I beseech you then, deliver me to my comrades. Let me join in their fight. Hraesvelgr bared his teeth ever so slightly. Was that a smile? Such power was never meant for man, yet ever shall he covet it. Hast thou the strength to deny him his desire? She felt the familiar angles in her pouch, drawing comfort from the crystal's coolness. Such a tiny thing. I have, she said at length. Lend me your wings, Hraesvelgr. Scarcely had she uttered the words when she found herself in a mind not her own. In azure skies we saw, her laughter music to my ears. As I fold my wings and turn into a dive, she clutches me tightly, pressing her face against my back. Lend me your wings, she had asked, though they are hers to command. My gentle Shiva. The cell blinked. The Great One's expression was unreadable. He knows. Hraesvelgr lowered his head, and she clambered onto his back without a word. I spread my wings, tense my legs, and push. Yes, I remember. She tried desperately to forget. The hours slipped by as the skies grew dark and cloudy. In the distance, a light shone. That light should portend such darkness. Hraesvelgr's voice came to her. He draweth upon the eyes power. As they drew closer, she could see a small airship at the center of a mass of swirling aether. The reddish black maelstrom grew in intensity, accompanied by a rising hum, then suddenly winked out as the sound of breaking glass echoed around the heavens. We must hurry! Estelle yelled, straining to be heard above the cacophony. Below them, look! A massive Garlean battleship rose from the depths and positioned itself behind the small airship. In an instant, the air was thick with cannon fire. No, not like this. Not like this. It's gonna make... That's gonna make me fucking cry again! The time has come to use Heidelin's gift, she whispered, drawing the crystal from her pouch. Much blood has been spilled in my name. And for what? For a false cause I created for want of the warmth of companionship. She clutched it to her breast and felt the cold seep into her skin. Saint Shiva, Hraesvelgr, pray forgive this fool. But even now I cannot let go of my dream. My dream of tomorrow in which no child need freeze alone in the snow. With a roar, Hraesvelgr bore her high above the battleship. With a breath, Estelle closed her eyes and let go. Never again would I harm another, I swore. Never again would death stain my conscience. Self let him slip away as she fell, and 1,000 fires blossomed around her. Slowly she opened her eyes. Thank you, Hraesvelgr, and forgive me. And then she spoke. O goddess born of mine own hopes and dreams, for the last time I beseech you, fill this vessel with your light, still the hatred within our hearts, and bless us with eternal grace. The crystal melts into light, and we are whole again. Warm. My mind grows cloudy, my essence faint, but I hold fast to the memories. In azure skies, we saw once more. God damn it. It's on shuffle. It's on shuffle. Dragon Song is where it is. Dragon Song, come to us. That's the controller that's not on. Dragon Song, there we go. There we go. Actually, I was playing the house music. Oh. Deku added songs. Wait, Deku, can you add songs to this? Wait, Deku can add songs to this that I don't have? Or will it not play Heavens with Nobility Sleeps and Heroes? I can turn it up a bit now. I don't have the other music going, so I can turn it up a bit. Added some of them. I didn't realize you could add music that I don't have. Unless it doesn't play it because it's my orchestra. I don't actually know how that works. So part of this that's heartbreaking for, like, me specifically, for this Acel story here, is the part up here. This part here. Should work as an chat to bring his music to my house. Oh, okay. It's this part here. As I came before with the ones I thought mine enemies, they who were truer allies than any in the hate-filled horde. A very strong regret that Minifest has. Oh, a big regret that Minifest has is never telling Acel how she felt about her. Like, obviously, like, Minifest had romantic feelings towards Acel. And that's very much still part of it, right? That hasn't been retconned or anything. But it's not even that. Like, it's not that Minifest regrets, oh, I didn't get to tell someone that I liked them, and then they died. It's more than that. It's, I never told Acel that I considered her a friend. I never told Acel that I considered her a comrade. And so Minifest has this guilt about herself with Acel of, I let Acel die without her ever knowing what she meant to us, like collectively us, like in terms of also Alphino and Asinian, but also herself. And that's like a big part of emotionally post Heavensward. I mean, in some aspects, which like in the fanfic that I wrote, that aspect is literally part of the reason why Y'shtola and Minifest start dating after the end of Heavensward. Because after what happens with Acel is when Minifest wants to be sure that she's not like taking her own emotions for granted anymore. That she's not taking the people around her for granted. Because again, part of the whole thing is like she hasn't exactly been around many people who have like had those friendly bonds, those ties or anything. Growing up, basically people didn't care about each other. So coming to Eorzea, she does, like for ARR and Heavensward, she does kind of take it for granted. In terms of just, I'm around these people so they must know that I care about them and they must know all of this. But for Acel, because she would know in her mind what Acel, or at least she would think. She would, because the whole time that you actually interact with Acel, it's always, again, what it says here, Acel thought that they were my enemies, but they weren't, and stuff like that. And Minifest would think that that's what Acel thinks the entire time. That it's just like, Acel would have considered us enemies until the very end. And I never told her that wasn't true. And she regrets this, and she hates that. So she wants to just be as honest as she can with other people. In that. She doesn't want to take people for granted anymore. And you do get confirmation in the game that Acel considered you a friend at the end. Because there are some people that you speak to in quests afterwards. Who are like some of Iceheart's followers, who mention that it's just like Acel considered you a comrade and stuff like that at the end. But she never told her that. And it almost seems like here It almost seems like here that Estelle has a similar level of guilt towards you. Like, like, Estelle has that same level of guilt towards your crew during that. Fucking hurts, man. Fucking hurts, that one. Oh, cool! Yeah! Yeah, no, this one's gonna go great! No, this one's also gonna go good. Oh! Let's go! I'm also gonna be sad about this one as well, aren't I? Yay! Yay! Heavens with short stories! And making me feel sad. No, non-zero number of Estelle Wall fanfics. Well, again, like, in terms of, like, any of the shipping stuff or anything that I had like that, Estelle was the first person. Estelle was the first person. Like, it was immediate, a thing. I think it was, like, the first time that we met Estelle that I made a comment that Minifest has to have a crush on Estelle. There's no way that she wouldn't. I think that mainly stemmed from the fact that Minifest let Estelle walk away, like, 3 times without actually stopping her in any capacity. And so it was immediately just Minifest just being like, okay, so Minifest has a crush on Estelle, and also is already like coming around to the idea of it's probably Ishgard that's causing this Dragon Song war, and it's not actually the dragons who started this shit. Which that just comes from seeing what the city-states in AR are like, and seeing what they do, especially what happens in Uldar, and your previous encounters with them, which, like, hearing that there's someone who isn't a dragon who is just, like, immediately calling out what Minifest is already suspecting, and the fact that she's, you know, Minifest type as well, she'd immediately have that crush on her. But unfortunately, Minifest never confessed that part to Estelle because of the whole Estelle has feelings for Hreisfelger because of the Shiva stuff. So Minifest was never going to admit her feelings towards Estelle in, like, the romantic sense because of that. Because it's just like, well, Estelle's got her own thing going on with the Shiva stuff. But then Minifest never admitted to Estelle that she was even a friend. And that's a big part of, like, her regrets in terms of, I've been taking people for granted too long, I need to be honest with people. And stuff like that. And it was being honest with Stola about how much she cares about Stola as a friend that made them start dating. I've got, like, I wrote a thing for it as well, which I'm not going to read in this. No, fuck you. But it was the whole thing of just, like, after a lot of that stuff, Stola, like, Minifest said to Stola that it's just like, I thank you deeply. You're a big part of the reason that I have the life that I have now, and I have the friends that I do. Because, again, we started in Limbs of Laminza, so it was because of Stola. Stola was the one who saw Minifest and was just like, I'll bring you along. I have confidence in you and trust in you that you can help with the Scions. I'll help you join the Scions and stuff like that. So it's a big thing of, like, Minifest just being like, I can't let what I feel about people go unsaid. People need to know. I need to make sure I tell them. I can't take people for granted. So Minifest tells Stola about how much she cares about her and stuff like that as a friend, and how much she's thankful for Stola for basically giving her the life that she's had and made her realize that she's fighting for something a lot more dramatic, and, like, she cares about a lot more things than just what her original goal for coming to Eorzea is. And stuff like that, and that's, like, how they start dating. So having the story here, that's it. That's one. And then this one's also not gonna make me cry at all. Not at all. Vows unbroken. The wind nipped at the young man's face as he trudged up the path towards the stones. Fresh lilies clasped hard in his hands. Another blizzard on the way, he thought. The worst is yet to be. All too soon he arrived. As he knelt to replace yesterday's offering, Rancel's eyes drifted to the shield leaning against the marker. A red unicorn. Erased in reeds and horns. Below. He shuddered and looked away. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? He muttered through clenched teeth, twisting and crushing the flowers in his hands until there was nothing left. 15, 16 years now, Francel reflected. A boy of 6 summers, yet nevertheless old enough to assume his social responsibilities. Father Tom the dinner party at Fort Tom Manor was to be the first of many. The lords and ladies had treated him with predictable kindness as he made his rounds with the count, carefully repeating the phrases he had been taught. This one is a baron, but you mustn't address him as such in person, his father whispered as they moved on. That one is sworn to our house. You met him when you were... It was altogether too much. But he pressed on, as instructed, until he had spoken with every individual as standing. Utterly spent, he duly begged his father for a moment's respite, and was surprised to find him amenable to the request. Moved by my efforts, or mayhap the wine. After a count set him free, Francel made straight for the doors, wasn't willing to snatch a serving of pudding from a nearby table. Outside on the starry sky, he breathed deep the cool night air and severed the silence. Come, have at thee, for the glory of House Tom! The shouting seemed to be coming from a nearby gazebo. But Francel had hoped to eat his pudding in peace. He crept closer, unsure what he would find. A silver-haired boy twice his age was swinging a wooden sword with reckless abandon, his bare chest glistening with sweat in the moonlight. What are you doing? Francel was surprised to find he had spoken. The older boy whirled about, briefly falling into half crouch. He blinked, then drew himself up to his full height. What does it look like? I'm practicing! Wow, that's just Mist's face. That's just the face they used for Mist. Like, I obviously knew that face-wise it was meant to look like him. But seeing younger him, yeah, that's just the same fucking face. But with the Cells hair. Francel was at a loss. His father had stressed the importance of the evening's festivities. But the party, shouldn't you be? The older boy snorted. The Countess forbade it. Father wanted me to come, but I told him I wasn't interested. It's just as well. What's good at knights who can't fight? It was better when I didn't know. Trueborns, bastards, baseborns. The other boy simply stood there, hands resting on the pommel of his wooden sword, point planted in the earth. Francis I remembered the pudding in his hands. Would you like to share? He said, proffering the sweet meat with trepidation. Orshfon arched an eyebrow, then grinned. I'd like that very much. They complement each other rather well. So far as a fourth-born and a bastard could. Quiet and reserved, Francel's inclination was ever to bury himself in a book. Orshfon was one to appear without warning and spirit him away on some grand adventure. 6 years he's seen her, the older boy continued to pursue his study of swordplay, spurred ever onward by his dreams of knighthood. For we all must serve, each our own way. In later years, Orshfon's impromptu visits grew more frequent, the more he grew to resemble his father. Francel came to recognize the signs he would be along shortly. Muffled shouts from the manor, a door slamming shut, the patter of running feet across the cobbles. And there he was, huffing and puffing, eyes red and full of anger. I touched his shoulder, and he'd remember where he was. Where shall we go today? I'd ask. Anywhere but here, he'd say. He shifted in the saddle and kept his eyes firmly fixed on the horizon. The dragons were off watering their chocobos, leaving Francel alone with his father, who continued to speak. Many of your peers are avid falconers, you know, and with good cause. Little bargains are struck over wine. Out here in the wild to stride a chocobo, but I'm more like to speak with candor. It's Brody's 11th name day. His father insisted they go hunting in the eastern lowlands. Father always had a way with gifts. Glancing at the trackers, Francel saw a shock of silver hair and smiled. Moroni's don't paying attention to the skies. One small concession, at least. The black speck in the fading daylight began to circle above the woods on the far shore of the Clearwater Lake. He felt the Count squeeze his shoulder. You see, all you have to do is follow the falcon. He knows where to go. The Count paused, then turned to face him. He was born for this, as were you. The falcon's cry was a blessing. He's got something! Francel yelled, then dug his heels in and spurred his mount forward. He was dimly aware of his father shouting as he gripped the reins tighter and nudged Chocobo on. It's one thing Orshfon managed to teach me, was how to run away. Francel grinned, he lowered his head and rode light into the saddle. His father's men would not catch him before he made it to the trees. When he was nearly upon them, a flock of pheasants burst out from underbrush. Towards me! Francel reined his mount in, puzzled, and squinted into the gloom, with a sharp pain in his head. Then he was tumbling from his saddle while the world went black around him. He awoke with a start to a dull and throbbing at the base of his skull and the taste of blood and cotton. Moaning, he tried to reach up and feel his head, but found that he could not. Sawdust and hemp. Oh, how it chafed. Oi, the little lordling's awake! Gradually, the world came into focus, and Francel found himself lying on the floor of a candlelit cabin. A woodcutter's shack, long abandoned and forgotten. The door on the far wall appeared to lead out into the night, but suddenly saw across from him was a balding man in boiled leather. With the nose judgment broken at least half a dozen times, which teeth had fared worse still. The man leered. My mate was afeard I'd hit you too hard, but I told him blue bloods are thicker than you think. A numbered wooden club lay across his knees. An ugly misshapen thing, not unlike its owner. Ouch! Jesus! Unnecessarily mean. Franzel tested his bonds once more, and the coarse rope bit into his wrist. Yeah, I know he's kidnapping, but still me. He tried to speak through the gag. Quiet, Borison, your tongue bats the ground before your fingers, the man growled. An empty threat, but how was I to know? Horrified, Franzel pressed himself against the wall and stared up at the bandit. He smiled. It was all the more terrifying for it. That's better. Now then. The door flew open and the bandit rose to his feet and whirled about. Club in hand, just time to catch a glimpse of the silver-haired youth who barreled into his chest, dashing him to the floor and driving the wind from his lungs. The bandit clawed at Orchefon's face, spitting curses as the youth fumbled his knife. Beyond in the doorway, the man was lying flat on his back, staring into space, unblinking. Orchefon groped blindly for the knife, found it, then drove it home between the larger man's ribs. Again and again, long after he had stopped moving. He lay there for a time, face buried in the dead man's chest. Gam was silent save for his laboured breaths. Less a man and more a beast, his tunic dyed red, his hands trembling. Slowly he pushed himself up and looked into Francel's eyes. It's over. They're dead. He whispered, leaning forward and pulling the watercloth from the bow's mouth. All of them? A man filled the doorway, arrow knocked and drawn. You little shites! He roared at the bowstring, sang. I shut my eyes, but I heard it strike. Heard him howl, heard the pounding of the floorboards. Heard them wrestling, two voices grunting. Then one wheezing. When he opened his eyes, Francis saw Orchefon kneeling next to a third bandit. Right. Now it's over. He rose to his feet, swaying slightly. Then a stream of blood trickled from the broken shaft embedded in his left forearm. He looked down and almost seemed surprised. Best not to try that again without a shield, eh? The third one lived to tell the tale, Francel mused, its traced sigil on the battered shield. Of how untrained, unseasoned bastard 17 summers saved a lordling with naught but his knife. And so the silver followed on his spurs. His fingers came to the hole. A knight lives to serve, to aid those in need. He managed, his voice trembling. Beyond the descending veil of white, the city rose to meet the day as Francel, kneeling in the snow, smiled and wept. Game, fuck you. Not even playing the game right now, I'm reading the website, but fuck you. But fuck you. But fuck you. Also, side note, fuck you. For coin and country. Oh, we're back to Nanamo. Nanamo did not learn of the circumstances surrounding her strange slumber until 3 days after she had awoken. It was Papa Shan who finally unfolded the truth to her. Though the retired Sultan Swan was no longer her bodyguard, a position he had held since the Sultana was a child, he never quite relinquished the role. At first, Nanamo could do little more than listen to each shocking revelation in stunned bewilderment. When Papa Shan described the loss of Raban's arm, and the accusations leveled against the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, she was overtaken by the fury and demand that all the roads be brought forth to face immediate judgment. At this, Papa Shan shook his head. I suggest you first allow Lord Lorry to explain his motives, Your Grace, he said quietly. Not good if it comes from rushing to conclusions. He cut off Raban's arm. Well, he hired a different arsehole to cut off Raban's arm. The following day, Nanamo summoned the foremost members of the Syndicate to the Fragrant Chamber. Lord Naruto Naruto, the purported mastermind of recent events, Flame General Raban al-Din, and Julala Dula, head of the Order of Nalthal. Thus were the monetarist, royalist, and neutral factions each represented. I take it this intimate little meeting was intended as an opportunity for me to explain my actions, Lollery declared airily. If there's aught you would say, then say it now, Nana responded with much calm as she could muster. Very well, he sighed, as if indulging as a spoiled child, and paused for a moment to remove his mask. It was considered a sign of great disrespect to wear such accoutrements to an audience of the Sultana, but the monetarist had always excused his discourtesy with the claim that his eyes were sensitive to bright light. Now, however, he stood barefaced without the slightest hint of discomfort. This would have been the first time that you've seen Lollerita without a mask until fucking 4.1. So I gotta talk like Laredo as well. Forgive my candor, Your Grace, but it has become painfully obvious you underestimate the dangers facing our great nation. The other Lalafel's golden-eyed gaze remained steady upon the Sultana's face while he delivered his blunt reprisal. Raban's jaw clenched visibly, but he bowed his head and said nothing. Noting the Flame General struggle from the corner of his eye, Latimer motioned for the merchant to continue. He would heed Papa Shan's advice and listen to Laredo's account in its entirety, that she could gladly have strangled the preening little swan. Somewhat predictably, Lollarito had come prepared to make his case. He spoke at length on the threat posed by the new emperor in the United Garlemald, when it was only a matter of time before the Garleans resumed their Eorzean campaign. To destabilize Uldar's government at such a juncture, he contended, was reckless in the extreme. To prevent your grace from enacting such a radical reform, Teleji Adeleji chose the simple expedient of assassination. I merely slipped the reins of this foul scheme from his fumbling hands. Nanamo caught herself clenching her fists as the merchant calmly explained how it had been necessary to maintain the illusion of her death in order to expose Teleji's sympathizers, and thereby uproot the villain's widespread corruption. The audacity of the man. Had you then consulted the Syndicate on the matter of your abdication, then perhaps such extreme measures could have been avoided, Laredo smirked. At the very least, your grace might have sought the advice of the general before making such a momentous and far-reaching decision. Nanamo stiffened, each word a dagger in her breast. Laredo was quite right. She deliberately concealed her plans from Raban. No one would attempt to dissuade her from her course. All she had wanted was a government answerable to the people. A government able to set aside self-interest and devote the nation's resources to solving Uldar's many problems. Not least the ever-worsening refugee crisis. She had harbored hopes that the general, supported by a populace that had loved him since his days as the Colosseum champion, would continue to play a leading role in her imagined republic. Naturally, Lollarito and his fellow merchant princes would purchase influence as they always had. Respecting their wealth lying in the pockets of the common man had seemed to her an acceptable trade. What tragedy has come of my clumsy maneuvering. Ensuring chaos has cost her dearest friend his arm, and all but destroyed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. An organization which she and every other Eorzean owed so much. A wave of regret rose up within her, when she felt she might drown in her sorrow. Of course, the execution of my plan was not without its flaws, Lollarito continued in an even, unhurried tone. I did not anticipate the escape of the Scions, nor the violence that followed their flight from the palace. A most unwelcome complication. According to Lollarito, accusing the Warrior of Lights of murder and implicating the Scions as accomplices had been Teleji's idea. He speculated the late Syndicate member wished to repay the Archons for interfering in the passing of the Carton Reclamation Bill. Lorraine himself purported to bear no ill will towards the Order, but was forced to play along with their captures so that Teleji would remain ignorant of Ilbert's duplicity. Once the charade had ended, he assured Nanamo he fully intended to clear the false charges and release the antecedents and her companions. Nanamo railed inwardly at the implication that, by refusing to accept wrongful imprisonment, Scions had been brought retribution upon themselves. With an effort she hoped she did not show upon her features, she held her breath and counted to 10. Regrettably, I did not anticipate the extent of Ilbert's insubordination, the merchant went on. I believe it's done on a surprising ire. You are aware of our disagreement with regard to the general's treatments, I believe? Sultana nodded mechanically, and replied after a moment. Cannot well imagine why Captain Ilbert should desire General Eltin's death. Lorraine nodded in turn. I want you to do another practice explanation. He revealed, secured Ilbert's services with the promise of sufficient weaponry and funding to transform Alamigo's refugees into a well-armed and well-trained militia. These resistance fighters were to be deployed as their arm to their former homeland, where they would hinder the advance of the Imperial forces. As well as delaying the Gallian invasion, this mobilization would have the added advantage of thinning the throng of refugees crowding Uldar's walls. The merchant pronounced with no small satisfaction, beginnings of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. And a look from a brooding Raban, the smile vanished. But Lollarito pressed on. Alas, General, your mere existence presented Ilbert with something of a problem. The Monitorers likened the former gladiator's position in the Syndicate to a beacon of hope for Alamigo's displacing counter. Many, he noted with faint amusement, prefer to cast their gaze towards the light of an unattainable star, rather than turn to face the grim shadows of their troubled reality. Ilbert believed the General's death was the only cure for this pernicious romanticism. The merchant continued, turning back to the Sultana. Well, there are many that even some truth to that. We need our one-armed friend alive who would persuade your grace to sit the throne once more. And therein lay the root of our contention. Had Raban been executed, what then? Would I have thrown reason to the desert winds, and called once more for the Sultanate's dissolution? None of us suspected that she would. Damn you, Lollarito. Pray accept this token, your grace. Have this material example of my support. Remove any lingering doubts as to my loyalties. Now accept a scroll from the merchant's outstretched hand, and unfurl the fine vellum sheet. Surely the contents of the documents. A legal contract that, when signed, would confer all ownership of all Telegi's assets, and after all his personal wealth, to the crown. 7 hells! Raban roared, his patience finally spent. Think to bury your sins under a mountain of coin? A single gesture from the Sultana was enough to silence him. He set his jaw, still scowling, while Laredo affected the wounded air. My dear general, is it not sacrifice a coin the most fitting means for a merchant to express his contrition? You'll know that there are no stipulations or constraints on how our grace might spend this fortune. Build a monument to the Scions, ease the suffering of the refugees. The possibilities are endless, while Laredo beams benignly. I'd only suggest, however, that some thought be spared for the looming imperial invasion. Having dispensed his final pearl of wisdom, the merchant addressed the Sultana once more. I thank you for your patient audience, Your Grace. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are pressing matters to which I must attend. With that, Laredo replaced his mask and, without waiting for the Sultana's leave to withdraw, strode briskly from the chamber. And so the meeting ended. Drained, Nanamo retired to her private quarters to reflect on the merchant's words. I cannot forgive the man his methods, she mused. But my own scheme is no less deserving of censure. The short-sighted result had invited bloodshed and turmoil. She knew not how she might atone for her wrongdoing. For his part, Laredo had surrendered a princely share of his riches, which, as a merchant, was at skin to relinquishing his own flesh and blood. What could she, as Sultana, do to repay the debt she had accrued? Fetch General Al-Din! Raban arrived at her chamber soon after, escorted by Nanamo's new lady-in-waiting, and she handed him the contract without a word. When General saw Sultana's flowing signature appended to the document, his brow knit in consternation. I despise that man, she declared flatly. As do I, came the reply. And yet, I despise myself even more. I've heard it confided in my most trusted advisor and blithely invited open rebellion within the syndicate. My callow ambition had visited pain and suffering upon those who deserve it least, and shown me to be the greatest fool of all. At this, Raban could only bow his head. Laredo is a callous, calculating villain driven only by greed, Nanamo grated. But in spite of this, I cannot ignore his skill as a politician, nor the deeds he has performed in service to Ulthar. Nanamo closed her eyes as warring emotions threatened to engulf her once more. But she held firm to her emerging purpose, and looked up to find Raban gazing upon her with fatherly concern. Summon the War Council, General, she commanded in a clear, strong voice. I'll discuss how Ishgard may be reintegrated in the Yulizan Alliance. We shall explore our strategy for opposing the inevitable advance of the Empire. Nanamo took a deep breath and fixed Raban with a resolute stare. I'll be intimidated by the loyal attorneys of no longer. No matter her personal feelings, Sultana must make use of every resource at her disposal. For coin and country. She had ascended the throne at the age of 5 and sworn an oath at her coronation. Empty words that she had memorized, but not understood. The oath she swore now, however, though it better befitted a soldier than a Sultana, resonated through her entire being. For coin and country, Raban echoed in his deep rumble. Then the one-armed general smiled, and I could not help but do the same. Ulthar was assaulted once more. I do have to wonder if this whole arc that Nanamo's having here, will we get a resolution to it at some point? Because even in Stormblood patches, we have not reached a resolution to what Nanamo's trying to do. Again, it's one of the starter city-states, so I'm not expecting anything at this point. Will their various problems be addressed or fixed? Probably not at this point. We're too far removed from it. We're too far removed from it that I don't know if they're gonna go back and do that at this point. What remains of a night? Oh, cool. A bunch of names that I'm going to immediately struggle reading. Thanks for giving me that to start with. These are much longer. I appreciate it. They are much longer. So Vendra de Rougemont, the very reverend Archimandrite to the Heaven's Ward, was a man plagued by doubt. Now well into his 7th decade, his body had long since begun a daily protest against the physical demands of his office. It was not the constant aching of his knees, nor the niggling twinge in his back that troubled the knight, but his faith in the man he had sworn to protect. For the first time in over 40 years of service, Sir Vendra questioned the righteousness of the Archbishop. It all began a month before, on a morning like any other. He had been standing guard at the entrance to the vault's inner courtyard, a haven of tranquility where His Eminence Archbishop Thordan VII was wont to meditate in solitude. The early warrior had kept many such vigils whilst the Archbishop communed silently with the divine, and was thus startled when he caught the faint murmurings of a conversation from the gardens. Praying aloud, so Vandrar reasoned, but the sound of a distinctly different voice. His hand found the hilt of his sword. Only the fear that he had somehow misheard prevented him from charging into courtyard then and there. Cursing both his failing hearing and stubborn pride, Golden said to edge forward as quietly as his clanking plate would allow. Craning his neck to see past the flowering creepers, he sought about for an intruder. Robert lost his balance when he espied his master in hushed conference with a man in black robes. A paragon. First Inquisitor Sharaber Lusigna had never been a patient man. Though his was a divine calling, he couldn't help but curse the sparsity of heretics upon whom to practice his craft. The unannounced entrance of his most incompetent apprentice did little to improve his mood. The boy shuffled in startlingly, his body seemingly in disagreement with his feet, shooting nervous glances about the chamber as he came. Finally, Archer fixing his gaze somewhere below Charabert's chin, he gingerly proffered an envelope. And this is... Plucking the missive from the novice's quivering hands, Charabert knew that neither the parchment nor the featureless wax that sealed the bore, hint as the identity of the sender. A man in black robes gave it to me. He offered no name. He did not think to ask, he observed silently, his lip curling as he imagined how he would punish the boy. Still staring at him, Charabert extended his index finger forward towards the seal and conjured a tiny tongue of flame, melting the wax but leaving the parchment unsinged, a minor of his skill as a pyromancer and torturer, not lost in his apprentice. When the heat had done its work, he drew forth a letter with a flourish, his severe expression gradually giving way to one of unholy glee as his eyes danced back and forth across the page. A divine calling indeed. So Charabert, it was just like always a monster. Charabert was always a fucking monster for the Heaven's Ward. Okay. Fair. Gazing out of Ishgard from the highest battlements of the vault, Sir Vandrar scarcely felt the icy sting of the night's air upon his cheek. For it felt like the 100th time, he asked himself what it was to be a knight of the Heaven's Ward, only for the rose reply to chime in as it always did. We are the champions of the Holy See. We embody the virtues of the Knights 12 who fought alongside King Thordan against the dread Nidhogg. We are the chosen guardians of the Archbishop, keeper of the one true faith, the Fury's shield and her spear both. But the grid said naught of an Archbishop consorted with the servants of Chaos. He had heard the men discuss the finer points of a summoning ritual, and not in calling forth Halone, but another. And although the exact nature of this blasphemous deity had escaped him, he knew that even to contemplate such an act violated the Church's most sacrosanct laws. There was not else for it. He would confront the Archbishop with the truth of what he had witnessed, and though he be condemned for heresy himself, he would hold Thordan to account. Turning his back to the sleeping city in the last of his doubts, Sir Vandrar descended into the deserted depths of the vault, arriving all too soon at the doors to the papal residence, where Sir Hermanast stood watch. I must speak with these eminence on a matter of utmost import. The hour is late, Archimandrite. What dire tidings are these that they cannot wait until... Sir Vandrar silenced the young man with a gesture of his hand, again his unwillingness to speak further with a single shake of the head. And though entry was strictly forbidden to all, Sir Ernamos stood aside. This was no interloper, but the Archimandrite to the Heaven's Ward. Closing the doors behind him, the knight let out a sigh of relief, after pausing to clear his thoughts. Press on into silence the entrance hall. As he neared the gloomy doorway beyond, however, his eyes met the shape of a hooded figure. Who goes there? Though he barked the perfunctory challenge, his every fibre screamed the answer. The Asian! And he squared up the shrouded phantom, barely conscious of having drawn his sword. It's past your bedtime, Sir Knight. Whither art thou bind with such haste? Bound? The figure threw its black cloud, bringing features split by a twitching smirk, marking the man's tightly tongued black hair and predatory gaze. Sir Vandral needed only a moment to identify the intruder. I will ask the questions, First Inquisitor. Your office does not permit this trespass. Thoroughly there was no paragon to before him, Sir Vandral did not relax his grip on his weapon. Charabert was a man of sinister reputation, and that instinctively gauged the distance he would need to cover to put the grinning mage within sword's reach. You know me, Adamantite. I am honored, Charabert replied, his unctuous tone eliciting a wince of distaste from Vandral. As a matter of my trespass, why that is easily explained, he continued. The Inquisition received certain intelligence that a heretic would seek to pass through this very hall on this very night, and thus I was granted leave to lie here and wait. At this revelation, Sir Vandral's grim expression grew darker. You imply that I am suspected? I start fucking fighting. Then you know how his actions had been anticipated, There can only be one reason the man had served faithfully for 4 decades would invite such a viper into his house. The Archbishop wished him dead. Though his tired mind reeled at the revelation, Sir Vaintrau was nevertheless one of Ishgard's finest warriors. When the flames came, he was already hurling himself away from their blistering heat. He rolled to his feet with a clatter and barreled forward with his shield upraised. Charibert, a seasoned war mage himself, plucked his tongue in annoyance, calmly intoned another spell. Burn, heretic! A fiery sphere burst off from the two Inquisitors' ornate staff and exploded against Vaintrau's shield. With reflexes honed by a lifetime spent battling dragons, the veteran flung aside the rapidly melting lump of metal and lunged with his blade in one fluid motion. For your creaking, you do your proud, old man. The tumbling backward leap had saved his eye. Charibert bled freely from a cut running down his right cheek. Do you think to claim a knight of the Heavens Ward with such feeble fires? Vaintrau raged. Couldn't kill you might be your intent, but you spared the stones of blackening at your own peril. Because it had indeed been holding back, meaning to boil the H warrior inside his armor, leaving a mark on the marble. And now seems his calculation would prove his downfall, while Shenda left him with his back against the wall. He'd have no time for lengthy incantations. Given every advantage now lay with his opponent, he couldn't help but smile. How fine it is to fight a wolf after so many sheep, Charibert heard. I shall remember you with fondness, Sir Vaintrau. The following morning, somewhat earlier than was his wont, his eminence Thorn 7 emerged from his chambers. Beyond the entrance hall, a sleepless Sir Hermanos yet stood at his post, while Sir Vilgune de Bourbain waited patiently accompanying the Archbishop to the morning mass. Sir Vaintrau came last night to announce his retirement. Thought I announced in a quiet voice. Beg pardon, your eminence! He said not of... The Archimandrite has resigned! The Archbishop nodded gravely. As a man past the prime of life, he confessed the burdens of knightly service had begun to take their toll. We spoke at great length upon this and many other things until the small hours of the morning. Thorin glanced backward towards his residence. So Adriana takes his rest in the antechamber, and not have him disturbed. We old men need our sleep. Motions watered across the face of both Sir Hermanos and Sir Vilgine, as they contemplate how such a decision must have pained their pious commander. Of any knights living, Sir Vaintrau had been the staunchest advocate of the Heavens Ward in its sacred duty. But what was done, leaving their comrade to his most well-deserved rest. The two knights took their places at the Archbishop's side and departed for the cathedral. Some few days later, the Holy See officially announced the retirement of Sir Vaintrau de Rochemont from the Heavens Ward and introduced Sir Zephyrin de Valhodin at the Order's new Adamantite. Addressing Sir Vaintrau's conspicuous absence at the anointment ceremony, the Archbishop explained that the knight had begged to leave to depart on a pilgrimage, a final wish for peace and solitude that the Church could hardly deny. And thus did the Heavens Ward lose its last true champion. His past marked by little more than a faint scorching, yet masked the cold stones of the Papal's residence entrance hall. Well, fuck me. Fuck me. There actually was someone of the Heavens Ward who tried to fight back against what Thordarn was doing. But it was a single person. And it was the oldest of them all. Jesus. Well, and like, you see Charibert there. It's just like, yeah, Charibert's just like fucking evil. And so it's just like, oh, a chance to do some murder, let's go. God damn. There you go. Yeah. Words, deeds, beliefs. When I set out to master the dragon's jump, it was not to strike fear into the hearts of high-hanging fruit. Alfred chuckled as he remembered Estinians and knew. In the day since the dragoon vanished from his sick room, he had found himself with an overabundance of leisure. He found himself mindlessly tracing the patterns on the ceilings of his room. Oh. Warrior of Light female. There's actually dialogue changes for that. Nice. First time we were actually, like, involved in one. Sorry. Overabundance of leisure. Catching himself mindlessly tracing the patterns on the ceiling of his room at Fulton Manor. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Another sleepless night. Resigned, he rose from his bed and walked over to the great oak desk. Sinking into the chair, he reached for the leather-bound journal he had begun writing a lifetime ago. When I saw my arrogance and vanity for what it was then, in the very depths of my despair, he spoke to me. Are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? Mayhap not. A flush crept up his neck as he closed his eyes and recalled the kind words Lord Horsefon had spoken to him, and the brave face he put on at the time. Old habits. And then he had left behind the falling snows and embarked upon the journey that would change everything. Even me, albeit slowly. Though the whole of Eorzea looked to the adventurer as a hero, to Lord Horsefon, the great warrior of light was above all else a friend. And the feeling was plainly mutual. Kindred spirits, like the warrior of light, the knight lived to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. For there is no greater calling. Though he had welcomed them both with open arms, it was only later Alphinaud came to understand the true depth of the knight's love for his friends and for his nation. How it would save them, how it would save him. Too late. Accordingly, the peaceful interlude fell on the war's end. He returned to the memorial atop the cliff overlooking the capital, and there said to the north wind all he failed to say before. Opening his eyes, Alphinaud returned his gaze to the journal which lay before him and began to turn the pages. Instantly, his mind was transported back to the time when the four of them, each from different walks of life, had taken the road on an impossible journey. How lightly you praise the destruction of this god? Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the warrior of light to her death? Sinian's word had sung more than a slap to the face. Only his grandfather or Alice could have been so blunt. What would you have said, dear sister, had you been there to hear me, the supposedly reformed commander of the Crystal Braves, gladly sending another in my stead, having so recently resolved to fight my own battles? And still she fought. And still she fought. And if she resented me for it, I would not blame her. No, not even slightly. Alphinaud had found himself pacing while they waited for Estelle and the Warrior of Light to return triumphant from Lost Arsenal. In that eternity, Anthony watched him, sometimes stone-faced, other times wearing a strange expression. She will come back to us. She always does. Alphinaud Levileur, words were his weapons, his intellect, his reason, his wit. Grandfather's gifts to me, like all else. Alphinaud Levileur. There but for the name did men hearken to him, respect him. What have you wrought by your own hands? Alphinaud. Not a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause, but one who fights with them, fights for them. Anything less would be empty words and hollow promises. But Alphinaud possesses a rare talent for the arcane arts. Should he continue to apply himself to their study, he will become a formidable mage in time. Though you're trained in the martial applications, it never been purely as an academic exercise. But with Estelle's encouragement, he resolved to pursue a more practical education. I have not today, not even tomorrow, but one day. One day I will stand at your side. Alphinaud turned the page, and his breath caught in his throat. We have made camp in a clearing not far from Zenith. On the morrow hoped to meet with Hreisvelga. Estelle saw to our evening repast, and all agreed that her stew was the finest we had ever tasted. I, for my part, gathered the requisite firewood, taking care to remember Sydney's instructions. Some part of me still labors to believe that we have come this far, though we have treated with dragons, and even a distant tribe of Moogles. And though Sydney did not give the latter a thrashing, then again, had he tried, the Warrior of Light would have inevitably have intervened, that I had such strength and courage. A dozen few years ago, I was supremely confident with my own abilities, convinced of my own superiority, only to be shown all too clearly how ignorant and powerless I truly am. I said as much earlier, when we gathered around the fire. In the end, Estelle received my confession rather more sympathetically than I expected. We all of us are guilty of a similar ignorance, she told me. What matters then is that we strive to replace our ignorance with knowledge, while remaining true to our convictions. If only it were that easy. A soft wrapping drew his eye from the journal to the doorway, from which a sliver of lamplight slowly wiped. Master Alphinaud. Closing the journal, he rose and turned to acknowledge the form account. Seems I'm not the only restless soul this night, said Monmouth, smiled. Personally, I find that a warm cup of herbal tea can often work wonders at such times. Would you care to join me in one? I would be honored. As they made their way towards the kitchens, Alphinaud shared some of the thoughts born of his insomnia with Lord Edmond, who nodded understandingly. Upon arriving, the nobleman refused the assistance of the sole manservant present, and him then said to deliver extra blankets to the silence chambers. Lord Edmond then said about heating the water and preparing a mixture Alphinaud did not immediately recognize. When asked, he explained that it was made from the roots of Nemea lilies. A difficult plant, Alphinaud observed. Lord Edmond smiled faintly and said nothing. They enjoyed their tea in silence. Several times Alphinaud thought to speak, but found himself unsure of what to say. And then the cup was empty. I must thank you again for your most generous hospitality, he finally began. Full glad were we of your company, came the reply, with a promptness which took Alphinaud aback. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe on your journey. He knows. Gently setting down his cup and saucer on the table, Lord Emma met his gaze and smiled. You are a good man, Alphinaud Livilla, he said, and left. Alone, Alphinaud refilled his cup and took another sip. A bitter draught. Wincing, he reached once more for the honey, but stopped when the dancing fragments of May Lily roots in the tea chanced to catch his eye. Seated at his desk once more, Alphinaud returned to his journal and the memories contained therein. At the sight of the words Falcon's Nest, he shuddered. I should live to see the emissaries of dragons and men meet, only for the promise of peace between their peoples to be torn asunder by the avatar of their vengeance. The dragon's crimson arm was unmistakable, as were the massive twitching eyes fused to his arm and shoulder. In one fluid motion, Sir Aymeric snatched up the bow, drew, and loosed an arrow straight at the heart of his dearest friend. He knew what needed to be done and did it. In that instant, I knew that I could not. Nor could the warrior of light. So we laid hands on those hideous things and pulled. Pulled with all our might, even as our bodies cried out in agony. When our arms faltered and our hopes faded, whence came the strength to wrench them free? For those we have lost. For those we can yet save. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. The secret room was empty when they returned to Sir Aymric's investiture, save for a vase of May lilies, and the crimson armrest he had forsworn. For all his protestations, had not the strength to suffer heartfelt thank yous and tearful goodbyes. And so it was that Alphinaud Livilla once more failed to say what was in his heart, failed to thank a man who cared not a whit for his name nor his station. A man who treated me harshly but fairly, a true friend and comrade, a brother. In the morning, Alphinaud set forth, journal in hand, on a pilgrimage to retrace his footsteps throughout the north. Travelling alone, he was waylaid by bandits and beasts on occasions, but he was not the boy he once was, he had to defend himself with now well-practiced magics. After a time, he came once more to the peak of Som Al, and then to Zenith. He remembered the first time he stood before the Hraesvelgr, how the earth had shaken when he descended the heavens to weigh man's worth. Remember the Great One's words and everything they had set in motion. The Eyrie. The Vault. And so often I came to Azizlar again. There at the landing's edge, he spied a bouquet of Nemea lilies. Estinian. He had no way of knowing. And yet he knew. We four, each from different walks of life, we took to the road an impossible journey. Whatever else may we been in the beginning, in the end we were friends. And we will meet again. Closing his journal, Alphinaud finished his herbal tea and retired to bed. After taking a moment to stretch, he clasped his hands and rested them on his chest, turning his drowsy eyes heavenward. Before sleep claimed him, a thought came unbidden. A bouquet of lilies for those we have lost. And for the living, he knew. As Alphinaud lay there, he could not help but smile. These stories are great. These stories are great, and I'm glad that we're taking the time to read them. Seeing the part here where, like, Alphinaud feels guilty for constantly sending you into battle. Just always worried that this will be the time when you don't come back. God damn. God damn. A mom in her shoes. Leville. Alizé took immense pride in her name, so as a constant reminder of the world, of her connection to her grandsire, the great Louis-Soir Leville, the man who sped the realm of Aelzia from the worst ravages of calamity. Needless to say, such noble heritage came with certain expectations, and she had worked tirelessly at the studium to surpass them. Despite her many laudable academic achievements, however, Alizé's tomboyish behaviour and sharp tongue, honed through years spent bickering with her equally gifted twin brother, had earned her the scorn of her peers. Alizé took solace in the thought that Louis-Soir had himself been possessed of a mischievous streak, and had never been one to suffer fools gladly. Having completed her schooling, Alizé had travelled to Aelzia in a fever of expectation, eager to see the realm for which her grandsire had sacrificed so much. What she found there was not at all as she had imagined. And so after much soul-searching, she'd resolved to explore the lands in search of a cause for which to fight. A purpose of her own. She would travel alone, accompanied by neither servants nor adventurers, and certainly not by her brother, adamant that the impression she formed to be unsullied by the opinions of others. And after many days on the road, she found herself in the barren lands of Thanalan. Having toiled for months in the relentless midday heat, she relented and sought refuge in a wayside tavern. Stubborn bitch! She skirted towards the source of the outburst, her eyes not yet adjusted to the dim interior, and made it out a burly man towering over a young lady. The girl, a traveller, judging by her attire, stood undaunted, even as the brute raised a meaty fist. Alice sighed. She had grown weary of these barbaric people and their childish squabbles, but not forgotten her grandfather's old admonishment to ignore the plights of those who might conceivably say there's not wisdom, it is indolence. It is far too hot for fighting, and Alice announced loudly, but if you insist on hitting something, then I'd be able to arrange a meeting between you and the floor. Both quarrelers flinched at the sound of Alice's voice, turned to meet her cold gaze almost identical expressions of stunned surprise. I said, Alice, make acquaintance of young Emery, the travelling merchant. According to Emery, her caravan was ordinarily accompanied by a guard. Alice had sellsword unexpectedly refused the offer of a new contract. She'd been left at the mercy of a customer who thought to intimidate her into accepting less than favourable trade. Having noticed how effortlessly Alice cowed the man, however, the merchant now seemed determined to convince her saviour to serve as the caravan's new escort. Like all roving peddlers, Emery explained, her associates made their living trading goods between far-flung settlements. But, she claimed, the traders of her particular caravan knew all the shortest routes, were famed for the swiftness which they brought new wares to the market. In short, one could wish for no finer employers. Despite the nakedness of Emery's patter, Alice found that she was enthralled. Every aspect of the merchant's nomadic lifestyle seemed unspeakably fascinating. Though she took pains to hide her enthusiasm, lest she seemed ignorant of the world, the grin on her merchant's face suggests that Alice's attempt to feign disinterest was less than successful. And so after pausing as to weigh the decision, she agreed. The days that followed, Alice studied the merchant's ways, so they grew accustomed to their routine, such that when the caravan eventually pulled in and attacked Port of Call, a village nestled at the base of the Sea of Spires, she felt like a changed woman. With new eyes, she apprised their destination. The settlement's central bazaar was meager compared to the sprawling markets of Athar, but the stream of visitors who came and went lent the place a kind of bustling energy. Though her duties had thus far asked little more of her than the clear obstinate flocks of Argos on the road, she felt a sigh of relief as the wagons trudged safely into the village. I shall never take caravan guards for granted again, she vowed, feeling utterly drained by the demands of constant vigilance. For a time, Alice simply stood and watched as the merchants hurried back and forth in a flurry of preparation. The silent observations were soon interrupted, however, by the arrival of breathless Emery. There's much more to be done, Mistress Livia, one chirped. Need you help with the selling? Selling? But I've no experience with. Seizing a hand, Emery dragged Alice towards the stalls her colleagues erected in the village square. Resident visitors alike were already crowding to the merchants, inspecting the wares that neatly lined the makeshift shelves. Alice stopped short when she saw the swelling throng. It's a task for my brother, she thought with a twinge of panic. If Alphino here would already be striding into their midst, sporting that infernal grin of his. Yet even as she attempted to back away, the merchant girl yanked her forward once more. Remember the talk we had about pricing, don't you? Well, yes, but surely you don't expect me to... But Emery had already swiveled on her heels and began serving a waiting customer, leaving Alice to talk to the breeze. She was just standing open-mouthed behind the counter, entertaining thoughts of escape, when a matronly middle-aged woman thrust a bolt of cloth towards her. How much for this, then? Alice stared blankly at the cloth, her mind in disarray. Then she glimpsed Emery's brief backwards glance, and the mischievous smile that played on her lips. This one of us is enjoying this. The noise in the square rose as the haggling began in earnest. Alice permitted herself a sigh. After a hard day's bargaining, the caravan had sold much of its stock. That evening, the merchants retired to a dilapidated inn on the edge of the village proper. Exhausted, Alice sat down heavily on one of the two beds in her cramped room. Began flicking through the volume of arcane theory she had purchased during her stay in Old Dar. Ever since her days as a student, it had been undoubtedly rich for her to open a book before bed and note down new findings in her journal. Should she discover any promising techniques, she would rise the early following morning to attempt to put her learning into practice. But as unfamiliar work had taken their toll, she was only a few lines in her current chapter when her eyelids began to droop. By the time Emery came in, she was all but asleep. The merchant girl stifled a laugh as Alice snatched reflexively at the tome that had begun to slide from her lap. Sorry for dragging you along today, Emery said, smiling. I thought you might find it entertaining. It was certainly an experience, Alice replied with a tired grin. Emery sat down on the bed opposite, glanced at Alice's book with interest. You never miss a day, do you? She said, shaking her head. Trying to keep up that brother of yours, eh? Mayhap at first, Alice admitted. But it was neither my grandfather who taught me the value of reading. And it was a habit that I am proud to have maintained. It's well that you respect your grandsire's teachings, Alice, but I doubt he meant for you to fall asleep sitting up, Emery chided gently. With that, she took the still open volume perched on Alice's knees, put the silk bookmark back into place, and snapped it shut. I hadn't finished, Alice managed. Miss Girl dropped the book into the pile of her belongings. Emery stretched and yawned. It'll still be there on the morrow, she said. Then an impish grin returned. As long as if you didn't learn a few things today, you made your first sale, for heaven's sake. So, but not though, and your grandsire would forgive you for missing a single night of study. Ordinarily, Alice would not countenance such convenient excuses. The warmth of Emery's manner had disarmed her. There was familiar kindness in her words to Alice's heart at ease. Both girls readied themselves to bed, and Emery illuminated the room with another of her radiant smiles before reaching out to extinguish the lamp. Sleep well. And that was the last night Alice had spent in her young friend's company. A sliver of sunlight fell across Alice's face. She slowly opened her eyes. Pulling herself up to a sitting position, she spent a moment looking around before remembering where she was. On the private rooms of Gridanian Inn. The day had just, dawned and she had been dreaming. The journey she made with Emery had ended long ago. The vault of her mind the only place where she would ever see the girl again. On the day following Alice's debut as a merchant, the caravan had set off for its next destination during one of Thunderland's rare thunderstorms. The deluge made it hard to see and still harder to steer, so the wagons were spaced out more than usual as they slipped and slid along a muddy path that cut through an otherwise impassable bluff. A muffled rumble was the only warning they had before the cliffside collapsed. In the space of a heartbeat, the carriages bringing up the rear and all who rode above them were buried beneath the mountain of solid earth. And Emery was gone. As fate would have it, Alice had been riding on the lead wagon, and emerged from the ordeal without so much as a bruise. She duly carried out her contract, escorting surviving merchants to the next town before bidding them farewell. Mind still numb with shock, she was some distance away when she chanced to glance back at her caravan, saw how few of the wagons remained. Her chest constricted with sudden grief, and the tears finally fell. After Alice had returned to travelling alone, feeling the memory of each new meeting and parting away inside her breast, and taking none into her confidence. It was in the lonely days that followed that she chanced to hear rumours of an unknown band of heroes that appeared to be doing the work of the Scions. And thus at long last she found a purpose. The gossip in the ports made much of recent events in Nishgard, but she doggedly followed the underlying thread of primal activity. Alice would learn the nature of these champions whose course appeared to be destined across that of her brother and his comrades. She swung her legs over to the side of the bed, stretched, and threw open the shutters. As she gazed out at the morning sky, a fragment of her dream rose unbidden. The image of Emery's smiling face. Alice recalled the girl's well-meaning words with an aching sadness. Some things do not last until the morning. This one feels really important. This feels like the most important side story out of all of the ones that we've read. This explains like a lot about Alice and Stormblood, actually. Like a lot. Like, out of all of the characters throughout Stormblood, the character who struggles the most with potentially losing people, and the one who keeps telling people to not sacrifice themselves the most, and stuff like that, is Alice. She's always the one who's pushing that the most. Like, more than Alphino did. Like, obviously Alphino had the whole thing with the Cine and stuff like that, but Alice's been doing that for, like, so much of Stormblood. And yeah, seeing this story, that checks out a lot. Alice finally had a girlfriend and then lost her. By the way, I gotta say it doesn't feel appropriate given the nature of the story, but I have to say it. Damn, Alice gay. It doesn't feel appropriate, given what happens in the story by the end of it. But I definitely have to say, damn, gay. Not that anyone is surprised that Alice is Alice gay. Not that anyone is surprised by this, but Alice gay. Alice gay. Like, you don't get the descriptions You don't get the descriptions of the way that it's being talked about. Like, the warmth of Emery's manner disarms her. It sets her heart at ease. Her radiant smile. You don't get these descriptions from Alisaie's perspective about what this girl is like without this bitch being gay. But again, outside of character as queer, you can understand how going from this, Alisaie is like what she is in Stormblood. I mean, even in 4.4. Even in 4.4. Like, that's part of the whole thing that she says. The thing that she can't bear is the people around her being lost to her, and there's nothing she can do about it. Like, losing people in the midst of fighting and stuff like that hurts, but just losing people and there's nothing, like, you don't get it, like, it just happens and there's nothing you can do to stop it. That's specifically the thing that she says that she can't handle. That's the one that's too much for her. And that makes a lot of sense when you consider this. This is like, some of the other ones give you, like, ideas of what happens, and it gives you good characterization, or some, like, behind-the-scenes things to explain some of the characters. I think this one may actually be the most important one, in terms of just, like, getting the idea of who this character is, and why things happen the way that they do with this character, and why they think the way that they do. This one, by far, feels the most important in that regard. And thoughts unspoken. This is definitely going to be the last one for today. I'll put it all together in a YouTube video. But for the stream, we'll do Stormblood ones tomorrow. It'll be late, but I'll be starting the Stormblood ones tomorrow, like the same time I'm starting them. Like, I'll probably finish the Stormblood ones tomorrow at the similar time that I'm finishing the Heavensward ones today. I definitely cannot, after doing this one as well, I definitely am not going to be able to do another, like, 2 hours of talking through these stories. They're really cool, and I'm so glad that we're reading them. It's just, it's nothing but talking the entire time. Which I already have issues with certain things that we do in 14 where there's a lot of dialogue to read. And that hurts my throat. And this is literally nothing but that, so. Oh, a lot more than usual compared to other streams. Because other ones at least have some downtime. If I'm in combat, then I'm focusing enough in combat that I'm not literally never stopping talking. Or even if it's just, we're doing quests and there's a lot of stuff for that. Even just walking between people for quests, there can be moments of downtime. Here, there's nothing. So it's, whew. Again, I'm very glad we're doing it. Just, it's a lot of talking. And last one, for Heavensward. Thoughts unspoken. Be present yet unobtrusive. Predict but never presume. Head bowed, ears open, stepping softly. He was ever ready to serve, oh god, as he had for nearly 5 years. Though well liked by his peers, to the lords and ladies he was but another nameless face among 50 and more men and women who labor tirelessly for for Tom. But your day will come, for do we not live in changing times? The end of the Dragonsong War was only the beginning. The man had since seen an endless cavalcade of esteemed personages, eager to pay their respects to an old count and earn the favour of the new. Yet not all was so calculating. The newly elected representatives of the common seemed less interested in playing the great game and more simply in learning its rules. Poor sons. Around the corner of the manor hallway, the manservant found himself face to face with the head steward of the household. The old wolf grinned. Ah, there you are! Walk with me. There is a delicate matter in which I would entrust to no other. Of course, Master Firmian. He listened in a daze as his superior listed the legal documentation that served as proof of House Voltom's historical claim to Camp Dragonhead, which the Count apparently required for reasons Firmian did not disclose. Pausing at a window, the steward clasped his hands behind his back and inclined his chin towards the noonday sun. You should arrive before nightfall if you leave now, unless be any lingering uncertainty. You are not to return without those papers. Do I make myself clear? The manservant swallowed and gave an earnest nod, when a figure in the courtyard below chanced to catch his eye. Even at a distance, the woman was unmistakable. Slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgard. Master Fermion, is that the warrior of light? I was thought she'd be staying with us for a time. I'm going to understand that she means to make a journey of remembrance. Inspired one of your compeers, no less. Let us pray you both return to the manor ere long. Oh, so this is like... Okay. Yeah, so this is like directly when you do the Orshafan questline. Well, it's not just Orshafan, but that's where it ends. The western sky burned crimson the manservant's back as he was shown into the great hall at Camp Dragonhead. There the knights listened patiently as he detailed his task. He was duly granted free rein to search the stronghold for the requisite documents. As it became plain that his task would be far from simple, Lord Orshfan's many fine qualities, the late commander of the garrison, had plainly not been one for paperwork. His approach to the administrative aspects of his role apparently amounting to stuffing reports, schedules, and invoices into the drawer of his desk at random. Nor were the young pages any help, as none had even the faintest idea where their master might have kept documents of greater import, if not in his office. With a sigh, he called for ink and parchment. Your day will come. Just you wait. Out of respect, the manservant refrained from searching Lord Orshfan's private chambers on the first evening. But after a fruitless night, he requested they be unlocked on the morrow. Alas, they too yielded not. His hopes were further dashed at midday, when a raven bearing the head steward's simple reply arrived. Don't ask questions you don't want answered. And so the manservant remained at Camp Dragonhead, scouring every location in which the documents might have reasonably been stored, many more in which they should not. As the days wore on, he began to entertain elaborate fantasies of their fate. Paperback Highland Gobies wandered through the gates to scene in. Oh no, a goblin thief! Yes, a goblin thief would have little difficulty hiding 100 such documents in his pack's many secret compartments. Secret? That's why hours he had another sleepless night. The manservant made his way to Lord Orshfan's private chambers once more, lamp in trembling hands. At once his eyes were drawn to the desk. He found the drawer with the false bottom almost immediately. Fury be praised, he was busy fumbled for the papers within. There was a mistake in the seals. As he pulled them free and began to leaf through them, an envelope slipped between his fingers and fell to the ground. He knelt and saw it bore no markings. It wasn't even sealed. Intrigued, he set the other documents on the desk, picked up the envelope, and tried the parchment within. Oh, bugger. My dearest friends, I pray this missive finds you in good health and high spirits. It has been some several days since your master Alphino embarked upon your journey to the west, having learned of the impending Dravanian invasion. Of course, I have no way of knowing when these words will reach you, and these troubled times will be a distant memory when they do. I realize that matters of great import command your attention at present. When I looked to distant skies the other day and found myself praying for your safe return, I felt compelled to put pen to paper. Do forgive me this indulgence. Well then, what to write? I only ask you if you've been enjoying your time in Ishgard, given the circumstances of your coming and your subsequent embroilments in yet another battle not your own. I hope it were better I did not. I imagine it is now altogether too familiar a tale. Even so, it pains me to say this is distressingly easy to imagine you fighting to the bitter end regardless. Nevertheless, I cannot deny that it filled my heart with joy to see you finally set foot in our fair city. The thought that I'd be able to witness your daily feats of heroism firsthand was quite simply... Well, let us say that I was tremendously grateful for it. And the idea that I might once more fight by your side seemed no less thrilling. Ah, yes, I've been meaning to say... I do hope my likely misguided decision to name your home away from home the falling snows did not create. It was my last attempt to raise your spirits. When you sought us out in your hour of need, and I saw firsthand how utterly despondent Master Alphino was, I knew at once that I must do everything in my power to help you preserve the Dawn's light. Be it as your friends, with a jest, or as an ally, or as I resolved to petition my father on your behalf. It was, to be frank, no easy thing for me. Lest you mistake my meaning, my father's an honourable man, good and true. Doubtless that is why my late mother fell in love with him. And that is also why she saw it best to leave the family service, that in doing so she might help preserve his reputation, though she ultimately chose to place me in his care. He loved her, of course, and I'm sure he loves me, and I him, though we rarely speak of such things. But then our conversations are invariably rather brief. And that is why I chose to become a knight. Alas, my father was firm in his refusal, for although he had supported our shared endeavours in the Ravenstone Alliance in the past, providing safe haven for wanted futures was another matter altogether. Still, I persisted, prompting my father to ask what could possibly have driven me to fight so fervently on your behalf. And so I told him of the woman who had unexpectedly come into our lives, a bright, shining paragon of virtue, whose very presence drove others to be better than themselves. I told him that this woman, this cherished friend of mine, was a hero, lies and slander be damned, and that as her friend, it was only right that I help her. Looking back, it may well have been the longest conversation we'd ever had. Afterwards, he simply stared at me in silence for what felt like an eternity. And then when I had all but resolved to take my leave, he told me he'd give me his answer on the morrow. The rest, you know. Thanks to you, and indirectly my father, I've come to appreciate my visits to the manor all the more. You were rarely there, of course, given your propensity for disappearing off on grand adventures. But I forgive you on the grounds that you're most undertaken, that you are, But I forgive you on the grounds that most are undertaken on our behalf. Truly, your famously calm disposition notwithstanding, I suspect, given the right encouragement, you'd have some decidedly colourful observations to share. I should be honoured to lend an ear someday. Mayhap over a drink. But you'll think me facetious. Pray allow me to speak plainly. My dearest friend, in whom I trust without hesitation, without doubt. Come what may, I know you will strive on. You will strive, and in the end you will triumph. On this journey and the next, and the next, and the next. And when you have fought the good fight, only to find yet again that it is not enough, I will be there. This I promise. This I swear. Beyond your darkest nights waits a new dawn. I pray you greet her with a smile. Your friend, Bushfong Grayson. The fresh snow crunched underfoot as the men servant trudged up the path towards Providence Point the following day. Eyes bleary from lack of sleep, he said upon the hearing that the Warrior of Light had passed through the camp less than an hour ago, still on that journey of hers. Though the snow conspired against him with every laboured step, he forged on, mindful of his task, with the envelope pressed against his burning chest. Crossing the hill, the manservant slowed as he caught sight of the figure just beyond the standing stones. As he withdrew the unsent missive from his coat and approached, he opened his mouth to call out, only for the words to die in his throat. The Warrior of Light knelt before the memorial, motionless. Even at a distance, the manservant could make out her face, a mask betraying nothing. And then, with soldierly abruptness, she rose to her feet. A curious smile spread across her face. You know, don't you? Everything you never had the chance to say. In that instant, the north wind laid claim to the letter, plucking from the manservant's hands and spiriting it away into the heavens. As he grained his head upward and shielded his eyes, he saw it swell higher and higher and higher, until at last it was swallowed by the distance. Ah! 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 God, I'm not even like properly playing the fucking game and it's making me goddamn cry. Ah! I'm reading the website for the game and it's making me cry. Final Fantasy XIV, fuck you. Ah! Ah! Tears everywhere. Dare you? How dare you? What gives you the right? What gives you the right, Final Fantasy, to make me feel this way? Balls! I was wondering if there'd be one. I was wondering if there'd be one that would actually make me cry. Yeah. Yeah, no, there is. There is. God damn it. Children of the land. I'm very glad we're reading these. Fuck you, video game. Fuck you, website. But I'm very glad we're reading these. But I'm very glad we're reading these. So, oh, Rhea ran away. Rhea, no! Or Rhea got locked out. Rhea got locked out. So, for the YouTube audience, cut to us doing, Stormblood now. Sup? Sup, wife? Torsha Fawn. Cut to Stormblood. We're doing that. For the stream audience, I'll come back tomorrow to do the Stormblood ones. I'm enjoying reading these a hell of a lot. I can't... I like the look of the Lala face of just being like, ah! Like, the Lala face is just one of, like, refreshment when they finish drinking. But the Femro one is, like, of uncontrollable giddiness when they finish it. I cannot read all the Stormblood ones today. My throat will die. My throat will die if I read the Stormblood ones today as well. So, for YouTube, stay tuned for a couple seconds, and for Twitch, stay tuned for tomorrow, and we'll read all of those stories. I wonder if any of the Stormblood ones are going to focus on Kasetsu and or Yotsu and also make me cry. Fuck yeah. And we are back totally the next day. It's definitely been only a day or two since the last time that we read some stories. It hasn't been like a week and we haven't done another stream of 14 in the interim or anything. Totally, this is happening immediately after when we last left off. Which, when we last left off with a whole bunch of reading, we finished the Heavensward stuff. So now we have the Tales from the Stormblood. You can't see it yet, I'm just zooming in to make sure it all works for when we get ready to do this. We haven't started Shadowbringers, that's true. But we definitely haven't, like, gotten ready to start Shadowbringers. But, if I switch over to my monitor thing, where you can now see this, you will notice that I have a lot of tabs open. And normally I'm the person who yells at people for having a lot of tabs open. I'm normally the person where it's just like, you don't need to have a million tabs, you can close some of them. So why do I have so many open? Well, it turns out that there are more stories than just the ones on the website. There is a book, I don't know what book, 14 has a lot of books. But there is one of the books that contains the short stories. Like all these Lodestone stories, there is a book that has those stories in that book. That book also comes with, I think, 4 extra stories. Deku has very kindly, very nicely, I assume, wait, I'm not realizing this. Chronicles of Light, that's the book. I'm not realizing. Deku, is this a book that you own or did you find them online? Because if Deku owns the book, Deku has scanned all of the pages for me to read. Which is very nice and thank you. You own it. Well, there we go. There we go. Deku owns the Chronicles of Light and has scanned all of that for us. Now, if you're wondering if that means that I'm stealing from the book, don't worry. I will buy it on my own time as well. I am planning on having an entire fucking library of nothing but Final Fantasy XIV books. Because brain rot. So that will happen eventually. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Gotta buy it for the sick art. There is also art in there. You also probably get a minion or something with it. There would probably also be a minion that would come with it, or a hat. Might be one of those. So there's also the art books, which the art books aren't as like inherently appealing to me as like the encyclopedias or storybooks, but the game is gorgeous, so I probably also do that. There's also the cooking book, which we're going to do streams of me attempting to cook the various things in there. We're going to do the savage raids of the cooking. Savage culinarian raids is what we're going to do. But either way, but before we do all of that, we're going to continue our book club by reading The Tales from the Storm. Music's good. We now have Stormblood music playing in the background, so even me turning it down, it's going to be incredibly fucking loud all the fucking time. The Weight of a Name. Fuck, is this story about Minefest? Is this fucking story about... I think the cookbook has Shadowbringers. Spoilers, no joke. Oh my fucking god, of course it does. Of course. Of course. I will wait. I can't just buy them when they go on sale and then just not read them until I'm safe to. I mean, I did that with Encyclopedia Eorzea too. The books are very expensive for me. I can't buy them off the Square Enix store because Square Enix store doesn't do physical products for Australia. So I have to buy them from anywhere that resells it to Australia, and so it's always very expensive. So I have to... Like, I got the encyclopedias on special. And even on special for me, I paid, I think it was 60 or 80 each. And that was discounted for me. So, there is that. The encyclopedias are 100 retail price in Australia. Like, Encyclopedia 3 is going in physical retailers in Australia, so you can just buy it off a shelf. It's 100. Which is concerning. Anyways, The Weight of a Name. A theme that is very appropriate for Minefest. But it's probably not a story about her. Oh yeah, I forgot that I did this for these ones. Just like that then, another squadron. Lost. Conrad's soldier sad as he sighed, muttered under his breath. Cursing the gods or himself. Managa watched his eyes. They looked past her. Past everything. What do you see? The face of the poor bastards you ordered to Eastend, I'll bet. Some of our best. None had survived the ambush. The Alamegan resistance comprised countless factions, and the people of Ralga's free to but one. By its nature, it could never truly be defeated by the Imperial army. Nevertheless, the loss of so many experienced soldiers, some of whom fought for nearly 20 years, would be keenly felt. Even a bloody novice like me can see that. Naga cleared her throat. We know the Imperials found the tunnel, sir, but even if they didn't, without a man to guide them, our friends from Uldara are likely stranded. Out of the corner of her eye, Managa spied Mefrid, frowning. Well, if you're not going to say it. Sir, if I may, who are these people? And why are risking so much to get them on the wrong side of Balsar's bloody wall? The obvious question was answered with folded arms and furtive glances. After a time, Conrad spoke. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn, old friends. One is the daughter of Curtis Hext. The voice of the rebellion? The man who spat the Mad King's eye? Managa wasn't sure what answer she had expected, but this wasn't it. Bloody novice indeed. She's talking about here, yeah. She's talking about here, like, Managa and Lisa are, like, super close during Stormblood. So this is interesting that, like, the way that she's talking about her here. Because Managa and Lisa come across like they've known each other for a while in Stormblood. But this is about Ida, so there is that difference. Name's Ida, Conrad continued. After the occupation, she fled to Charlian. Learned a lot there, I'm told, but never forgot about us. Ida's been assisting us for years now, as a Scion. Managa had heard about the Scions, the saviors of Eorzea, some had called them. They had been embroiled in political machinations of Uldar's elite. Now people were saying they had assassinated the Sultana. Oh, this is back then. Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Because they're coming from Uldar. So this is way back. Yeah. It seems that Ida and her companion had reached out to resistance, seeking means to escape justice. The East End Squadron was their last hope. Or so Managa thought. Nothing for it but to go and get them ourselves, Conrad said. Close. I need the ability to Vine Boom with different pride flags. Especially for 14. I feel like for 14 it's incredibly important that I can Vine Boom pride flags whenever I need to. Okay, so, if this is back, because this would be back at the end of ARR. So I guess, yeah, if it's the end of ARR until the beginning of Stormblood, that would be enough time for Minago and Lise to talk to each other the way that they do in there. Okay. Yeah, knowing that this is the end of AR, that'd be a bit different. The leaves twisted and twirled as they tumbled to the ground, traced by 2 pairs of eyes in the brush. All this for 2 people. It's not like him. Minago knelt, an arrow notched in her bow, trying desperately to ignore her own heartbeat. God, I hate the waiting. Dross and the old bear, who wouldn't take the risk if it wasn't worth it. Meffred, who had been tasked with training Minago, was ever the voice of reason. He had told her before of how the Scions were instruments in the Eorzean Alliance's campaign against the 14th Legion, of how their forces had led an assault on Castra Meridianum during the Operation Archon, in which Gaius Van Baelsar was killed. Such powerful allies would be invaluable in eliciting the support of the Alliance, without whom they could not hope to liberate Alamigo. Minago scowled. If you say so. Hey, Meffred. Meffred glanced at her sidelong, then sighed. Just between us, I reckon he's got a mind to recruit her. Maybe even groom her for a leading role. Who? Ida? Think about it. The daughter of a revolutionary hero returned to fight for her homeland's freedom? Now that's a tale that'll move men's hearts. That's a banner people will flock to. A bard's tale, aye. Some girl has been away for 20 years. Just what we need. Symbols of power, he continued. Heard of the Griffin? She nodded. Mad bastard in his mask preaching bloody vengeance to all and sundry. No. Phone is loud. None knew his true identity, though some claimed he was a distant relative of Theodoric. Some even thought that was a good thing. Anyone's better than the Garleans, eh? Sod that. We've had enough of kings. Orc's cry rang out. Time to go, lass. Up, up! The bear broke cover and ran toward the rocks. The entrance was well concealed and showed no signs of recent use. A short while later, as they crawled on their hands and knees through a narrow tunnel dug more than a decade before, Minago recalled stories of imperial sabotage and bodies buried beneath a mountain of earth and stone. She thought of Conrad and the others. Fighting right now. Dying right now, maybe. You'd better be worth it. The pair were in a bad way when they finally limped into the reach. What a pair they were. Bleeding and bickering, still fuming over some great betrayal back in Uldar, worried sick about their comrades, for whom they'd been separated from him, they'd separated in the chaos. But a week at the barbers did wonders for their disposition. To a point. I like how after all of this, Ida and Papalimo get there, and they're just like, those motherfuckers! Like, they're immediately just like, these sons of bitches! And that's their priority. I mean, if a Papalimo, that makes a hell of a lot of sense, especially. Papalimo the Thaumaturge invariably assumed he was the cleverest person in the room. An attitude made all the more annoying by the fact he invariably was. Ida, on the other hand, was reckless and impulsive, emotional, but she had a way with people, a way of making them smile and think everything was going to be alright. Both the Scions were eager to lend a hand to and repay their resistance. It was not long before Minago came to view them as friends and comrades in arms. When she thought back to what Meffred had said about Conrad's designs, about grooming Ida as a leader, she just couldn't see it. Not yet. It was a day like any other. Minago and Ida had been tasked with reconnoitering Castra Morians, and preparing to return home when a high-pitched wail cut through the silence. A woman? hissed the scout, suddenly alert. No, a girl! The villages in East End had long been abandoned, only Imperial soldiers travelled the roads. No one in their right mind ought to be out here. Let's go, Minago! Ida was already running. Gods damn it! Minago tried to keep up, then set off trying to keep her companion in sight. After what felt like months, they arrived at the foot of a great tree. Lying at its roots was an older man, unconscious, bleeding from countless wounds. He was wearing resistance colours. Before him, a little girl stood sobbing. Followed the trail of blood, did you? Oh! Is this White Mage? This might be White Mage. I'm thinking White Mage because of the hat. I feel like the hat. Yeah, I think it is. Realization dawned. It is, yeah. White Mage is tying into this. Because I was gonna say, yeah, if there's someone living over there, there's only one person who we know lives there during the story. Yeah, White Mage. Realization dawned. Seven hells! I think he's the one at Squadron was supposed to meet you a month back. I thought there were no survivors. Ida knelt beside the man and began tending to his wounds. There'll be time for questions later, she said without turning. Take the girl and head back to the reach. Minago blinked. Eh? Papalimo told me about this tactic. He's bait. The Imperials probably heard the girl too. They'll be here any moment. What's up, Caesar? We're reading. We're reading a lot. Then we're gonna get out of here. Both of us. That we both stay and fight. The girl's not part of this. Someone has to take her, and that man's one of ours. We can't just leave him here. Nago glared at Ida. 3 fighters, one at death's door, and a crying little girl. All in the shadow of a bloody castrum. God damn it. Nago grabbed the girl by the arm and tried to drag her away. She suddenly stood there, frozen. God damn it all. Nago scooped the child up and flung her over her shoulder. Stay alive. I'll be back. And then she ran. When Nago wound her way north through the forest, her mind racing. Get the girl to safety, call for reinforcements. Movement. She just behind a tree and strained to listen. She can't have gone far, shouted a voice. Woman, distraught. Hala Megan. Mother. Thank the 12. The woman wore hunter's leathers and had a bow slung across her back. She stared when she first saw Minago, but ran towards her when she recognized the girl cradled in her arms. She tried to thank her as she took the girl from Minago, but Sky had already turned inside, running back the way she had come. It better still be alive. Bodies lay strewn about the clearing, women clad in steel and black cloth. A whole patrol. They were all dead. Carefully, she stepped over in between them, eyes fixed on the sole figure that still stood, streaked with mud and blood and panting like a feral beast. It whirled at her approach, fists raised, teeth bared, growling low. Oh, Rolka. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then Nita let her arms fall to her sides and sank to her knees, her face a picture of dismay. Papaling was never going to let me hear the end of this. And indeed, the thaumaturge would chastise Ida when they returned to Rolka's reach. Nor could she blame him. It was stupid and reckless and impossible to justify, and yet... Days later, after Ida had time to recover, Minago found her one night standing at Starfall Shore and staring up at the destroyer. She asked the Scion, then and there, if she considered joining the resistance. But Ida refused. Funnily enough, you're not even the first person to ask. I said no to Conrad, too. But why? This is your homeland. This is your fight. I mean, for God's sakes, you're the daughter of Curtis Hext. People will follow you, don't you see? Ida bowed her head, then looked again to the towering statue of Rolga. I'm his daughter, not him. I may not know a lot of things, but I know that's not enough. Minago opened her mouth to protest, but couldn't find the words. Papaling and I still got friends out there. Good people who fought beside time and again. After we find them, we'll work together to make it right. She turned to her and smiled. That's all that matters in the end, isn't it, Nago? At first, she wasn't sure how to respond, but Minago found herself smiling back. What does it matter what we call each other, she thought, both then and later, when Lise told her the truth about her sister, and the mask and everything else. You're still the same woman, the same friend. I'll fight with you. And I'll follow you too. Aww. 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 Such a gay story. Are there any character? Are there straight people? Are there straight people in Final Fantasy XIV? Is anyone straight? Livia. I guess Livia. Livia. Oh, Warrior of Light female. We'll go. Well, if you won't let me choose other. You won't let me choose other, so I'll choose female. Livia and Lucia. My toe. My toe's bad. My toe's bad. I've injured my toe last night and it's bad. And it's feeling... Imanoline? Maybe Imanoline's exaggerated. Maybe Imanoline is gay. Maybe the amount of womanizing that Imanoline does is a cover. Because I'll be honest, for how aggressively a womanizer Imanoline is, he totally strikes me as the trope of man over-exaggerates how straight it is because he's secretly gay, and I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that ended up being the case in some capacity. A calm after the storm. Y'shtola closed her eyes, savoring the flavor and warmth of the tea. It had not been long since the great battle for Alamiga's liberation, but in this moment of blessed respite, might as well have been an age. The patisserie's unassuming tables and chairs were arranged along one of Limin's coiling decks, offering patrons a fine view of the Rotano. Eschewing the pomp and ceremony of Lim's more lauded establishments, it was heard among locals as a place for friends to spend a relaxing afternoon by the sea. Yo, Y'shtola going back to Limsa to just fucking relax after everything? God damn. Took her casually sipping tea, contentment written upon her face. None would have guessed the trials Y'shtola had recently overcome. As she replaced her cup, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Spread out before her was an assortment of mouth-watering treats. Among them, the patisserie's specialty, a rich vanilla tart laden with glistening jam and plump berries. Across the table, Alice raised a quizzical eyebrow as she popped another cookie into her mouth. Dusting off her fingers, she scanned the area for the invitees who had yet to arrive. Her eyes set upon a familiar figure, bounding towards them. "Sorry I'm late," Lise exclaimed, breathless. "Girls' night! Hell yeah! Girls brunch, I guess? Girls' brunch, I guess?" Y'shtola waved away the apology. "Yours was the longer journey, and we started without you." With a happy sigh, Lise flopped into a chair. She was once more dressed in the clothing she had worn during her sojourn in the Far East. Hey! She doesn't always wear the boob dress. She was once more dressed... Oh, wait, no, I read that part. This was their first meeting since she had announced her decision remaining Girabanya, taking the rebuilding her homeland. And it was as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. After placing her order with the attending waitress, she turned to regard her friends fondly. "Gods, it's good to see you." After a short pause, she continued. "Is this all of us?" Kral regrettably cannot attend, Y'shtola explained. She in the midst of an important survey and said that she would content herself with delivery. As for the Warrior of Light... Swallowing her cookie, Alice picked up where Y'shtola had trailed off, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "Oh, she's doubtless engaged in some heroic endeavor or other. She knows the time and place, though, and gave me no reason to believe she wouldn't come." Fucking Minefist, always busy doing some bullshit. Mrs. Smile was half amusement, half resignation. The more things change, eh? She never could stay still for long. Hey, that's just very true of Minefist. Taking this as an invitation, Alice gave vent to her frustration. Isn't that the truth? If she's not cheating death with her fellow adventurers, she can be sure she's helping the beast tribes, or collecting tombstones, or regaling the children of Idleshire with the tales of her exploits, or delivering something to someone. Honestly, I don't think she sleeps. Nonplussed by a sudden flash of emotion, Y'shtola and Lise glanced at one another before bursting out laughing. Alice glared at them, her face a picture of indignation. "Forgive us," said Y'shtola with a twinkle in her eye. "We've been impressed by how closely you follow your heroes' every act." I need the vine boom for the gay flags! I need vine boom for gay flags here! What's that supposed to... I simply asked what her manner of training she undertakes. For all the good it did me, none of it is anything I can reasonably emulate. "Well, I, for one, wholeheartedly approve of your choice of role model," said Lise, nodding sagely. "You too, Lise. If you want to talk about an interesting choice of role model, you should look no further than my brother." Bringing her fork to bear on her tart, Alice proceeded to recount her time in Yangshire. God, she's so lesbian. She's such a lesbian. Oh my god. While Lisa's party travelled to the Azim Steppe in search of Lord Hian, Alice and Alphina had remained at the House of the Fierce. During that time, her bookish brother had helped to solve the Liberation Front's frequent shortages with a brand of wisdom that could be only described as useful. When asked what had prompted him to turn his mind to practical matters, he told me he had met a man who had taught him much more of the road, and that he did not wish to seem idle should their paths cross again. Naturally, he wouldn't say who this mystery man was, only that he saw him as a brother. As if I needed another brother to contend with. Alice punctuated the statement by plunging her fork into her tart. So Estinian has left a big impression on Alphino. So Estinian has left a big impression on Alphino. I mean, I'm not surprised, but yeah. If we run into Estinian again, I don't want to come across as a spoiled little brat still. Lise received the tale of Alphino's change with earnest interest, while Y'shtola, having an inkling as to this object of admiration, could only smile wryly. Being a man ungiven to sentiment, she knew, the knowledge that he was missed would do little to hasten his return. The waitress appeared with Lisa's drink, a glass of lemonade made with honey lemons from Uthod. The first sip made her eyes light up, and she followed it with a longer draught. Seeing Lisa's enjoyment took Y'shtola back to her earliest days in Liminster, when she was just beginning to discover the city-state's renowned gastronomic culture. For all the culinary knowledge stored in Charlene's vast libraries, nothing can replicate the experience of enjoying a delicacy in its native land. Sin is the brother Alphino never had. So how fare you, Lise? Has the rebuilding effort begun in earnest? Charlotte's question snaps Lise back to reality, and she lowered both gaze and glass. Sort of. There's no end to the problems, and they're not the kind I can punch. Thinking was always popular in most departments. I mean, I'm doing my best, but, well, things rarely go to plan. Absently, she ran a finger over the droplets on her glass. I still catch myself wondering, what would Father do? What would Ida say? Why am I not like them? And I end up making myself depressed. Hearing her in words, Lise tutted and fixed her shoulder with a determined stare. But I won't give up, not after everything it took to get this far. Seeing the fire in Lisa's eyes, Charlotte couldn't help but be reminded of Ida when she spoke of liberating her homeland all those years ago. How proud she would have been. Letting out a sigh, Halise placed a second slice of tart on Lisa's plate. But I haven't finished the... You need to keep your strength, Charlotte declared, in a tone that brooked no arguments. We all know that working hard makes you hungry, as does being serious, as does thinking in circles. Lisa's shoulders slumped. Gods, I'm not that bad. Am I? Charlotte settled the matter by serving her another slice. Should you doubt yourself, do not hesitate to lean on those around you. Upon us. You have more than the memories of your family to call upon, Lise. Remember that. Thus reminded, Lise found her smile again. While attending to the contents of her well-populated plate, Lise reported on recent happenings in her life. I've made a new friend, she began, through a mouthful of tart. A boy about my age, who used to be in the resistance. He knows everything about there is about Alamegan politics and history. All the stuff I'm hopeless with, basically. It's... Actually, thanks to him, but I had time to come here today. He helped me dig up some old records on a mine I've been searching for. She paused mid-chew, eyebrows furrowed. But he has this queer habit of looking straight past me. I thought he might have a lazy eye at first, but no, he just won't meet my gaze. I don't know what to make of it. I expect he's daunted, Alice posited. And small wonder. You're a hero. Shola rolled her eyes. Children, children, must I spell it out? The boy is smitten with you. Lise greeted this revelation with a shower of crumbs and a small amount of coughing. You're joking, she finally managed. Yes, I am famed for my sense of humor, Yashola agreed, her face stony. But were that not the case, you might entertain the thought. Unless, of course, your heart is already spoken for. The handsome young Lord of Dome was a similar age, was he not? What? He had... No, I don't... I mean, I admire him and all. But so do lots of people. And I might know someone who admires him especially. Lisa's gaze floated off into the distance along with her thoughts. She said no more on the subject, and others did not pry. You're referring to Yigiri? As it assumed the end of her report, she gave her lemonade a hearty stir before narrowing her eyes at Yastola. Please, you know you just have your tits out, right? What about you, Yastola? What do you think of, Please search around for a suitable candidate? Thancred, maybe? Or one of the others? This is totally... This part's not canon at all. I can honestly say that they have never crossed my mind. If you must know, however... At that moment, a memory came to her unbidden. Oh, hey! Yumitra. She was convalescing at the Rising Stones after her disastrous encounter with Xenos when her sister paid a visit. We barely got... They really just let me thought that she was unconscious and, like, dying the entire time. She came back, like, super quickly, and it was just, like, totally... Okay, totally fine. They're glad of her preservation. This latest brush with death had plainly come too soon after the livestream episode for Yumitra's liking, and received to rebuke her over the willful disregard she had shown for her own well-being. Which is also something that Manifest will probably go off at her about. Her sister knew how dedicated she was to her chosen path, and would ordinarily have left it at a few stern words. This time they burst forth as a torrent, knowing no cease until she sent Yumitra away, pleading weariness. It was then her sister had wearily spoken the words. Is it not past time you found someone? Strong you may be, but how much strong you might be prove with another at your side? Oh shit, did neither of us tell her? Shit, I guess neither of them have actually told her. None of them have actually told her. Oh, yeah, I'm dating the Warrior of Light. What are you talking about? Oh, wait, what? Why no one I speak to her! I speak to her! We do some of this. How was none of you mentioned this? The words resounded in Yasola's mind as she drained her tea. Beyond the cup, she spied the other two leaning forward in ill-concealed anticipation. She flashed them a curt smile. Nay, my habit is better that I keep my own counsel. Lisa and Alice fell back with a groan instead of grumbling. Ignoring them, Shola reached for the teapot. Her hand stopped short as her ears discerned familiar footfalls. It would seem our gathering is finally complete. In unison, the three scions turned to look, and sure enough it was her, the Warrior of Light. So, shall we order more of everything? The afternoon was yet young. Hey! And there's the Warrior of Light rocking up. Hey! God damn you, Stola! I know they said there was a whole bunch of sweets in front of her, but god damn you, Stola! You got an entire... That's so many! There's so much there, holy shit. So is the premise of this just that all three of them have a crush on the Warrior of Light? Because that's what I'm getting across at here. It just comes across that all of them have a crush on the Warrior of Light canonically. I mean, to be fair, I feel like in canon, in universe, because of what they make, like, if you imagine your sister coming to us with a bed, like, man, you need to get laid. Yeah, Yumitra, what the hell? Yumitra, what the hell? If you go by just what's written in the game, I feel like most characters in the story have some level of crush on the Warrior of Light. Because they do make the Warrior of Light out to be, like, the biggest and best at everything ever. And is friends with everyone. So I feel like just in the canon of the universe, everyone has a crush on the Warrior of Light. But, this one definitely seems to imply that at least these three do. I mean, especially Alice. Especially Alice. When the wager pays off. Carried aloft by icy winds, the piping voice of a distant soldier drifted across the locks. Oh, this cradle make a coffin when the wagers pay off. Or this cradle make a coffin when the wager falls through. They're singing a song. How am I going to do that? Pippin! Oh, Pippin! Pippin knew the song well, as did every Ul'dan over a certain age. Of course, fucking folk songs in there are about money. The three biggest lesbians in Eorzea. Of course, child folk songs in Ul'dan are about money. It was the tale of a youth on the way to seek his fortune in the Golden City, with only a box for company. His perilous journey through the wilds was depicted as a spirited roll of the dice, an invitation to Nalthar to fill his burdensome crate with gold, or failing that, his mortal remains. Mosh had always doubted that the hero of the tale had won his wager, largely because the song had been a favourite of his father's, and he could not think of the man without bracing himself for some impending disaster. In stark contrast to his adoptive parent, Pippin's birth father was an abject failure, an inveterate gambler and a drunk who would sooner sell his own son than repay a debt with his own sweat. A man who had, in fact, done just that. Pippin had been 12 years old at the time, busily sorting rocks in the mine when he was accosted by a brawny Lannister. "Come, boy, you belong to me now, and the bloodsands have a thirst." And before he knew what was happening, young Lalafell found himself sprawled on the floor of a cramped stone cell in the gladiator stables. Days of ceaseless drudgery were to follow. Every morning he was awoken at the crack of dawn to perform chores for the older fighters. And when those duties were done, he could look forward to hours in the practice yard, under the gaze of the merciless drill master. The slightest mistake corrected by the snap of a whip or the thud of a cudgel. The only thing Pippin didn't hate about his new life was the food. Gladiator's body was an investment, and the Lannister wanted his charges fit and strong to bring home his share of the prize money. Even the novices were provided with hearty meals. Great slabs of bread and fist-sized chunks of meat swimming in broth. But as still, the cook was liberal in his use of spices, treating Pippin's palate to a world of flavours he never knew existed. But beyond that single pleasure, the pain of each passing day seemed ever more difficult to bear. Pippin wasn't sure how long he could endure the grueling routine, and even if he did, there was no guarantee he would survive his first match on the sands. I'm no better than a slave. Desperate to escape, Pippin watched and waited for a chance to run away, but the Drillmaster never once seemed to relax his guard. It seemed there was no way out but the grave. Then after a year of back-breaking labour and bone-crunching training, he was ordered to serve as attendant to one of the stable's champions. It was a meeting which would change Pippin's life forever, though it hardly seemed momentous at the time. "How old are you, lad?" 13. Gladiator seemed satisfied with Pippin's answer, made no further effort to engage him in conversation during their walk to one of the Coliseum's antechambers. Unsure if the rugged Highlander was nervous before his match or merely a man of few words, he resolved to hold his tongue. Gladiators could be a foul-tempered lot. Pippin did not wish to earn himself a clip around the ear for breaking this one's focus. He, after arriving in the antechamber of the Highlander, said nothing save for a few terse instructions. Pippin carried them out wordlessly, helping to strap the gladiator into his armor before finally proffering his helm. A piece styled to resemble a bull's horned head. The towering hero plucked it from his hands as if it weighed nothing, pulled it on, and strode out into the arena. Yeah, it is now occurring to me that, Ralban is a hero, isn't he? He's just fucking massive for a Highlander. Even for a Highlander, Ralban's just fucking massive. I've never actually considered that, because he's basically the same size as, like, Melrose. So I've never really thought of it. But yeah, no, he is a Highlander. He's just fucking massive as shit. Look! Baby Pippin! Baby Pippin! Baby Pippin. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ralban Aldin, the Bull of Alamigo! The ringing voice of the Colosseum heralded was answered by a thunderous roar that shook the walls of the antechamber. Pippin was dumbfounded. This Bull of Alamigo had merely set foot on the sands to send the spectators into a frenzy. Most Alamegans are Highlanders. You know, that's why I'm just like, oh yeah, of course he is. I've just never, like, consciously considered before and just realized that how huge Ralban is for a Highlander. In the months that followed, Pippin often found himself acting as Ralban's attendant. Though the gladiator was reticent at first, their sort of exchanges gradually grew longer, and the pair came to share the details of their past. Lander spoke of his birth in the land of Alamigo, and the battles he had fought, of his people's rebellion against the tyrannous king, and the Gallian Empire's subsequent invasion. He told of how he had fled his homeland, desperate and wounded, of how he had stumbled through the wilds until he reached the city of Uldar, where he was imprisoned on suspicion of espionage, and now he was here, a Colosseum champion, fighting for his freedom before a crowd who chanted his name. It seemed inexplicable to Pippin that a man of Ralban's strength and charisma had been forced into a brutal life of a gladiator. But the thought did not bring him despair. On the contrary, he was encouraged by the idea that a slave of the Bloodsands might win enough armed purses to purchase his own emancipation, that he could be the master of his own fate. My fellow slave can buy his freedom, then why not me? His purpose clear at last, Pippin attended to his training with new determination. He would survive. He would be free. Here it is! I had the final payment in my hand. Look at triumph on Ralban's face as he strode back into the antechamber would linger long in Pippin's memory. Lander seemed happier than after all his previous victories combined. And little wonder. Never was a prize more well-deserved, Pippin exclaimed, beaming. He never needs to step foot in the Bloodsands again. The mere thought of it made him giddy. But in that same moment came the realization. The certainty of the man who had so transformed his outlook, the mentor whose footsteps he long tread, would soon be gone. Why are you frowning, lad? Ralban asked, confused. You're free. Now it was Pippin's turn to look confused. I stood frozen for a moment in awkward tableau. A hulking gladiator clutching a bulging prize. Yeah! A hulking gladiator clutching a bulging prize purse, staring down consternation and equally puzzled LFL youth. I'm saying you needn't risk your life anymore, Ralban went on, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Most young gladiators never get to be old. Pit two against each other and both are apt to end up dead. Would spare you that fate. Realization finally dawned. Over the months since their first meeting, Thailand had not been setting his winnings against the price of his own freedom. He'd been paying off father's debt. Pippin's eyes filled with tears as fear and exhaustion. His constant companions for a year and more were swept away by waves of relief and gratitude. He would toil for the Lannister no longer. The following morning, Pippin stood alone at the gates of the gladiator stables. His meager possessions gathered in a small burlap sack. Ralban could not leave his cell, and it seemed that neither the Lannister nor the Drillmaster cared much for a youth in whose future they had no further investment. Pippin walked down to the street. The desert sun had scarcely broken the horizon, and the cobblestones felt cool beneath his feet. Free. He took 3 deliberate steps, savoring his unexpected liberation, and then settled into a stroll. But with every footfall along the empty thoroughfare, he became more aware of the niggling doubt in his belly. What if father wages all in another losing cause? His white and sodden sire had already shown a willingness to sell his only child, and there was nothing to prevent him from doing so again. Never. Pippin came to an abrupt stop, turned on his heels, and set off back the way he had come. Pippin, lad! I thought you'd been long gone by now. Ralban tilted his head as a small figure, at this... Yeah. Great at talking. I only have, like, 100,000 more words to read today. Ralban tilted his head at a small figure at the door to his cell, took a deep breath. I wish to continue my training as a gladiator, Pippin declared, his voice clear and unwavering. I'm grateful for what you've done for me, but I'll never truly be free until I have the strength to free myself. Pippin duly explained how his father might very well sell him as chattel once more, and that he'd rather be the master of his own destiny, however brutal, and learn at the feet of a man he truly respected, than live in fear. Raban gave his answer with a fierce grin. Though well acquainted with the man's generosity, Pippin was nevertheless astonished by what the gladiator did next. Pippin's father, it transpired, had signed a contract when handing over his son to the Lannister, transferring all rights and obligations as the boy's legal guardian. Drawing on his prize money, Raban bought this document from Pippin's former owner, and invoked the Guardian Clause, thus beginning the formal adoption proceedings. In the years that followed, the pair lived together, as imprisoned father and emancipated son. A curious arrangement, to be sure, but one which allowed Pippin to resume his study of the blade under Raban's decidedly less callous tutelage. But despite Pippin's protestations, his older father would not permit him to fight on the sands. Raban swore, however, that his path would be his own to choose once he came of age. Now 25 years old, seasoned by his stint as a mercenary, Pippin was an officer of the Immortal Flames, fighting to reclaim Raban's beloved homeland. You risk much more to see me thrive, father, Pippin said, unsheathing his owner's heavy blade, and I will see that your wager pays off. Aww. Aww. That's so good to, like, get the whole proper backstory on, like, how, Raban became, Pippin's father. It's so good to, like, actually properly get that. God damn, Raban. God damn, Raban. Holy shit. Can we not rate... By the way, can we not rate the next one? Can we not rate the next one? I have a feeling that I look at this, and I know what it is, and I don't want to rate it. If it's about Magna, I don't want to fucking rate this. I don't want to rate anything about Magni. Hopefully it's about someone else. Oh, Nama, where art thou? Ours is the soil. Come and listen to my tale. A tale of a brother most radiant. At this, the young men gathered around the fire chuckled. Most radiant indeed! But like all great tales, it began long, long ago. At the beginning, with a father, a mother, a steppe, and a people. From the forbidding heights of the Tau Mountains flow many Ka, which wind their way to Azimka. And upon this Ka rests a great stone monument, a sacred fortress forged by the Dawn Father himself, a throne upon which his children might bask in the sun. In its shadow lived a proud, strong people. They who were descended from Azim, those who were destined to rule, the Orony. And among the Orony lived a boy born for great things. More chuckling, followed by a hushing noise. Magni was his name, a full measure bigger and quiet to the most youths his age, possessed of a fearsome strength that rivaled that of a full-grown warrior. He could carry a half-dozen pails of milk with ease, and wield an axe twice his size if it were a hatchet. So talented was it he often joined the men in their hunts, leading them to laugh and proclaim that Magna was destined to be named the most radiant. Such things would be decided in the brotherly contest, of course, but still they patted his head and showered him with praise, which he enjoyed, as any boy would. But the young warrior loved to hear most of all were the tales of antiquity. Again and again he would press the storytellers to recount the oldest of them all, that of the father and the mother, their war and their children. With wide eyes and open ears, he would sit as the elders spoke of the love that had blossomed between the children of Azim and Nama, and how the gods had come to share in it as well. Of how the gods could never be together, and how the avatar of Azim, he of Midnight Scale, came to dwell against Nama's children as protector, giving rise to the Orony. Every time the storyteller reached the conclusion of the tale, Magna would nod powerfully in affirmation, and return to his training without a word, his resolve forged anew. Until one day, after the tale had been told, Brother Magni asked the question, Elder, how will I know when I have met my Nama? One with a skin to his lips nearly chokes on his drink. Magni's question, of course, stemmed from the Oroniri belief that the Dusk Mother, upon seeing the children of the Dawn Father, shed tears of love and longing, which upon striking the ground, rose up as counterparts to the men. For every sun there would be a moon, for every Azim a Nama. Surprised, the storyteller began to tell of Magni of how he met his true love. Magni grew restless. The humble tale was a far cry from the ancient legends he had held in such high regard. So Magni went and asked his older brothers, how will I know when I have met my Nama? In the markets, one said. Eyes but had but to meet and it was plain. On the hunt, said another. When I saw her draw her bow, I knew that it was her. He had heard many such tales, a chance meeting, a shared glance, and then all was as it should be. But like a storyteller before them, their accounts told Magni nothing. From the smiling faces of those men who had shown favour by the gods, to who had gone forth and met their moons, he gleaned no secret wisdom. But Magni was a boy of faith. In his heart he knew that he was bound to by fate to a woman of the dusk, and that when they met, they would both know. And thus he remained ever bitchless. Magni's thoughts often turned to his Nama and what sort of person she might be. The steppe is vast and the Xyla many. She could be anywhere, among any tribe he feared. Now Magni had many sisters, no less formidable than he. Whenever he tried to sneak away to play, in neglect of his chores, they would not rest until they had tracked him down. Once discovered, he would whine and protest, for he cared not such of a menial task, but they saw to it that he would complete each and every one, for which he liked them not at all. One day, as he suddenly tended to wool freshly dyed by his elder sisters, he mused that his moon would never raise her voice to him as they did. Nay, she would be a gentle, ethereal maiden, murmurs a snide remark. Aye, that would be the perfect wife. Later, Magni was sent out alone by his sisters to bring home a lost lamb. As the burning sun sank low on the horizon, the boy came upon a horde of Helgai, thick as summer grass, drawn by the bleating of his quarry. He waded through the beast and saved the lamb, of course, but by then the stars were out. Magni had no choice but to take shelter amidst the rocks with the animal and wait out the freezing night. He woke as the Dawnfather's growing lights began to blot out that of the stars. He watched as the world was transformed by the grace of Azim, and the sky grew brighter and brighter, like the cheeks of a blushing maiden, and the sight filled his heart with joy. He mused that his moon would be this beautiful, and to look on her would be to relive this moment. She would be a dancer in the morning mist, a groan followed by a burst of laughter. Aye, that would be a perfect wife. Wife would never make me do chores. Fucking Magni the bitchless. Years passed and the young warrior grew bigger and stronger. When he was old enough to join in brotherly contests, he won with ease and was named the eldest. Brimming with power and pride, he led the Orani to victory in the Nardum, and upon him were heaped still greater accolades. No one more fit to wear Midnight's scale than he, the most radiant of Azim's sons, the sworn protectors of the Xyla. But for all his triumphs, for all his glory, he had yet to find his Nama. One sighs, another stands to wander off in the dark and make water. There were maidens who made overtures, of course, but Mana was particular, very particular. Not her, he would say, not her, and before long none would even bother to approach him. One after another, brothers the same age found their moons, while Midnight sat in his throne and brooded, his mood growing fouler with each passing day. Seeing this, one of the younger offered a suggestion. Most radiant brother Magni, 'twas you who led the Orani to victory in the Nardum. You who claimed the Dawn Throne. You who rose above all on the steppe. Sure it was within your power to demand that the maidens of these lands come before you, is it not? Let us send horse and Yol to the far corners of the steppe, and by the grace of Father Azim, they will return with your Nama. It was, Magni saw, a wise suggestion. And she'd be a really cool dancer, and her boobs would be this big. Many maidens of the steppe answered Magni's call. The shadow of the Dawn Throne, they gathered to present themselves to the most radiant, who sat in a grand pavilion with an expression most severe. At his shoulder stood one of the younger, who leaned forward and whispered in his ear. Most radiant brother Magni, I give you the fairest maidens of the steppe. I have no doubt that one among them is descended from the tears of the Dusk Mother, and destined to stand at your side. At this, Magni nodded, before rising from his seat to inspect the line of women. He looked from left to right, studying their faces. Some looked at him with awe, others with unease, others still with disgust. But his eyes were quickly drawn to one above all the rest. Oh, here we go. Despite the mask... Oh, no, never mind. It's not started. Despite the mask she wore to cover her mouth, her beauty was plain to see. She did not share whispers with those next to her, nor did she watch him with fear like some. She was calm and composed and stood in silence, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Magni was intrigued. You there, he began, stepping forward. The woman, however, stepped back with a start. Alas, the most radiant had few dealings with the Castir, was unaware the woman had no interest in him, only his pavilion, which would surely have attracted many customers in reunion. A chorus of laughter, followed by calls for quiet. Annoyed and confused, Magni seized the woman's wrist. She froze, her eyes wide in terror. She was weak and he was strong, and he could easily have crushed her arm that had been his intention. He himself was surprised to discover this. Still, he held fast to the maiden's wrist. She was not unlike his sisters in stature, but she was graceful, and he had to raise her voice to him. He felt his heartbeat faster. Could she be the one, he wondered? Magni stared at her, as if searching for the answer, searching for the color in her cheeks, waiting for her to lift her head and look into his eyes and reveal the moon of whom he had dreamt for so long. He would offer 1,000 prayers in the god's name then and there. And that day he would make plans for the greatest wedding ceremony the steppe had ever seen. Oh, if only! For the trembling maiden, shrinking beneath Magma's steely gaze, burst into tears and shook her head fervently in refusal. And in that instant, a voice thick with venom, a voice like thunder echoed around the steppe. Ha 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 ha! There, you have your answer! Now let her go, unless you enjoy in making girls cry. All turned the woman standing apart from the others. A woman clad in the blue of the Undying Ones comes not to offer herself, but to observe the farce. Fearless, she strode forward, white hair dancing in the breeze. She was Sadu, Khan? Okay, I always forget how to pronounce that, of the Dothal, who had fought many times against the Orni for supremacy of the steppe. Smiles and nods of approval and respect. Eyes wide, nostrils flaring, Manlai released the Kestiri maiden, who bowed her head in thanks to Sadu and rejoined the other women, who were observing the coming confrontation from a distance. Hey, Sadu. So this is the Ornia's new Khan. Sadu came to get all the girls for herself. Though we did not meet on the field of battle, heard tales of your feats, but none of your other appetites. How disappointing. Manalas Gadan, do not presume to understand things of which you know nothing. Leave, or join the others if you will. The sun may yet show you favor. Sadu bared her teeth in a grin, a blue-eyed Baras toying with her prey. She spied several Oroniri brothers approaching, and a flash drew forth her staff and set the earth ablaze. The younger shrank back in fear, and the other woman fled. But to his credit, Manlai merely frowned. Ha! Seems I've thrown away all your little moons. But maybe they were grateful for the excuse? She spread her arms wide and raised her chin, as if basking in the heat of her flames. Your victory changes nothing. The world will not bend to your whims, much less we Dothal. She lowered her head, and her eyes were full of murder and joy. Her brother raced to his side and pressed his great axe into his hand, before drawing once more. This was between the Khan and the Heartman. One day, he was heard to whisper then, one day I shall find you, my love, my lady of the dusk, my ethereal maiden, my dancer in the morning mist. 3 days and 3 nights their battle raged, for as long as the Orni had fought to claim the Dawn Throne. In the end, however, neither one could best the other, and Sadu Hatun returned home to lick her wounds and dream of vengeance. And the most radiant brother? He too returned to his home, to the brothers whose happiness he still envied, and to the throne he would sit alone, all alone. But who can say what the future holds? I can! He remains bitchless forever! I can say that. Me! I'm the one. I'll say that. He remains bitchless forever. I'm the one who says that, and I'm accurate, and I'm right on that. That just makes him come across so much worse than what we even know already. He's so much worse here. I gotta crack my knees. There we go, cracking the knees, hell yeah. And this is just a story to tell their kids. They tell the story of Magnite the Bitchless to their kids. Will they add in the little sun part? They should add in the little sun part. The kids would love that. In darkness blooms the lily. Oh god, this is gonna be a rough one. Doma, province of the Empire. Ensconced in the private room of a tavern, a courtesan poured a cup of wine for a gentleman with practice graced. Tedious wretch, Yotsu cursed inwardly, betraying no hint of irritation. She had thought this simple man of war would be less resistant to her charms. Over the course of an evening, she would use drink and desire to erode her mark's defenses, drawing out secrets one by one, while serving the most delicious morsels to our employer. As an Imperial spy, it was an act she had performed 100 times. This night was meant to be no different. But her guest was not cooperating. Xenos Ye Galvers doesn't care about sex, legatus of the 12th Imperial Legion, was clearly disinclined to trust his host from the Doman garrison. Despite the warmth of the sitting room, he had made no move to shed his armor, receiving his cup with a gauntleted hand. His eyes were dull and focused on nothing, yet in their depths she discerned a muted glimmer of anticipation. What are you waiting for? Originally, Yotsu's masters had assigned her a different mission. Lord Kayan, Doma's former ruler, was reported to have assembled an army, and it seemed an uprising was imminent. Though she had been tasked with infiltrating the ranks of the rebellion, she was to offer them military intelligence supposedly gleaned from the Imperial visitors to her establishment, and play the part of an devoted patriot, willing to risk her life to gather vital information. Once in place, she would instead funnel the rebel army's plans back to the Empire. A betrayal of the kith and kin, to be sure, but of course I felt not the slightest shred of remorse. Was it not her closest kin, her foster parents and her late husband, who had made her life a living hell, and none who witnessed his treatment had lifted a finger in her defense? As far as Yotsu was concerned, her countrymen were complicit in her abuse, and deserving of the punishment, same as her abusers. Yet on the day she was to begin the operation, the garrison's intelligence officer called her back. They had received word that Imperial Legatus would shortly be arriving from the capital to assess the situation in Doma. Lord Xenos was his name, one she had heard before. With Emperor Solus on his deathbed, a clandestine war of succession was already being waged in Garlemald. Solus' eldest being dead, his grandson Varus was next in line to the throne, but the Emperor's second son Titus had other ideas, and no shortage of support. What he did not have, however, was Varus' standing with the military, nor less a ready heir, this Xenos. As a public ally of Titus, the Viceroy plain considered the Legatus a threat, Yotsuyu saw. And the fact that to entrust her with so important a task bespoke how high she had risen in their esteem. Finally, some recognition. She favored the intelligence officer with a wintry smile. Understood Kaini's fledgling rebellion have yet to be stamped out. Could it be that the Viceroy's superiors are unsatisfied with this lack of progress? Yotsuyu feigned a look of sympathy. How galling it must be to have a political rival travel all this way just to prod one's sorest spots. The officer frowned in consternation. We are well aware that Doma's present troubles afford our opponents opportunity to undermine our position. This visit also affords us an opportunity, he continued, fixing Yotsuyu with a meaningful glare. If we were to tease from Xenos some insight into his father's plans, we may emerge from this exchange with the upper hands. It's all the same to me, Yotsuyu purred. Another man, another evening. He passes the night in bliss, and I steal every word that falls from his careless tongue. Simple. They treated her like cattle, but now she held the switch. She had no taste for the sweet nothings men showered upon her. It was a spectacle of their graceless slide into self-destruction which sated her vengeful appetite. At least for a time. Because you need to try and kill him to even get a reaction. You're doing it all wrong. Yeah, the plans of both Yotsuyu and the Viceroy were defeated at the outset by Xenos' unshakable lassitude. The visiting legatus barely spared his host a glance as he lounged with obvious boredom on the cushions provided. Having braced himself for a humiliating examination of his failures, the Viceroy withdrew in some confusion, leaving Yotsuyu to attend to the needs of his guest. The hour grew late, and Xenos emptied his cup again and again, but the wine may as well have been water for all the effect it seemed to have upon him. Will the man never get drunk? Yotsuyu wondered in exasperation. And as he began to contemplate simply throwing herself naked into his lap, he spoke. You know what? What if I just take my tits out? Will that finally fucking work? What manner of place is this? Doma. The courtesan hesitated at the sudden question. She had no shortage of answers, of course, and could gladly wax lyrical upon the shortcomings of her despised birthplace until dawn. But her task was to unburden her target of his secrets, not unburden herself. At least he's talking. I'll loosen that tongue yet. As she looked up, however, the perfunctory response she had prepared died in her throat. The eyes had just spent the evening staring past her, now bored into the depths of her soul. I am wary of empty chatter, he warned. Tell me instead how such a face came to hide such bitterness. The tale may serve to amuse me. Such a blunt manner you have, my lord, Yotsuyu quipped, unwilling to relinquish her facade. Shall we blame the sake for this breach of etiquette? Xenos merely stared in silence. He had no intention of acknowledging her deflection. Rather than feel discomforted, however, Yotsuyu found herself spellbound, the glare of his undivided attention captivating in its brilliance. In an instant of clarity, she understood. This man will go far. The sound of falling rain seeped into her consciousness, a sudden hammering downpour that dissolved in a moment which had held her frozen. But a connection had been made. The briefest stay in Doma will tell you all you need to know, my lord, Yotsuyu began. Yangsha is a dunghill. Xenos drained the rest of his cup and leaned forward with interest. Ah, there you are. It intrigues me to see a woman struggle with such rage, when tradition dictates that she appear meek. Tradition? The courtesan spat. My countrymen strangle themselves with the shackles of worn-out customs and formalities. Their eyes bulge and their limbs spasm, and still they cling to precious notions of honor and sacrifice. Now that she had given voice to her hatred, the words came spilling forth unbidden. A deluge which would have continued unabated had Xenos not risen to his feet. His eyes seemed to seek something beyond the walls of the tavern. Waiting on the storm to cover their approach, he murmured. I was curious to hear more of your story, but the evening's true entertainment has arrived. What? Yotsuyu had barely uttered the question when the nearby windows exploded inwards, ears ringing from the noise. She registered several black-clad forms clambering in through the breach. The intruders drew blades and surrounded Xenos with appalling swiftness. Yotsuyu, meanwhile, scrambled back into a crouch and took in the unfolding scenes. Assassins, she realized coldly, and not terribly discreet ones. They dressed themselves in the garb of shinobi, but their swords, and the manner in which they held them, were distinctly imperial. Bastards! She screamed, furious at her own gullibility. They sent me here to die! Not one of the masked killers so much as glanced in her direction. Xenos himself seemed unconcerned, bored even, as he surveyed the naked steel arrayed against him. Making no move to retrieve his own sword, propped out of reach against the wall, Legatus calmly addressed the room. Lord Xenos, slain in the arms of a Doman courtesan. Yes, such a scandal is worthy of the ignominy of failing to protect a royal guest. His lips curled into a humorless smile. And should Doma's fugitive ruler be implicated in the plot, all the better. The Viceroy would have his reinforcements within a week. The assassins remained mute as they edged closer and closer. The instant they were upon him, blades flashed in synchrony, the tightening circle obscuring his armored form from Yotsu's view. Bracing for the inevitable, she was momentarily confused when each of the attackers seemed to pause in unison, before slumping lifeless to the floor. As they fell, Xenos appeared to rise from the tangle of black-clad limbs like a vengeful angel. But in truth he stood motionless, his expression unchanged. In one hand he held an assassin's sword. How? Yotsu gaped in disbelief, trying to make sense of what she had just witnessed. She could but assume that he had seized the blade at the last moment, and felled the entire band with one impossible cut. I had hoped that a land on the brink of rebellion might offer some measure of sport. Legatus looked down at his fallen opponents and grunted in annoyance. But the Viceroy imagines a handful of hired knights sufficient to remove me from the hunt. I have sorely overestimated my prey. Yotsu felt something warm trickle down her cheek. Unthinking, she raised her hand to wipe it away. It must be used to find fingers stained red. Glancing down at her kimono, she saw that it was spattered with blood. Why do you smile? Looking up, she noticed Legatus gazing upon her once more, realized that she was indeed smiling. Of the many imperial officers she had encountered, some reputed great men, no one seemed so assured of his own power, nor so uninterested in projecting it. Should their strength be brought to bear upon Doma, her wretched nation would finally meet the end it deserved. Xenos' eyes narrowed at her widening grin, and he strode uncaring over the bodies of the slain to bring his lips close to her blood-streaked face. What is your name? He breathed, voice scarcely above a whisper. God damn, Yotsu, Jesus. When morning came, no mention of the failed assassination attempt was made, and Yotsu duly returned to her mission to infiltrate the rebel forces. Days turned into weeks, and when the heady rush of that blood-soaked evening had at last begun to fade, Cayenne Sage's long-planned rebellion. Predictably, the Doman Viceroy could not contain the revolt, and the 12th Legion were dispatched to intervene. After sweeping through Yangsha, Xenos defeated Cayenne himself in single combat. The rebellion crumbled soon after. Among the crowd of haggard onlookers encouraged to watch the 12th Legion's subsequent victory parade through the Enclave, the courtesan stood unregarded. She had eyes only for the man who marched at the head of the procession, his features blank and unchanging under the bitter scrutiny of the Doman citizenry. And when she slipped away to follow behind the soldiers, there were none who noted her absence. Some few days later, the acting viceroy who would rule over lands of Doma in Xenos' stead was announced. A woman by the name of Yotsu. The power was hers now, to taunt, torment, and torture every miserable soul who huddled in her hated domain. Draped in an elegant kimono and twirling a slender pipe, she looked down from the walls of Doma Castle and smiled. So things like, Yotsu clearly also hates the people of the Empire. Yotsu also hates the people of the Empire, but she hates the people of Doma way more. So it's funny for all of this. It's funny for all of this that Yotsu is so immediately taken in by Xenos' strength, because she's just like, with someone this strong, Doma will suffer for it, like if he's in charge. And she has all of that towards him. And Xenos' reaction to Yotsu is like, Xenos fucking hates Yotsu. Xenos fucking hates her. Because she has no physical strength. Her strength comes entirely from the way that she talks and manipulates. It's that gaslight gatekeep girl boss action that she has going on. And Xenos fucking hates her for it. Xenos hates her for it to just be like, I don't respect you because of the way that you do things, but having someone who hates the people of Doma so much and so personally, you'll do well if you're the viceroy of the place. From Azure Ashes. Boy, I wonder what this could be about. Oh, I wonder what this is about. The breeze that caressed the ruined palace seemed tinged with gold. More than anything else, it was said that the great worm Rotodiska loved to weave songs, and the eldritch power of her verses still lingered here, 1,000 years after her voice was forever silenced by the treachery of mortals. In the wake of her death, the dragons had named her home in the clouds Sorkai, words which mean grieving apology. I have guilt over their failure to protect her, and left the place untouched. A lone figure took in the scene before kneeling to lay a bouquet. I know I make for a strange messenger, but the war is over. It was, he conceded, an awkward utterance, but how could it be otherwise? What else could he say to the she-worm whose murder had kindled the flames of the Dragonsong War? He whose sole purpose in life had been to hunt her kind. Sorry? Even as he struggled to fashion an apology, a sudden gust scattering his offering of flowers, sending petals billowing in all directions. I did not expect to find thee here, Azure Dragoon. Sin did not so much hear the voices that felt echoing inside his mind, but he both heard and felt the beating of mighty wings that followed. Looking up, he held a familiar white form descending. Freisfelger. So much for privacy. Following the Nidal's defeat and his miraculous rescue upon the steps of faith, Azini had remained in the Holy See only long enough to witness his old friend Aemric appointed Lord Speaker of the House of Lords. He had then quietly taken his leave, not with a mind to forsake his homeland, but to ponder how he might serve it in this new age. With the war an end, he reasoned, his presence was no longer required. There was no place for a man who had spilled as much dragon blood as he, much as one who had turned lance and fang upon his own people as his enemy's thrall. Where to then, for Ishgard's unwanted champion? Azini could think of several places, and so he'd embarked upon a journey. To the ruins of Ferndale, the village of his birth, to offer a prayer to his beloved mother, father, and little brother, Hamignan. To a cliff overlooking the capital, to give thanks to the knight brave and true, whose sacrifice had kept Ishgard's hopes alive. To the floating continent, Azisla, to pay tribute to the maiden of conviction, who blazed a path for her comrades by burning the candle of her life. It's nice to know that Asinian basically went on his own journey after the end of Heavenswood, like Minefist did. His old self would never have contemplated such a sentimental journey, but times had changed, and so had he. Last of all, he'd come to Sorkai, to voice his regret to the long-departed Rotodiska. A visit he had hoped would go unnoticed. Skying ill becomes you, worm, Astinian growled. The great woman's muzzle contorted what must have been a smile. Ah, do I intrude? I but desired to show mine appreciation for thy jester. My brood sister would have welcomed me. For a time, Astinian's soul had been merged with that of Nidhogg, the dread worm's tumultuous storm of emotions commingling with his own. The rancor, the fury, the grief. He had felt it all. And the grief lingered even now. The gulf left behind by Rotodiska's passing was one he knew as well as any man or dragon. And thus were Reisfelger's words more comforting than the one realized. I am owed no such kindness, but thank you. Astinian replied, his voice catching in his throat. Gathering himself, he continued. And for what it is worth, I am Azure Dragoon no longer. This age has no need of my lance. At this, the Great Worm's eyes narrowed. And yet there it is upon thy back, fair dripping with my brood brother's essence. The observation caught him wholly unawares. When he left Ishgard behind, he had done so without his dragoon's armor, deeming it a relic of a former life. Yet somehow it had not occurred to him likewise to lay down his lance, warped though was by Nidhogg's power. Asinian's confoundment was plain to Reisfelger, and when he spoke, it was in tones tinged with the faintest traits of pity. Thy fight is not over, mortal, as thou knowest only too well. The sting of another realization. Damn you, worm. He had the right of it, of course. Azure Dragoon or no, there'll still work to be done. Purpose even for a lens tempered and honed in an unjust war. If thou wast sway to fight for man and dragon both, then come with me. Unto thee I shall bequeath armor befitting a true dragoon. Without waiting for a response, Reisfelger leapt into the sky with a powerful kick, his tattered wings bearing him away so swiftly that his looming form soon became no more than a speck in the heavens. Snapping out of his reverie, Astinian dashed to his mana cutter and took off in pursuit. Yeah! Astinian in his little fucking airship. Yeah, let's go. After a brief flight, they came to a cluster of ruins upon the fringes of Sorkai. a stable for wyverns during the forgotten days of Harmony, Asinian guessed. There the great worm landed, and after he had followed suit, Ricefelger nodded toward the heart of the ruins. They had not walked far when Asinian caught sight of what he knew at once to be their destination. By the Fury. Inside what appeared to be the remains of a barracks built for men sat several armory chests. All bore the scars of the inexorable march of time save one. A pristine example, preserved by some manner of draconic enchantment. Asinian needed no further encouragement. As he approached the crest, Ricefelger broke the silence. In the beginning, dragoons were men who fought beside dragons, not against them. Ratatoskir took the great pleasure in bearing such a fearless souls upon her back, and thus did she bless their armor with her power. Lifting the lid, Asinian's jaw fell open. Before him lay not one but two magnificent suits of plate armor. Their hue was all too familiar. Azure. Gods forgive me. At first men felt honored to receive such gifts, but the more power they received, the more they craved. And all too soon, naught save the source of that power would sate them. And so they butchered her, devoured her eyes like feral beasts. The armor of the first dragoons, brimming with power freely given, the mere sight of it made Asinian's heart swell. But he made no move to claim his prize. Why? He said at length. Why grant me this power? When you think I am any different from Thordan and the rest? At this the worm paused, head lowered, before answering softly. A maiden did give me cause to believe in thy kind once more. Only after another lengthy silence did he continue. Never was this armor worn. It wanteth for a master, a true dragoon. Thou hast cast aside one azure. If thou wouldst take up another, it is thine. A short while later, Asinian emerged from the barracks with new armor and newfound purpose. The azure plate gleams brilliantly as it caught the light of the midday sun. Such armor deserves a name, he declared, and I know one which befits it well. Ricefelger said him expectantly. Iceheart, for it shall watch over a man ignorant of all things, save how to wield a lance steeped in anger. At these words, Ricefelger threw back his head and let loose a mighty roar, both of approval and amusement. The dragoon had chosen well. When Asinian finally left the churning mist, his feet carried him almost of their own volition towards the battlefield once more, there to cut a path for his comrades. His struggles yet continued. There he is in his fucking armor. Time went by, and the War for Alamiga's liberation found the forces of the Eorzean alliance at the fortress city's doorstep. From his cliffside vantage point, Asinian watches the host wended its way through the locks, a great serpent with soldiers for scales. Though they were too far away to see, he doubted not that but his comrades were among them. Aymeric, Alphino, the warrior of light. He had silenced the monstrous cannon at Kashima Banya to pave their way. The final act of casting down the Garleans he left to them. Something else demanded his attention. A matter for him alone. Make that two matters, he inwardly corrected. Spent at Aether as they were, it had been no easy task to track them down. As the final battle was joined and his friends fought on, he quietly intercepted a squadron of flying armor that was moving to flank them. It was then that he felt the call, a power he knew as intimately as he knew himself, emanating from the skies high above the royal palace. Pulling the tip of his lance free from a smoldering wreck, he struck out a brisk run, making his way through the unfolding chaos. But by the time he finally emerged in the gardens of the royal menagerie, it was all over. All save his own doors. Even without seeing them, he knew exactly where they lay. Striding through exotic flowers, heedless of their beauty, he came to a halt at a patch like any other. And there they were, Nidog's eyes, staring blindly up at him. Well, 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 what a fine mess we've made, he greeted them as old friends. All but spent feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of Aether. He drew his lance, named for his nemesis and the dragon he himself once was, and aimed his deadly point at one helpless eyeball. Still, better safe than sorry. Bracing himself body and soul, he plunged into the eye. It gave way readily, turning into black mist and disappearing into the crimson sky. Wasting no time, he then consigned its twin to the selfsame fate. There ends your hateful legacy. Thus did Asinian's journey come to an end. A journey which had seen him revisit the past and in doing so find a future. His lifelong battle having reached its true conclusion, he could finally begin anew. None can say whither this road will lead, whether the skies that greet him will be the striking blue of day, the blazing crimson of dusk, or the deepening black of twilight. Yet wheresoever he should find himself, one thing is certain. He'll ever wield his lance for dragon and man Fuck. Oh, that's the best one so far. That's the best one so far. Like, out of all the ones we've done across all the expansions, that's the best fucking one so far. 2 sets of armor. One for him and one for a friend. Shit, now I feel like I need to have an armor set where I wear that armor. Now I feel like I have to wear an armor set where I wear that. The gay ones have been pretty good. It's just what they've done with Estinian as a character has been so fucking good. Like, to have this guy who has dedicated his entire life to fighting this war and to be seeping in the hatred and revenge that's spurring on the other side of the war, and it consumes him entirely. And to go from that to he survives the war, and now he needs to work out what the fuck to do with himself and his life, is so good. It's so good. What they do with him is so fucking good for that. I also do appreciate the little explanation up here of how dragoons existed before the war, and that was dragons and men working together deliberately. And Ratodiska was like giving her power willingly and freely to the people who to fight alongside her. Which then explains why they targeted her specifically when Thordan and Haldref did their bullshit. Why did they target Ratodiskir specifically? Because they had been fed on Ratodiskir's power through that. Reese's penis butter cup, is that anything? I feel like the term penis butter has come up a lot lately, and I'm a little bit confused. What's up, Crafts? We just read a story about Estinian and how Estinian's finding a new purpose in his life. And it makes me happy, and I like it a lot, and it's a good one. This is the best story that we've had so far. Like, most of them have been good. I don't know if we needed one about Magni. Most of them have been good. Yeah, I'm one I have to read it as well. Good timing, because I got here just at the end. Yeah, when it's talking about Estinian getting his new armor and what it is and what it means. And why he's willing to, like, still fight as a dragoon at this point, despite everything that happened in Heavenswood. The first step. Several parts of my body are aching to crack, and they're not doing it. It makes me upset. Also, by the way, I just gotta mention, this is one of my most viewed streams live for a while. Why? I'm literally just reading, and this is later than any other stream that I do. Why the fuck do I have more viewers now than, like, when I fucking started Mario Wonder? What the hell? The first step. I'm waiting for the storybooks. I'm kind of getting myself out of loop on purpose, but commuting is bad and boring. Fair. Fair. Well, in terms of the storybook, I've got a bunch of tabs open at the top here. Deku's taken scans of their storybook so I could read everything. So we're gonna have a lot to read. Shit, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would be. I don't know if these stories are longer or if I'm just reading slower today, but fuck me. I've not even finished the Stormblood section. It's been like an hour and a half. I think the last one of like all of the ARR and Heavenswood together was like 3 hours. I was lurking while I watched some mindless stuff. Fair. I'm just reading you. I'm just doing an audiobook. Do you have a playlist on? Yeah, there's a playlist where we're actually in the game. Hi, sup. We're actually in the game. We're sitting in Minifest's house. She's reading stories in her house. And Artesia has put on a playlist on the Orchestrion of like a bunch of Stormblood stuff. So there is just some music in the background. Who gave you this Orchestrion roll? I don't have it. Deku made a playlist using their own Orchestrion rolls. I don't have this one. That's why Deco had to come around to do it. You can make a playlist because it's unattainable where you're at. Oh. You know, Deco's using their own Orchestron rolls to make a playlist. Which you can apparently do if you, like, fuck with someone else's Orchestron machine. So it works out pretty well. Because because gathering up Orchestron rolls is not something I've started doing in the game. Once I get all my jobs to 90 and then I get all the minions and all the mounts that I can get, maybe then I'll start getting Orchestron rolls. There's too much to do in the game, and I want to do too much of it. The first step. The Moon in the Flames carriage was worthy of a wake. While pretending to gaze out the parched landscape of southern Thanalan, the youth tried in vain to think of something to say. Across from him sat the Grand Company's recently formed summoner squad. The doughty souls charged with combating primal threats. None of them said a word since their departure. Suddenly, he rehearsed our opening line. So, you lot brave or stupid? The Summoner Squad. This is like explicitly... The Immortal Flames doing a Summoner Squad is like explicitly the storyline of the Summoner Job Quest. It's nice that we're getting like Job Quest things here. Summoner Job Quest reference. Yeah, that's like explicitly what happens there. We're getting references to Job Quest stuff here. I have a real cannon job. Summoner. There we go. My Nefis keeps changing hers because of plot reasons. Although he and his had been dispatched to render aid in this mission, they had yet to establish a rapport with the soldiers, and he was determined to break the ice. My name's Arenvold Lentinus, he eventually managed. When no response was forthcoming, he added, So, you lot, fire primals often? This Lalafell summoner sitting opposite shrugged wordlessly. Why'd I bother? But then the woman next to him took pity and replied, As often as circumstances warrant, I suppose. Crispin and I have battled it for 4 times now. How fucking frequently do primals get summoned? Jesus Christ. She said, gesturing at the third summoner, who gaily accepted the conversational baton. Though experience pales in comparison to lieutenants, Judge Assam was formerly in the company of heroes. He faced the Lord of Crags and lived. Ah, so he's the dab hand. Lieutenant glanced at him briefly before looking away, indifferent. Probably wondering why you're running with a pair of young nobodies. Veterans then. That's a relief. I'll try not to get underfoot. As soon as the words had left his mouth, he regretted playing the part. Useless bloody whelps. If you value your life, you'll do 2 things. Watch and learn. Judge Assam is snapped for resuming his pre-battle ritual of ignoring one and all. Oh, good lord, all Dark Years on war crimes on the Armaja. Surely if you stop killing all of the Armaja, they will stop summoning Ifrit. It's like literally part of our argument against the fucking, the Empire. We argued with the Empire. We argued with the biggest dickhead in the world. Not yet. We haven't done that yet, actually. I haven't seen that cutscene. But if we were to talk to Varus and discuss with him about primal summonings, we could point out how the Gallian Empire's expansion causes more of those to happen. But I wouldn't know if we would do that yet. This whole LP is anachronistic, don't worry about it. So that's the way it's gonna be, eh? None of my no gigantic horse blind is a confident now. Arenveld stifled a sigh and forced a smile as he glanced sidelong at his fellow whelp, praying to the 12 that she wouldn't make matters worse. The lieutenant's words had struck a nerve, she didn't show it. Her eyes were closed, her face devoid of all tension. The very picture of serenity. The calm before the storm. May 2 of them have the rights of it. Accepting defeat, Arenvold abandoned his brilliant plan to befriend the squad before the battle, and instead cast his mind to the circumstance led him to share a carriage with the summoners and $4 Lupus. Wait, what? Okay. Oh? Oh, $4 like actually doing that? We haven't seen $4. We haven't seen $4 since 4.1. We haven't seen her since. Oh shit. Okay. I mean, her if she's able to do summoner stuff. I mean, well, she also has the Echo, so fighting primals is just something that she can do. Which is probably why Arenvold's there. Fate and the signs that conspired to bring him back to Alamigo, his homeland, and it was there that they had first met, as small enemies on the battlefield. The same age, the same birthplace, and somehow they had come to lead such different lives. He, the half-breed Swanagalian soldier, cast out by his mother, I left Girabani and become an adventurer, while she, pure-blood daughter of Alamigo, had been gifted imperial education and taken up arms against her own countrymen. If everything we strove to escape, to deny, our paths led us here. Therefore, Dola had a secret Hingan half-sister. Her name is Subarola. Subarola! There's gotta be one that works better than that. As a scion, he had earned the respect of resistance in the Alamingan people, whereas she, as a traitor and a kinslayer, had earned their scorn. Only death would answer death, they believed. Nor perhaps were they wrong. And the Ashgardian sister Chevrolet took. And then came the day they stood on the same side of a battlefield. Representatives are gathered from all across Girabani and discuss the future of Alamigo, later proceeding to be plunged into chaos by an ounce of treachery. Oh, so this is that fight. Okay. Or is... Well, that's discussing then, but they're in a carriage together, so that's after, I think. Representatives are gathered from across Girabani and discuss the future of Alamigo, later proceeding to be plunged into chaos by an ounce of treachery. Sri Lakshmi, summoned by the Kalyana, would have bound all present to her will, run off the intervention of the Warrior of Light, are involved, and Fordola. It's done. Take me back to my cell. Those words, Fordola had thrown down the sword Lee's hex put in her hands when the former sign and challenged the hated butcher to take her own life, as Xenos had, but used her newfound power for a noble purpose. Armval watched them lead her away, which they once more debated the fate of his kinswoman and her fellow collaborators. In the end, it was Ralban who had proffered the solution: conscription. A new unit in which some convicts might serve out their sentence instead of in a cell or at the end of a rope. Though others were extended the offer, it was plain who they wanted most. Fordola had proven herself capable of withstanding primal influence. Her abilities as a resonance, coupled with her combat expertise, made her an invaluable asset in the never-ending war against the primals. A weapon. She agreed. Out of the carriage! Let's go! Let's go! The words of a Rogan captain riding with a coachman dragged Armval back to the president. With practiced precision, the summoners grabbed their gear and disembarked, forming a line before their superior. Armval followed his suit. As you know, yesterday Master culminated the silence and informed us an etheric disturbance in the vicinity of Zanrak Altar. Said disturbance can only almost certainly be attributed to primal summoning. Captain walked up and down the line, searching the soldiers' faces. Lucky for us, we got ourselves a couple of secret weapons. Armval felt the eyes upon him and Fordola. Armval of the Scions and Fordola of the Resistance. Echo blessed the both of them, so no need to worry about them getting tempered. As said, I'm obliged to reveal certain details regarding the latter. Yeah. He saw their faces darken as they listened. Their eyes narrowed. Their bodies tense. Fordola cocked her head and chuckled. If I was gonna stab you, it'd be from the front, not the back. But don't worry, you little heads. My neck's still in the Hangsman's nose. Is she wearing like a shock collar? I'm worried that she's wearing a shock collar. It literally, oh shit, it literally is. It literally is a shock collar. Oh, fuck me. She's had the gem inlaid choker below her chin with 2 fingers. You can trust in words or you can trust in magic. The resistance thaumaturge tasked to give an eye on Fordola was too inclined. You could turn the enchantment woven into the neckpiece, causing it to gradually grow warmer and tighter, slowly searing her skin as it choked the life from her. That seems worse. Rather you than me. I'll probably hang and snap your neck at least. I don't know, do you know how many hangings result in people just hanging there for ages? That sounds illegal. This whole conscription thing is very concerning. Alamigo, what are you doing? This doesn't sound good or ethical. The captain gleated his throat and continued. Given their talents, we'll have them hold Ifrit at bay while the summoner squad engages a range with Aegean magics. You'll have healers to support as well as the girl's minder. I'm directing the diversionary maneuvers to the south. Any questions? Right then. I like how it requires this many people to handle a primal, or it requires throwing one warrior of light at it. Have the match probably just for her and in particular given her skill. I mean, literally part of what her ability is in combat is to read people's minds and attack before they do it. Because the way her resonant works, she can literally mind read people. So... so if she wanted to get out, it would be super easy. The Ill-Forgotten Springs en masse and ventured a few miles east into the Sigolu, before Captain Wolf and his contingent peeled off to lay siege to a nearby Armaja encampment. From the summoners squad distraction, they need to head north into the Zanrak Altar undetected. Arnold then led the way through a narrow canyon, into the shadows some 50 yards out of the party. Spying an oblivious sentry, he gestured for his comrades to stop, and slowly drew his dagger. Does the residents work on primals? We're about to find out, I guess. I mean, it stops you from getting tempered in terms of reading their minds. Wiping the blade clean, he looks back and signals the others to join him. As when they continued north towards the altar, where they found, as they had feared, a ring of flame, and the Lord of the Inferno waiting at its heart. Damn. Badass screenshot. Even in the aftermath, he struggled to remember the fight. Probably starting with a token quantity of crystals, and Arnold had not felt a fraction as hard pressed as he had during the Battle of Sri Lakshmi. Summoners and healers had all performed admirably. A victory won on the training grounds, not the battlefields. I like, jeez, Ifrit spells properly. Definitely what he's always thinking. Then he should be summoned in fucking Ace and Lenosha. Get that gobby cheese. I finished here. All units withdraw. At Captain Wolf's command, they set out to return the way they had come. Advance no further. Arnold was already diving the moment he had heard the scream. Peering out from cover, he saw a figure in the dirt clutching an arrow in his gut. Its black eye and point protruding obscenely from his back. Marsha. Stay put and stay quiet. Then find to me and Ollie. Enemy archers, West Ridge, get behind those rocks! Arnold closed his eyes, took a breath, and counted to 4. Shafts were raining down all around them. Raising his shield, he broke and ran towards the summoners to help defend their retreat, past Vidal sprinting in the opposite direction, sword flashing as she danced through a hail of arrows. I knew it! I knew she'd run! Gagasamu bellowed with a hint of triumph, while bells ringing in his head. Ironveld looked back and he thought he was headed for the wounded soldier. A resistance man. The Thaumaturge. But just as Ironveld felt his stomach drop into his boots and the grip of his sword dig deep into his palm, he saw Vidal pull the mage to his feet and offer him her shoulder. And then Ironveld was running again, this time into the open. His silver armor flashing in the sunlight as he shouted curses and threw stones at the archers on the ridge, daring them to face him. After a time, the arrow subsided and the archers vanished from sight. Had to leave the madman be, eh? For a moment, he let himself relax. Keep your guard up, boy! Ironveld caught the first arrow in his shield and drew his sword in time to cut down the second and third. Sorry, Abba, he whispered. The archer, a hulking brute of an Armaja wearing a mask, took careful aim. Buckaroo. With a cry, he raised his shield and charged, closing the gap and driving his full weight into his ill-prepared foe. As the archer staggered backward, Ironveld raised his sword and brought it down, cleaving the enemy's bow in two as he raised in an vain attempt to ward off the blow. The Armaja crumbled to the earth, and the surrounding sand grew dark and wet. The silence was deafening, and Ironveld knew the champion's comrades had been watching. Bloody hells, that was one of the stupidest displays of heroism I've seen in years! And I wonder why I hate the young ones. Muttering under his breath, the summoner bade his familiar return to him. As the floating mass of rock passed Ironveld, he saw the Master Armaja's final arrow was lodged squarely in its breast. The Moon the Flame's courage was worthy of a name-day feast. The summoners all smiled as they chatted among themselves, and even laughed at some of Ironveld's jokes. Fidola sat apart from it all, elbow on knees, head bowed. With the scion, he thought he spied Gagasama giving her an appraising look. Before he had set out, Ironveld had been with her when the Thaumaturge wandered over. She had been kneeling in the sand, packing up her gear when asked why she had risked her life to save his. Little girls need their fathers, was all she said, before tightening a final strap and boarding the carriage. The man had turned to him then, his face picture of perplexity. I never said anything about having a daughter. To which Ironveld could only shrug and smile. Lucky guess. It all begins with the first step. It's nice to know that Fordola is genuinely trying now. It's nice to know that Fordola is genuinely trying. Like, it feels like what Fordola wants to, Fordola's actions seem to be just trying to make sure that other people don't have to live the way that she did. She doesn't particularly care about what happens to her anymore. Again, as we've mentioned, as I mentioned at other times, in things that we haven't mentioned yet because it didn't come up yet. Don't worry about it. She doesn't care about being forgiven. She doesn't care about redemption. She just wants to do... She just wants to do something positive. Because she lost her dad. And like, losing her dad was, like, the start of the path of going to where she has and stuff like that. And she doesn't want that to happen to someone else. Oh, they've done good things with the characters. Of like, unfortunately, Yotsuyu's ending is tragic. Unfortunately, Yotsuyu's ending is tragic. And because of the way Yotsuyu is, like, Yotsuyu couldn't turn around and do what Fodol is doing now. Without the memory wipe. Like, Yotsuyu needed her memory wiped to be willing to come around to not wanting to be evil. Which I buy based on the character. Based on the character, I don't see Yotsuyu without having the Suyu part of her life ever coming around to it. Because her hatred was deep. Her hatred was immense. Where Fordola didn't like the people of Valamigo. She didn't like her own people. But for Fordola, it was always about doing what she believed was the best for herself. And her hatred of, like, her fellow people came from more so them trying to fight back and her believing that would never work. Like, Fodola's belief was just trying to make the best of what situation they were in, and trying to fight back was useless. And that's what made her hate them so much. I mean, it also made them hate her so much because, from her perspective, trying to do the best with the situation you've been given is what made other people kill her father. So there is that. So once it's all ended, and there is liberation. And so the whole idea that she had of, we need to do this because it's the only way that we're ever going to have anything, was proven wrong. It makes a lot more sense since then that you can see Fordola doing this, especially after her having the echo with the Warrior of Light. Because her having the echo with the Warrior of Light is that moment where she realizes, fuck, I could have done something different. Because that's the whole thing when she does that. Like, she has the echo. She goes through, like, the Warrior of Light's life and just looks at you and is just like, no. Bullshit, you've been through all of this and you're still trying to do what you do. Bullshit. I don't believe it. What do you have that I don't have? What is it? Why? How come you're able to do this and I can't? And any answer that you give her basically amounts to, because I'm choosing to do it. You didn't. Basically, and like, there's 3 options that you can give her, but they all amount to the same thing. I chose because I choose to. Because it was direct, and I didn't want to let Fordola try to get away with it of just, like, blaming it on something else. I wanted Fordola to understand that it was her choices that led her there. Because the other ones are just like, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save, which is you still choosing to fight for that. And the other one, is like, is badass as hell, because it's like, you saw, you know why. Which is basically, again, saying the same thing. How could I do anything differently? How could I possibly not continue fighting for this? It's because of the horrible things that I've been through that I have to keep doing this. How could I possibly not? Given what I've been through. And it's from that moment that it really comes really clear for her. And so having something like this, where it wasn't just that one moment with Lakshmi, but it is something that she is trying to do from there, is good, and I appreciate it a lot. We basically told a skill issue. I take a moment to appreciate $4 abs. You can't see them in this picture. You can't see them here. Or here. You're just thinking of that one cutscene. You're just thinking of that one cutscene where she's in the outfit from Fifth Element. I know, but I know they're there. Final Fantasy has a real problem where you're given the option to parrot things other people have already said, where it doesn't just have the same impact or straight up does not fit with the conversation. So that's the thing, half of the time Minor Fist will choose those. Half of the time Minor Fist chooses to repeat words that she's heard from other people, but that's because Minor Fist is aggressively sentimental. So when Minor Fist chooses to repeat words that she's heard other people say, it's because she's incredibly sentimental. But even for that moment, it like... just responding to Fodola with, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. One, by that point, Minor Fist doesn't believe she can save anyone. But two, I didn't choose that, despite it being a callback to Minfilia. Was it Minfilia? I think it was Minfilia who said that. Despite it being a callback to something that someone else has said, for Minor Fist, I don't think it made sense there, because it kind of comes across to Fodola as, I do it because I'm the hero. Like, I'm able to continue fighting because I'm the hero, because I save people, because that's what I am, and that's who I am. So it can kind of give Minfilia sorry, I'm saying the word Minfilia there. So it can give Fodola the excuse of, oh, I didn't have that choice because I'm not a warrior of light. But it's because Minor Fist is a warrior of light, she was able to do that. It kind of gives keep reading the word Minfilia. It gives Fodola an excuse to say that, oh, the Warrior of Light has something that I don't, that's why they can. And I didn't want to give her that excuse. I wanted it to be very clear that it was just like, we choose to do this, that's why. So that's why I just chose the direct approach. To not let Fodola try to excuse herself for what she has done. Fordfilia and Mindola. Look. Words are hard, alright? Words are fucked. Words are fucked. Words are fucked, man. Words are fucked. Anyway, we have one last one before we get to all the tabs up here, which I'm scared because I think these ones are significantly longer than these ones. So it's a little worrying. It's a little concerning. But anyways, a display of ingenuity. The winter of the Gallians Empire's 33rd year was a bitterly cold one, and the capital lay muffled under a thick blanket of snow. Black uniforms stark against the pristine white. A boy strode as briskly as he could through knee-high drifts. His boots sprang powdery flakes before him with every hurried step. And I'm the first to arrive! Nearer. It's totally nearer. The boy huffed in satisfaction as he stood before the main entrance to the Magic Academy Central Library. It's nearer. Having sprang up to the stately stone steps two at a time. Brushing his silvery hair out of his eyes, however, his moment of triumph was cut short by the sight of a skinny youth. No, this was Sid, actually. Blonde and smirking, sidling into view from behind a colossal marble pillar. Sorry to disappoint you, Garland, but you have to get up earlier than that to beat me. That's Nero. Sorry. Just rocking up and being there first and being happy with that, that's not Nero enough. Nero has to get there first, hide, wait for someone else to come up, and when that person shows up, steps out from hiding to then rub it in their face. Sorry, my bad. I was underestimating how much of a goddamn bitch this man is. God, they're gonna kiss. I'm waiting for one of these to just be a full-on nude shot with one of them topping the other. See, I feel like I have to say that Nero, I feel like Nero would have to be the top. I feel like Nero would have to be the top, just because he would see bottoming as losing and Nero would never lose to Sid. I'm sorry, but I love men who are also divas. Oh, then you must fucking love Final Fantasy XIV. Cause, dear God, is every gay man in this game a bitch. Oh my God. Such was the first meeting between Sid Garland and Nero Skyver, at least as far as the young Sid was aware. The pair were similarly exceptional. As the son of Midas Nen Garland, the Empire's foremost authority on Magitech, and a renowned child prodigy in his own right, Sid had been invited to apply to the Magitek Academy some few moons before. Nero too had earned fame as a genius of his province, but had been comfortably the youngest student in the institution, were not for the presence of the equally precocious Sid. Though both boys were barely in their 12th summers, their extraordinary achievements had qualified them to sit the entrance examinations 4 years earlier than was normally permitted. So that's just... So Sid and Nero are basically the equivalent of fucking Alphino and Alizo at this point, but for the Gallian Empire. And with how soggy Sid is, for Gallian, you know, his ass is very, 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 very shapely. Is that? I don't know. I don't know. I think it was mixed. Where was I up to reading? Ah, there it was. Accustomed to always being the top of his class back home, say, Nero tops, Nero was not amused to find the only other boy his age was held in higher esteem. His theretofore unsurpassed brilliance had secured him a patron and passage to the capital. When we finally laid eyes upon his silver-haired rival during the Academy's entrance ceremony, he had vowed to outdo him in every conceivable manner. Do I know you? Sid snapped in irritation. Gifted though he was no less a 12-year-old boy, and this brash youth who had addressed him in such scorn had immediately raised his hackles. You should, but I don't suppose you have any time for peasants from the provinces, Nero shot back. The name's Skyver. Nero Skyver. Of course he introduces himself that way. I'm the one who's going to upstage you at the exhibition by taking home first prize. Nero is 12. Nero is 12 here. I'd like to point out that Nero is acting this way and he's 12. The Imperial Youth Magitek Exhibition was a showcase for aspiring engineers from across the Empire to submit their Magitek creations for expert appraisal. Sid entered an invention a year before joining the Academy, going on to become the youngest ever participant and win the event's highest honor. Very 12 of him. And it was the researcher's submission for this year's contest that he endeavored to arrive at the library just as it was due to open its doors for the day. Sid knew that many of the older students regard him as a person to beat, but hadn't gone so far as to declare their rivalry directly to his face. As such, Nero's cultural challenge flustered him more than he cared to admit. Just gotta imagine the whiniest, prepubescent 12-year-old voice. Would you like me to do that for the next time they talk to each other? From that day onwards, Nero made a habit of antagonizing Sid at every opportunity. If Sid should borrow a research volume, he would declare its content elementary. If Sid was using the workshop's lathe to make a part, its quality would be substandard. Even the selection Sid made at lunch hall did not escape his judgment, invariably befitting the palate of an infant. For fuck's sake, Fury. Damn you, Nero! Sid fumed to himself as he worked to assemble the delicate piece of his submission. Will you never leave me be? And so the months passed. Spring came at last, though the weather refused to acknowledge it. Its snow showing no signs of melting as the capital shivered in winter's lingering chill. Yet despite the cold outside, the exhibition hall was stifling, the air heated by the frenzied activity of the many students within. Wearing variously panicked expressions, they bustled around at their respective paces, desperate to ensure a smooth performance to the contest's final, most heavily weighted category, the practical demonstration. Sid himself was busy testing each component on the flying machine he had constructed, focusing intently upon the flapping motion of the invention's aether-infused wings. Hey, you know where this goes. You don't honestly think a flimsy toy like that will impress the judges? A voice driven with disdain prodded at Sid's consciousness, shouting his consecration. Not now, Skyver. My hypercurrent cannon will gun at 10 times, nay 100 times the interest. Nero had arrived creating a sleek tube in his arms, which he now proudly presented for Sid's inspection. Though his soul cried out telling where to shove it, Sid's better self-reasoned that he would gain nothing from rising to this obvious provocation. He continued working on his own device in a determined silence. An instant later, a deafening roar reverberated around the auditorium. What ma? An explosion, offered his inner voice. Suppressing a smile, Sid up to see whose invention had met with misfortune. Rather than to his pieces of Magitech, his questing gaze picked out a group of soldiers emerging from a haze of drifting white smoke. They belonged to no legion. The mishmashed equipment, the unshaven faces, the unkempt hair, it all pointed to one thing. Rebels. The initial moment was of shock was broken by a single piercing scream, and the hall dissolved into chaos. Students come over each other into their haste to flee, bend their precious works without so much as a backwards glance. This is an outrage! Stammered Nero, the sight of dissidents sending cracks through his unusual veneer of self-assurance. How did this rebel slip into the capital? Sid appeared stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Though his body was slow to respond, his mind was already assembling the puzzle of the who, the what, and the why. As he watched, the apparent leader of the insurgent group quickly scanned the faces in the exhibition hall, then turned to bark orders to his fellows. Target's not here. You'll give the Imperials at bay, the rest of you upstairs with me. A handful of rebels began erecting barricades and ejecting clumps of carrying students, while their comrades head towards a nearby staircase. They're looking for someone. The moment Sid whispered the words out loud, he knew. While the dignitaries currently in attendance, the most notable was, without a doubt, the dining panel's chairman, the Empire's preeminent father, Madison Garland. Father! The Sid yet to ascertain the motive was enough to know his sire's life was in danger. He clutched his flying machine close to his chest and ran. Avoiding the throng of panicked students scrambling towards the building's exits, he made for a staircase and raced up to the second floor. If he remembered correctly, a conference room had been set aside for the judges to take their ease during the exhibition's lengthy preparation periods. Slowing from his mad dash, Sid crept along the last few yards of the side corridor. Around the corner, he heard a man snarl. Call off the test or die! I won't ask again. All the pieces fell into place. His father had scarce been home this past moon, his time spent traveling back and forth between the capital and the Bolshevik citadel in the frontier lands, where some important and confidential experiment was taking place at the behest of the Emperor himself. Bolshevik. You know what happens there. When the garb of these rebels seemed to match descriptions, he had read that of the province's people. Their plan was obvious now. By taking aside a prisoner, they had to put a stop to whatever it was he was working on, imagining his experiments a threat to their home. The military would be reluctant to endanger the father of Magitech, so they did not fear any heavily armed reprisals. In the short term, at least. After Daddy, are they? Sid jolted in surprise while dropping his flying machine. Spinning his head, he saw a blonde boy crouch behind him, also hugging his invention. Keep your bloody voice down, Nero, Sid hissed. When the else did you follow me? I'm gonna let you run off and get killed, Nero explained with forced nonchalance. You wouldn't be there to see me win the contest. The contest? Sid spat, barely stifling a shout. Is that all you could think about? Nothing until I've won it, came the reply. While I'm certain my cannon will take first prize, I'll be whole of victory at your submission sitting there below us on the podium. And since Sid closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In that moment, an idea came to him. His eyes snapped open and flipped between the Magitech devices that were still held in vice-like grips. He also keen to have our entries judged, he whispered, fixing her with a stare, when we save the judges. Thus began an unprecedented collaboration between the two young prodigies. Concealing themselves in an sanitation closet, they proceeded to strip down the hypercurrent cannon and attach it to the flying machine, but without a word disagreement passing their lips. The result was a rudimentary combat drone. Damn, look at young Sid! Look at young Sid here. Look at your little cannon, look at the wings. Look at it go. Look at 12-year-old Sid. Phone loud. Phone loud. We've created an airborne Magitech turret. Nero crowed in delight, ignoring his companion's enthusiasm. Sid filled with his half of the control module, they pierced together from leftover parts. The combined cerulean engine snorted comically as it whirred to life, but despite the additional weight, the newly built turret lifted smoothly off the floor. Either wings beating slow and steady. Right, Sid looked up, satisfied the device was operational. I'll do the flying, you do the firing. As you command, Master Garland. Nero threw wide the closet door. Sid sent the drone hurtling down the hallway at maximum speed. Once around the corner, a crackling burst from the cannon struck the rebel standing guard. His lips twitched spasmodically as he fell senseless to the floor. Without slowing, the buzzing machine barreled into the conference room, its breathless operators a few steps behind. It's the army! The Bolshevik scrambled to bring their weapons to bear, Leah stepping forward to answer the sudden intrusion. Stop right there, he demanded. We have a hostile! And his words would devolve into an agonized scream as a bolt of energy struck him squarely in the chest. Enjoy the demonstration! Nero jabbed at the firing butt with a fiendish glee, and an arc of crackled lightning filled the room. A short while later, the Imperial Guard arrived at the auditorium. The Empire's finest duly cut through the defenders downstairs and stormed the upper floor, and were greeted by the sight of a heap of unconscious insurgents, and a glassy-eyed Midas and Garland, all victims of Nero's indiscriminate display. You taste my dad, bro. Once every trace of the incident had been swept away, the affected parties afforded sufficient time to recover. The interrupted exhibition held its award ceremony. Yet any of the winner came as no surprise to anyone, or rather the winners. First prize was awarded to Sid Garland and Nero Skyver in honor of their jointly created Magitech turret. Something troubling you, Chief? Sid's head snapped up at Jesse's query, leaving his hand with no beard to stroke. He's just sitting there going like this. Huh? Oh. Oh, no, I was just thinking about the old days. Jesse raised an eyebrow. Anything to do with that data you requested? It was true that, ever since he had asked for certain research files to be smuggled out of the Empire, Sid perhaps indulged more in brooding than was healthy. He had work to do, he knew, and the stakes could hardly be higher. Worried about me? He teased, forcing a smile. I'm fine, Jesse. I made peace with the past. Besides, He continued, the grin genuine now. The memories aren't all bad. The time for deliberation was over. Nodding to his colleagues, Sid Garland, Mars Engineer, Sheriff joined his companions in their fated and final confrontation. All my memories weren't bad. What's the good memory that you have of your time in the Empire? The time that me and the kid who always annoyed me stopped my father from being shot down by a bunch of rebels. That's the good memories of being in the Empire, Sid? Gay! I need the pride flag vine booms. I need them. I need them desperately because gay! Mura definitely put his name first. So that is all of the Stormblood stories that we've gone through here. However, you'll notice in the cacophony of tabs that I have up the top here that there is more. I'm not realizing I didn't full screen that the entire time. I was wondering why I had less space than usual. I didn't full screen that the entire... I was meant to full screen it. I was wondering why it looked like I didn't have much space to read. It's because I forgot to do this. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Whoops. My bad. My bad. We have, like, all of those pages. There's 4 stories there. There's 4 stories there. Though the font looks a lot smaller. Though I guess this is, like, several pages if we go by that. I have no idea whether they're longer or not. But, before I read them, so I don't put too much strain on my voice, I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch my legs, because, fucking Christ, my knees really hate me today. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to get another drink. And get some rest from my throat for like a minute or two. And we'll come back and we'll read the stories from the Chronicles of Light. These are the exclusive ones to the book that all of these other stories are in, which I should probably buy at one point as well and also do that. But we'll read those when I come back. There's a lot of stories. We're gonna make sure we like do them per expansion after this. Because even just one expansion takes like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Whew. Throat. Anyway, I'll be back. And we are back. When we last left off, we were here. Anyone else joining us in our home? No, okay. I had to see if anyone else had joined us. Or if anything else has changed. Honestly, Deku puts a lot of shit in my house. Half the time I come here and our teachers just play something else somewhere. There is something! What? No, there is something new. What the fuck is this? What's going on over here? Wait, there is something new. What the hell's going? What? What's with the? What's with the pot? What's going on here? What's happening? Why is there a little ship moving around and it just spurts every now and then? What the fuck? What's going on here? So there was something new. There was something new. I knew it. I called it. See, I gotta look around. I gotta examine. I gotta be careful. I gotta check to make sure that shit hasn't been placed in my house, as it always has. Anyways, now we move on to the final 4 that are from the book of all the scans that Deku has given us. The one thing I say about this is that there's no name here. Oh, this is a lot. This is 1 story, I believe. I think the first 3 are 1. There's a lot. There's gonna be a lot here. You discovered my trick. What, the little thing that you put of splashing water? That zooms in decently enough. I don't think I need to do more than that. So I have to like click over to here for the names. I have to click over here for the names. I have to go into the thread for the names. So this first one is called The Hunt Begins. And yes, this is the first 3. Special PvP trophies added in 6.5 for reasons. Oh! You need something to spend the wolf marks and/or crystals on. What do I spend my trophy crystals on? I have 19,000, and I already have my outfit that they added for the new one. And I have all the framer kits and like all of the minions and stuff I can get from it. What do I spend it on? Do I spend it on wolf collars? Do I turn those wolf collars into wolf marks? And if so, then what do I spend my wolf marks on? What's left to buy? What do I buy? What do I spend wolf marks on? There's nothing to spend wolf marks on. I'm running out of things to buy with my PvP currency, and I don't know what the best thing is to just buy in general. Other than just, can you buy Aetheryte tickets with it? I know I can buy Ventures. I know I can buy Ventures. Can I buy Aetheryte tickets with it? I should buy Aetheryte tickets more frequently. Anyway, we have stories. The Hunt Begins is our first one. Which these ones might be more wordy than the other ones, but you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. I remember to full screen. I full screened the wrong fucking page. I full screened OBS. Ah shit! Don't close OBS. Fuck. I full screened the wrong fucking page. I remember to do that this time. There we go. What's the button that goes between tabs? What's the button that goes between tabs? I've already forgotten that as well. We did that last stream and I've already forgotten it. Oh, my phone's not even fucking charging. Well, uncharged, whatever it is. The Hunt Begins. Finally gets reading. One might think it a blessing to be born into the ruling family of a vast and powerful empire, but for the young Prince Xenos, great-grandson of Solastos Galvus, revered founding father of the Gallian Empire, it was a curse. From the beginning, Xenos was alone. His lady mother succumbed to illness shortly after bringing him into the world, and his lord father was seldom present, occupied as he was with his military campaigns and political maneuvering. And while the prince was surrounded by countless servants, they were as Machina to him, trundling about on invisible rails, bereft of independent thought. Not that he held the learned men and women who served as his tutors in much higher regard. His brilliant mind found their lessons, their very existence, monotonous, and he preferred with silent company of books. With such an upbringing, he could not choose to, but to be different than other children. Indeed, it can be said that he was never a child at all. Innocence and playfulness were quite alien to him, the former expunged by his earliest schooling, the latter afforded no outlet. His days were uniformly joyless, and he went about his scheduled task with apathy. Thus did he pass his first 4 and 10 summers, in a still great blur of tedium. Buy anything you want to get with trophy crystals, convert extras to wolf collars. Buy anything you want with wolf collars, convert any extras to wolf marks. Buy anything you want with those. Then just get like Ventures or black matter or whatever. Control tab, that was the one. Alt tab's the Windows. Control tab's for that thing. That's what it is. Next. Not how much left to buy for my systems. Arm yourself, the stranger ordered without preamble. Today, as per routine, Xenos had come to the training hall for his martial drills, a crucial part of any future empire's education. But this time he found his usual tutor waiting for him, but an unfamiliar figure. The man's skin, baked copper by the sun, was an uncommon sight in the frozen climes of the imperial capital, and he was small of stature, if seriously muscled. Most telling of all, however, was the absence of a third eye upon his forehead. This man was not Gallian, but a native of one of the provinces. And there Xenos lost what little interest he had in the foreigner. Having assessed his appearance, the spark of curiosity promptly faded from the prince's eyes. Warily, Xenos noted. A different tutor, he thought, but the self-same lesson. Hours of being reminded to grip his sword correctly, by being told to stand this way and that. Combat training was as numbingly dull as academic studies, but he had not the will to refuse anymore, if indeed he ever had. Xenos reached out and grasped a practice sword from the rack, and found the hall's cold floor pressed against his face. What in the world? He simply tried to regain his feet. Oh. But the floor shifted beneath him and he fell back down. The pain in the back of his skull told him that he had been struck, though he neither saw nor heard his assailant's approach. You are dead, the foreigner said as he stood over Xenos, his voice betraying no emotion. He spun on his heels and strode off. Wait, we haven't even started! Xenos muttered groggily as he tried again in vain to clamber to his feet. The shooter did not spare him a backwards glance. The dead do not learn, they sleep. That encounter marked a change in Xenos' routine. Whereas before, martial drills took place thrice weekly and never on consecutive days, the very next day he was summoned to the training hall once more. Arm yourself. The same words uttered in the same tone. But Xenos knew better than to take his eyes off his nameless tutor. He crept over to the weapons rack, snatched up his blade, and raised it hurriedly in a defensive stance. For all the good it did. Though he was certain he was beyond striking range, he was taken square in the chest and sent sprawling. As before, he caught not a glimpse of his opponent's blade. Thus did the draws continue all week, ending before they had even begun. Saving the fleeting company of his Lord Father, this was, as far as Xenos could recall, the first time he had found himself in a situation beyond his control. Even had his shooters not treating him with deference, Xenos had always had the better of them, regularly surprising them with brilliance. He had scarcely been more different with this foreigner. He accorded Xenos not a shred of respect, as he was trying to teach. He gave no indication of it. All he seemed interested in doing was demonstrating the peerlessness of his own swordsmanship. Control tap, there it is. Yeah, I remember. After being told like 5 minutes ago. The 10th day saw Xenos limping back to his chambers, grailing a throbbing shoulder, when his father's voice rang up behind him. How goes your training? As if you don't know. Though his clothing did a good job of hiding the countless welts and bruises now covering his body, Varus would have received the reports from his son's servants. He knew all about these daily thrashings and permitted them to continue. Very well, father, Xenos replied, smiling. It was a twisted trial for a father to impose upon his son. Yet Xenos felt neither indignation nor humiliation. Whatever his father's true intent, he regarded the adversity as a gift. Up until this point in his life, he had faced no challenge worthy of the name, and the one that his newest tutor presented instilled in him with a burning sense of purpose. A reason to rise each morning rooted not in duty, but desire. Without further word, Varus not only left Xenos as he found him, spending their first encounter in moons. God, Varus is an awful father. Holy shit. 2 painful and invigorating weeks passed. While Xenos was still unable to swing his blade in reply to his opponent, he could now make out the arc of his blows. And long after Shooter had taken his leave, he could be seen training alone each day, honing skills and tempering flesh. But skill and strength are not enough, Xenos realized. I require knowledge. And so he took to scouring tomes in the Royal Library in a bid to identify the techniques being employed against him. At length, he found his answer within conquest records written by a pious prior. The style, it transpired, was called the Unyielding Blade, and it hailed from the region of Corvos in southern Ilsabard. Now armed with the name, Xenos set out next to find treatises on the subjects. Constructional resources proved elusive and his search yielded no fruit. If anything, however, it's only added to the thrill of the hunt. So be it. If techniques cannot be had through text, I shall acquire them through practice. The following week, Xenos made it his mission to observe his opponent's every movement. It meant leaving himself open to a good beating. From his footworks to his stance to his strokes, he drank it all in as a thirsty man drains his cup. By the time a moon had passed, he found he could turn away some few strikes before succumbing to the onslaught. Arm yourself, he ordered as Xenos took his place. He would improved in recent days, he had to concede, but there were limits that he could never overcome. Even with a willing teacher, he added inwardly. Today would doubtless bring more of the same. He watched as his charge reached out and grasped a practice sword from the rack, and slashed at him without warning. The boy was a good 10 paces away. Short of throwing his sword, he could not hope to reach him. Yet an instant later, he found himself scrambling to dodge the energy wave that hurtled narrowly past his side. How did you do that? He could not hide the shock at having his own technique used against him. The Unyielding Blade was passed down only from master to pupil, and he was the last remaining soul to bear the title of Swordmaster. A native of subjugated Corvos, he and his fellow practitioners had risen up against their imperial oppressors, but for all their skill at arms, they had found themselves hopelessly outnumbered. The forces led by Varus crushed their rebellion in The forces led by Varus crushed their rebellion and slew all of its members. But for good or ill, he alone had been spared their fate, and clapped in irons instead. On Varus' orders, he had then been brought to the Imperial capital specifically to train Xenos while his family was taken hostage to guarantee his obedience. Their faces flashed before his eyes, and disappeared when the boy cleared his throat. What Xenos had done defied all reason. Even had there been some other swordmaster to impart the Unyielding Blade's secrets to him, he should not have been able to employ the technique. For the start required the practitioner to imbue his weapon with his own aether, an ability famously beyond the reach of true-born Gallians. Yet he was a true-born Gallian, and a stripling at that, who had mastered the technique in less than a moon. It was impossible, unthinkable, unforgivable. You seem surprised, Xenos replied flatly. Why? The room seemed to turn red. Do not insult me, boy, he managed, his voice trembling slightly. Ours is a proud art with a 1,000-year history. Remark had cut him to the quick, slicing through the facade of indifference he attempted to maintain. Initiating an impudent prince into his style had never been his intent. He had come to the Imperial Palace intent upon assassinating the boy's father, Varus, even if it meant sacrificing his wife and daughter. No price was too high to avenge his fallen comrades. The gods will forgive me, he had told himself more than once. But now he decided to cast aside all of his carefully laid plans. All his patiently bided time, and slay the boy who stood before him. He would not suffer a galleon, least of all the issue of his loathed foe, to steal the techniques his forebears spent generations perfecting. He could not conceive of a greater dishonor to their legacy. The unyielding blade is not for the likes of you to wield. Even with the blunted practice swords, the Master of the Cell can empower their weapons with aether to kill with ease. And so he charged at Xenos, hatred contorting his features. But instead of flinching, the boy scoffed in disdain, and he felt a flash of annoyance. He had expected to finish it quickly. With each strike that failed to find its mark, however, his confidence waned. Xenos was an impenetrable wall of ice, nullifying his onslaughts of energy waves as his own, while scarcely seeming to move. He had stayed his blade for but a heartbeat to consider his next move when Xenos lunged at him. The slashes came to him from everywhere and nowhere, as a pack of fiendhounds snapping at the prey in the dark, was all he could do to fend them off. The boy's movement seemed random, yet there was a method to the madness, one to which he had no answer. Ere long, he found himself backed into a corner. The grip of his sword slick with sweat. So thoroughly overwhelmed, he was forced to admit that Xenos was no pampered prince to be scorned, but a true warrior to be feared. But he would not, could not, admit defeat. No, he whispered through gritted teeth. Not to you. Not today. With a savage roar, he threw himself at Xenos, bringing his weapon down with every fiber of his being, willing to strike it home. The blade sang as it traced a vicious arc through the air, and fell from limp fingers to the floor with a clang. Lord Density's lifeblood blossoming upon his chest, dripping from Xenos' hands, still gripping the sword hilt. The dead do not learn, they sleep. Is that not so? Xenos whispered by the Corvosi's ear, while his response was to collapse to the ground. His sword still lodged in his breast, eyes open but unseen. Xenos bared a bloodied hand to his slain foe. There, embedded in the cup of his palm, glinted a crystal fragment. I have learned two things, however. First, the inability to manipulate aether is a vexing disadvantage, and one which must be addressed. Without so much as a blink, Xenos plucked the crystal free from his flesh, and his own blood oozing from the open wound. He had buried it in the palm in a bid to force his body to release aether. And the risk had been great, and the worst case, his body ethereal balance could have been altered irreversibly, even fatally. Yet in full knowledge of the dangers, what else would suffice but to sate his curiosity, and put this new fighting style to the proof. Xenos continued. Second, battle offers no euphoria, despite what the tales may claim. Deep down I had always known this, yet I find myself disappointed nonetheless. He tossed the crystal at his opponent's corpse. Your payment for these two lessons. So it was that Xenos Galva's first true battle came to an end. Without further ceremony, he quit the training hall, washed, and put on fresh clothes. By the time he sat at the table for his evening repast, he had quite forgotten the face of his tutor. As he settled into bed, he prayed as earnestly as a boy of his years might one day that he would cross paths with a worthy foe and feel such exhilaration as the heroic epics promised. And then, with a sigh, he closed his eyes and knew the soundest sleep he had ever known. So that's a lot, and that's intense. That's a lot. Like, obviously, to the level that Xenos is fucked up is his own choosing and stuff like that, etc., of themes of Stormblood, about how regardless what happens to you, it's how you choose to make your actions that determines who you are, etc., and stuff like that, but it's still on people to make a better place so that people don't have to worry about making those choices, etc., All themes of Stormblood and stuff like that. There was, like, no chance that Xenos was gonna come out normal. There was no chance that Xenos was ever going to be normal. Like, when you think about his upbringing... when you think about his upbringing... there's no way he was going to be normal. Oh, yeah, no, he was also just fucked up beforehand. Like, the whole thing of him being bored by everything and nothing in life brings him any joy happened before this training started. Him finding every aspect of life boring happened before this training started. Though there's definitely an element. There's definitely an element to this, which is definitely part of Xenos in Stormblood. At least he didn't start fetishizing despair. But, well, that's the thing with Xenos that I think makes him so interesting. Is that Xenos is one of those people who's bored of everything. But his goals are not to, like, give in to that nihilism. He's not a case of, this is worthless, so therefore everything should die, a la Xand. That was Xand's response to finding out that some things are worthless, was to say that everything's worthless and everything should die. That was Xand's response. Xenos the entire time has just been looking for the ability to enjoy something. Like, even here, he kills this guy. He kills this guy, and he's disappointed that it didn't offer a challenge. And he prayed. He literally prayed that he would get a fight. That is what he wanted. Dude was literally praying for it. And you go back to what all of the other people, like, all the people that are around him. What's the thing that Xenos has lacked basically this entire time? Since his birth, what has Xenos lacked? Anyone who actually cares about him. There's not a single motherfucker in his life, of his entire upbringing, who cared about him as a person. So it makes sense that he would get to the point where the one person who gives him something that he can enjoy, a la a fight, a la the Warrior of Light, that he instantly starts calling that person his friend. Because no one else in his life cares about him, and he doesn't find any interest from anyone in his life. So in his fucked up mind and fucked up upbringing, when someone's finally able to give him some semblance of joy, that person is now my friend. But again, you very much get the idea that it's like, Xenos' upbringing definitely helped push him to be who he is. He's also, that's who he is. That's also who he wants to be. Didn't think we'd get a short story on goddamn Xenos of all things, but that's cool. Anyway, our next story. The Players and the Pawns. Is our next one. I'm click on the right page again. There we go. Although any of that stuff's fanfiction writers are making, half the stories about him. Anyway, the Players and the Pawns. Tataru tells herself it will all end well. In her heart of hearts, she knows it probably will. As she strolls through the bustling streets of Kagane, winding her way toward the Ruby Bazaar, she thinks back of the young man she had bid farewell to on the pier. Before boarding the ship, Avano had said a great many things, most of which amounted to, for the 12 sakes be careful, and she will of course, for Tataru is no fool, far from it, and woe betide the scheming merchant who dares try to outwit her, woe betide them very much indeed. She mounts her steps and pushes past the doors into the Ruby Bazaar, glancing at the Ava on the counter, who bows in recognition and bids her proceed to an adjoining room. There she finds a bespectacled blonde gentleman waiting to receive her, steaming cup of tea in hand. Ah, he sighs theatrically. Master Alphino will be sorely missed. Tataru smiles and agrees, being an agreeable sort, or rather being quite good at affecting the appearance. Shall we move on to the matter of the aetheryte components then? It surprises her. You should not recall having ever discussed the subjects before. Did we not? I could have sworn that we did. Of course, how forgetful of her. Surely they did, for how else could he possibly know? And so they speak of what is required to restore the broken Aetheryte in the House of the Fierce, how much materials might be procured and delivered to their allies in Yangsha, and most importantly, the question of cost. Hancock flashes a smile and inclines his head ever so slightly. I pray you forgive my boldness, but I've taken the liberty of arranging a meeting between you and two representatives of trading concerns, which can supply with the components you seek. Again, this surprises her. Perhaps he sees it in her face as he continues. I'm going to understand that you're a fearsome negotiator, and I thought you might relish the opportunity to do what you do best. Tataru cannot help but grin, as she would relish it a great deal. The table in the upper level of the hostelry affords privacy, after a fashion. The cacophony below, while muted, provides a measure of protection from eavesdropping. Not Tataru is particularly concerned about such things. Aetherytes are scattered throughout the Far East, and various parties have a vested interest in their continued upkeep. Not just the Science and Liberation Front, no. Across them sit two men. Two choices. Hers ostensibly, but theirs ultimately. The Hannish trader cuts a flamboyant figure, draped in silks and with a dried shock of hair. His counterpart, an old Hingan man, favours more traditional, austere garments of the Far Eastern fashion. But he is not without his indulgences, judging from the imported clockwork timepiece which he fiddles while shifting in his seat. So he begins the meeting with the requisite pleasantries and polite inquiries before beginning negotiations in earnest. She explains in detail what components are desired. Shipment will not be required, despite the Hannish trader's generous offer to provide a discount should she allow his men to deliver them to their destination. This pains her, but Hancock was most insistent the company handle transport, and on this point Alphino agreed. Use and refurbish will not suffice, for Alphino and LSA will take no chances with faulty parts. The Hingan warns her this will increase the cost significantly, though his pained expression when the Han says otherwise is telling. It was a little more than a prelude to the main event. Satisfied she knows everything she needs to know, she thanks the pair for their time and bids them good day. The Han first speaks. Mr. Tataru, where are you going? You have not yet heard my proposal. She waves him off, saying that neither he nor his Hingan counterpart can possibly offer terms as attractive as those already set out by her preferred provider. While the flamboyant merchant gropes about for words, it is a solemn Hingan who abruptly blurts out a figure. As the Han whirls round, his face a picture of betrayed indignation. She can see the gears turning in his head as he works his jaw silently, before shooting her a sidelong glance. Tataru raises an expectant eyebrow. Well, let it not be said I am unreasonable, he begins, and ends with a figure marginally less than the Hingans. It goes on like this for a time, Tataru interjecting where appropriate to get the two at each other's throats. The cards matter less than the hands that hold them, and every nervous twitch, every unconscious gesture speaks volumes to her. While the Han is a prisoner to pride, the Hingan is driven by desperation. He needs this contract, cost be damned, and so it is he who wins the day by halving his initial offer. Our trader can only throw up his hands in exasperated defeat. To go any lower would be to cut my own throat, in business of securing a living for myself, not an early death. And so he departs in a huff, leaving Tataru and his rival to finalize the details. After watching him go, Hingan turns to her, wearing a look of ill-conceived relief. May this be the first of many profitable arrangements, he says. It will not be. Although Hancock is effusive in his praise, Tataru takes little joy in it. She has every reason to be proud, given the unconscionably low price she had agreed to pay, yet there is a lingering sense that she hasn't exceeded his expectations, but fulfilled them. Nevertheless, she finds herself humming as she saunters into the pier to collect the components a few days later. With any luck, she'll have them on a ship bound for Yangsha before the sunset. The storehouse is unattended when she arrives. The door is slightly ajar, however. While she stands in darkness within, she pokes her head inside, calling out to whoever may be present. Receiving no answer, she shrugs and crosses the threshold. Tara squints as her eyes slowly adjust to the low lights, but this incremental progress is lost when the door is abruptly slammed shut behind her. Sudden impact sends her tumbling to the ground. As she struggles to regain her feet, she is metal on metal without. She rushes to the door, finds it locked, and begins pounding on the heavy wood with her fist while crying for help, though she fears the only ones who can hear her are the ones holding the key. Alone in the dark, her imagination runs wild. A dozen scenarios present themselves, each more elaborate than the last. Conspiracies grand and far-reaching, and she reduced to a pawn in the great game. But whose great game? Hancock's? It was he who arranged for her to meet with the merchants, was it not? Did he know then? Was this his design? She sits in the dirt and leans against the storehouse door, trying to make sense of the muffled sounds beyond the thick wooden planks. Whispers, she thinks, low and nervous. An intermittent moment later, another voice. Familiar, calling out from a distance. Jovial, co-conspirators. Footsteps, unhurried. Then others, all of a sudden, from other directions. Conversation, louder now, tinged with emotion, with anger. Shouting now, first with words, then without. A shoveling of feet, a sharp crack accompanied by a gasp, a dull wet thud, then silence. Softly, Tara hears footsteps approaching the door. She held her breath hostage since first she heard sounds of struggle and it aches to escape. Not yet, not yet. Closer now, the footsteps come, someone just outside the door. The pounding of her heart fills her head. She feels she can hear the jingle of keys, Then she is falling backward as the door upon which she has been leaning is yanked open. Dazzled, she finds herself flat on her back, just outside the storeroom entrance, right at the feet of someone she dearly hopes is her savior. Silhouetted against the noonday sun, the figure standing over her bends down and proffers a hand. Squinting, she at last makes out the upside-down face of a man. A blonde man. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, my dear. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and bites her tongue. In fairness, Hancock apologizes again later and at length for not taking Tatara into his confidence. At the Rue Bazaar, after the dust is settled, he sits her down and explains how the Hingan merchant had become indebted to Frumentarian agents, who subsequently directed him to establish a relationship with the Silence. When Hancock put the word out he sought to obtain aetheric components for a client, the merchant only assumed that it was on Tatara's behalf, and so he called it the Rue Bazaar. Does she wonder? I didn't know he was their cat's paw. Not for a certainty, at least. This does not placate her. As she nurses her teeth, Tatara frowns and accuses him of using her as bait. Please, it never crossed my mind that he would be so stupid as to attempt to kidnap you on the Guardian's behalf. Apparently I very much doubt across theirs either. She wonders aloud why he had his brass blade shadow her then. Hope is for the best, prepare for the worst, he says simply, and she can only shrug in agreement. Embarrassed though she is, she has little reason to remain angry with Hancock. The treacherous Hingan merchant and his cronies are in the cares of the Seki Sagami, and no longer pose a threat. Moreover, despite his nefarious intentions, the Hingan has gone so far as to procure the aetheric part she requested, perhaps in an effort to maintain the ruse. In the chaos following her detainment and liberation, said components found their way into her possession, courtesy of the brass blades, and at no charge at that. Indeed, it's remarkable how everything seems to have worked out for the best. And yet, one question weighs on her mind. The storehouse? Well, I believe the big Yoshi will auction off the contents and rent it to a new client. And so instrumental in bringing disruptive foreign agents to justice, so that his Island Trading Company will be afforded right of a first refusal. Not that we would. Space is ever a premium in Kagano. Tataru sighs. We'll all end well, she tells herself. Whether she likes it or not. God damn it, Hancock. By the way, his picture. Here's his picture. Artesia, they're beating up your girlfriend. Stab him. Stab them all. We have another story. This one is called Ever After. Ever After is this one. Loud sounds everywhere. Loud music. I don't know what music's playing. I can just hear that it's loud. Beneath a blue sky unmarred by even a single errant cloud, the people of the Enclave went about their business with the faintest hint more energy than usual. Perhaps they took their strength from undeniable progress they had made in rebuilding their broken home, brick by brick, stone by stone. Perhaps it was the presence of the Imperial conscripts who recently returned to Doma, and their tearful loved ones. Perhaps it was simply the gentle sunlight that warmed body and soul alike. Wherever you are, Gesetsu, I pray your burdens are lighter this day. Nero is bound for the 10,000 stalls to collect the ledger of sales and imports on behalf of Lord Heian. As was all too often the case, Doma's young lord had naively believed that he would be capable of doing so himself, only to be waylaid by retainers and petitioners the moment he set foot outside his door. Though part of her bought the idea of leaving him to the mercy of the mob, she knew that no harm would come to her master so long as Haka remained at his side. Still, she couldn't help but worry. Lord Heian's insistence on speaking directly with his people, while admirable, took up far too much of his time. It was only through weeks of dogged persistence that she and the others had finally convinced him to delegate some few of his routine responsibilities. As she drew closer to the stores, however, she realized that today would be anything but routine. For a massive winged beast, the color of the dusk, sat patiently in the nearby square. Though townsfolk deemed distinctly uncertain, she knew of what it was. A tamed yowl of the steppe. But not Heian's. Her visitors, then? I swear if the Budiga have come looking for their man again. But attention called with him, her began to subside the moment she saw the young woman bartering with a nearby greengrocer. The young one to whom she owed an unrepayable debt for saving her liege lord's life. Serena, what brings you to the Enclave this day? Yagiri, pray forgive my unannounced visit. Up at the house of Temulin Hatun, the young Udan explained, she had ventured forth from Molly Low in search of rare herbs for a feast. The old gods were fond of such commandments, it would seem. But on this occasion, she'd been able to procure the necessary ingredients remaining the merchants in reunion. After making further inquiries, Serena had learned that the herbs she sought were native to Yangsha. And where else would one find myriad foodstuffs for the 10,000 souls of the Doma Enclave? Heavy rains delayed the latest shipment, but Trade expects to arrive today. She left about a moment ago for the docks. I see. Full glad am I to hear your troubles will soon be over. Oh, it really hasn't been so difficult. As Serena trailed off, they found themselves in the midst of an inevitable silence. Say something. Yagiri saw her own discomfort mirrored by the young Udan. who gripped one arm above the elbow and struggled to meet her gaze. She considered taking her leave. She had official duties to attend to after all, but decided against it. Serena was a stranger to this place. What she could do was get the poor girl company until her business was concluded. I've been meaning to ask about Lord Hien. She was involuntarily noticeably Serena's frozen expression. Say something else. About how the two of you first met, and how people nurse him back to health. Maybe you could share the tale with me while you wait. At this, Serena visibly relaxed, an eager smile spreading across her face. Yes, of course, she exclaimed, nodding for good measure. And so the pair retired to a nearby table where Serena set about recounting how the fates of the people of Yangsha and have been intertwined and forever changed. There can be difficult at times to discern the meaning of the old god's whispers. When they spoke to grandmother that day, their intent was clear. Twixt step and wood, where land meets sky, a kingdom's fate hangs by a thread. I led a group of mole past reunion into the mountains between our lands and yours. We knew not for what we searched, nor where we should look. Then we were guided to a small clearing in the wood, where we found a Doman dressed in tatters, caked with mud and dried blood. He was surely dead, I thought, and that moment I fear I had failed, until I saw his fingers twitch. I rushed to his side and began tending to his hurts while calling out to the others. Quietly, I suspected he'd been cut down in his flight from the Iron Man. We were ill prepared to fight. When we felt it was safe to move him, we bore him to our horses and rode straight for Molly Low. He lay unconscious for days, in the grip of a terrible fever. So grievous were his wounds that we feared he would never recover. Some questioned the wisdom of us sheltering the stranger from the war-torn south, but this Doman whom they suspected was leader of men. My grandmother would not suffer any talk of casting him out. He'd be nursed back to health, and in time all our questions would be answered. None would gainsay her wisdom in this, of course, though some yet harbored doubts. All the while, he lay thrashing about in his sleep, crying out for his father again and again. Wailing. He'd watched him die, I knew it in my heart. His grief was primal, all-consuming, and I could not bear to listen. But nor could I bear to leave him alone. Never before had I heard a man make such sounds. Never again do I wish to. Serena paused, her eyes taking a moment long since past. I may envy you some things, but I do not envy you this. Some days were better than others. He languished there, drifting in and out of consciousness for more than a month, until one day, quite without warning, someone from his room and fell to his knees before grandmother and me, muttering something. At first I thought his strength spent, but I saw how he pressed his forehead to the earth, and heard him thank us for granting him succor. I begged him to rise, so there was no need for such formality, but he remained there as he was and continued. It was then that he told us he was Hien, son of Kayan, Lord of Doma. He feared that imposing upon us further might invite imperial reprisals, but grandmother refused to listen. He was Mole now. Family. One was not simply abandoned family. She implored him to rest and regain his strength, but he would need all of that and more for the trials ahead. As for his secrets, they were ours now. None would betray his trust. Not that he had any cause to fear betrayal or discovery. The Iron Man had never taken an interest in this step. So Ian was free to come and go as he pleased, to retrain his body through the many tasks he insisted we leave to him. Simple chores for the most part, though he struggled much with them in the beginning, as his hands and feet betrayed him in unexpected ways. We never saw him succumb to frustration. Instead, he would chuckle at his own clumsiness and promise to do better. At least, this was the face he presented to us when he knew we were near. When he did not. Again, Serena paused, her breath held in her throat, as if she was suddenly uncertain. I spied upon him once as he practiced his sword away from the camp. When it slipped from his fingers, he froze. I'm still held up before him. I can see him panting with the effort. Make out the sweat running down his necks. Slowly he looked to his hands. He stood there, closing them into fists and opened them again. He looked almost lost. Aren't we all? Yet he recovered, grew faster and stronger with each passing day, until he was more than a match for any mole. He earned his keep in the trust of all, and those difficult times were soon forgotten. I didn't pretend he had always been with us, and always would be, but... One evening I went off in search for him, to call him home to eat. I found him, as I knew I would, as usual spot atop a small rise, looking out over the steppe. He'd often sit there in silence, until a day I'd never thought to wonder why. But there in the fading light, I finally understood. He looked not on the steppe, but to distant lands beyond it, to the south. I was always reluctant to intrude upon these moments. Doubly so then. Having glimpsed the future in the blood-red sunset, I knew I must. And so I edged closer and called out, "When you return to them, what will you do?" With eyes still fixed on the southern horizon, and not the slightest hint of surprise, he replied, "Should they yet first thirst for freedom? Should they yet yearn to stand and fight? Then I shall be their sword, and lead them in my father's stead. Or should their thirst be quenched by the bitter draught of defeat? Should they have their fill of blood and ash? Then I shall be their reprieve." I was tempted in that moment. Stay then, leave them to their peace, and you to yours here. Selfish and impossible and sure to be refused, but the words were on my lips and in my heart. Saying this, Serena looked Yugiri in the eye, daring her to speak. But she said nothing, only inclined her head a fraction. Go on. The mole are few in number. We know every face, every name. We know what it means to fight for one another. But nations and kingdoms such as yours are different. These identities and ideals which you swear allegiance, which you fight and die are foreign to us. But I think perhaps it is the same for the mole and the old gods. There are things we cannot see nor touch that nevertheless have value. Things in which we place our faith, and from which we derive strength, and without which we are incomplete. While explaining his intent, he and Risen came to me, apologizing for keeping me from my dinner. We worked together in silence for a time, until I took his hand in mine. Serena swallowed her words and looked away, prompting Yugiri to realize she had been staring intently at the young woman. She blinked and affected an air of calm composure before motioning to Serena to continue. I couldn't tell you why, really. I was just surprised to see he was. But I think I wanted him to know how I felt. So I told him. What's done is done. I told him that we should go hunting the next day, and the day after that he might go stronger than he was. So when the war was rejoined, he could lead his people to victory. Oh. Some men are not destined for quiet lives. He would fight for his homeland till his dying breath, like his father before him. And so his path being set, all I could hope to do was to help him walk it to his end. Having said my piece, I let go. Our hands drifted apart. But for the briefest of moments, our fingertips held firm. Oh? But in the end, I let him go. With a bold, beautiful smile, he said it was a wonderful idea, and looked forward to following my lead. And then we went home and ate with the others. Our tale concluded, Serena placed her hands in his lap and in her lap and took a breath. So you see, when you finally came for him, I could not have been happier. For his people still yearned to fight. His gods had not finished with him yet. Yugiri simply nodded in reply. An honourable effort, that smile. And the rest. The young woman had taken Lord Heian's measure, and rightfully judged that his true love would always be Doma. Yet the minds and the hearts are not always in accord. Some feelings may never be reconciled. And on warm days and cold nights, our thoughts may wander to what could have been. The trader chose to make them, then to make his return. The coveted herbs had indeed arrived, and Serena was presented with a basket full for her needs. After exchanging words and payments, the Yordan turned back to Yugiri. Well, I should be on my way. Thank you for keeping me company. The pleasure was mine, but are you sure you don't wish to stay a while longer? To speak with Lord Heian, perhaps. I'm certain he'd be glad to see you. No, I expect he's very busy attending to his people's needs, and since I have nothing important to discuss. In fact, you needn't tell him I was here at all. Again, Serena flashed a smile. Really? Yugiri sighed inwardly. Shall see about that. Forgive me. I recall now that there was an urgent matter which I had to attend. It was true, to be fair, when she broke into a run, her official duties were the furthest thing from her mind. Darting through the streets of the Enclave, she would her head back and forth, looking down every side street, running, searching. Right or wrong, selfish or impossible. There he was, surrounded by the usual entourage. Yugiri pushed through the crowd with the ungentle force. Lord Heian! Lord Heian! Yugiri, whatever's gotten into you? Serena's here, in the Enclave. She came to purchase some herbs, but if you hurry... Words were drowned out by the piercing cry of a Yol soaring overhead. All eyes were drawn to the silhouette crossing the sun. Before bird and rider were northward and began to fade into the blue. Damn it. She as well? Lord Ian's eyes are still fixed on the cloudless sky, lingering on the limitless possibilities. But duty comes before all. Quite well, my lord. Do I should not wish to trouble you? For an instant, something flashed across his face. A sun, broken and mended, flexing weakened fingers. He looked almost lost. Well, that she hadn't granted me so much needed respite. But then I'd be that much more delayed, so perhaps it is for the best. With a wry smile, he whirled his arm round to face the waiting crowd. Right then, all your petitions will be heard. Please wait till for your turn. And just like that, he was the Lord of Doma again. Yugiri trying so hard to ship these two. Yugiri trying so hard. Yugiri aggressively trying to get these two to hook up. Let him fuck! I love the idea that Yugiri is the strongest shipper of these two. She's just like, oh, I do not get my lord laid. Oh god, it's gonna be a nightmare. Anyway, that was Ever After. So now we have one final one, which I'm going to assume that this relates to a particular character, given the name of it. We have one last one called The Samurai Who Couldn't Die. So I'm excited for this last one here. Just move that a little bit to make sure that we're still there. We're still hanging out there. Yeah, we're still hanging out in the bar. We're all good. It's gonna if the PS5 turns off, you'll lose me. Oh, gotta zoom in so I can read it. By your leave. Gazetsu lowered himself down somewhat gingerly next to a weathered skull, crossing his aching legs as he glanced about the surrounding field. Since shaving his head and setting off on a pilgrimage to honor the fallen, former samurai's whining road led him to the border of Ilsabad. Jesus Christ, Gosetsu, how far are you going? It was here, some 2 decades past, that a battle had raged between the forces of the Empire and the people of a subjugated province. The remains of the vanquished still lay unburied, the scarlet bones protruding from the undulating sea of wild grass. I know not who you were, friends, nor yet for whom you fight, but I do know you were a warrior. The Rogan paused politely, as if affording the skull time to respond. When it did not, he continued, Here you lie, mouldering away with none to mourn your passing, also mangling shamelessly to life. And yet in my defense, none can say that I have not afforded the Kami ample opportunity to claim this tired soul. It's been 25 years since his first appointment with death. Gazetsu had fought like a demon against the invading empire, but even a man of his indomitable will could not prevail against the might of Garlemald. Defeated, both he and his Lord Kayan were taken prisoner, their beloved Doma falling at last to imperial rule. Disgraced and dishonored by his capture, the breaking of his spirit was completed by the news of his family's fate. His wife and daughter had perished in the imperial bombardment of Monsen. Okay, that I didn't realize. Or if they mentioned it, I'd forgotten, because my memory's bad. In dedicating every waking moment to his liege, Gazetsu had all but left his spouse to run their household alone. And on no few occasions had he come home to find his 5-year-old asleep in the doorway, where she had waited to welcome her father's return. He had often considered begging leave from his duties that he might spend time with his loved ones, but even that humble wish would never be granted. Robbed of his will to live, Gazetsu thought only being reunited in death. His life, however, was not his own to take. Unable to beg Kayan's consent, Samurai was forced to endure the agony of his imprisonment. 6 moons waxed and waned before one day, without warning, the guards strode into his cell and dragged him from his meager bedding. They just said they had died. Huh? Huh? Did they, like, here? Oh, you mean, I don't think you meant just in this story. You know, him having a wife and child at all. Like, him having a wife and child at all, I have forgotten from in-game. Him having family at all, I have forgotten from in-game. That's also what I meant. I had forgotten they existed in any capacity from in-game. That's what I had forgotten. Wordlessly, they led him to a nearby chamber, wherein waited Doma's former ruler. Seeing the captors had last permitted Kayan a visitor, but rather than ask for his beloved wife, he requested to speak with his most loyal retainer. Even as the door closed behind him, Gazetsu fell to his knees and begged for the right to commit seppuku. But Kayan simply closed his eyes and shook his head. Why? Gazetsu asked, his voice hoarse from disuse. Why did you deny me this small mercy? Kayan was not only his master, but his oldest and dearest friend. Rarely did the samurai question his lord's decisions, but in the face of this unfeeling refusal, he could not conceal his dismay. Our nation has fallen! My family is dead! I've had to protect all that is dear to me. Honor demands that I turn my blade. I need you alive, came the reply, silencing Gazetsu at a stroke. I trust no other to watch over my son. None. It was the first Gazetsu had heard of an heir. In the pandemonium that followed the Empire's invasion, Kayan explained, he had told no one that his wife, Mina, was with child. A boy, the predictions of the Onmoji were to be believed. The revelation left Gazetsu agog. He'll come into a world of strife and subjugation. If I don't stand at his side, then who will? It was in 4.3 he wondered if the reason Gazetsu was so undeceived was because his family had died. Oh yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah, that was right, yeah. There it is. Yeah, Gazetsu hears that Kayan's having a child and immediately is just like, oh shit, okay, well I have to be there for him. Tears welling in his eyes, the samurai withdrew his earlier request and swore to his legionary oath. He would not fail this time. So it was that my first death was denied, Gosetsu explained to his mute audience. His son, Shun, was born soon after. I was conscripted to fight the Empire's battles for them. To draw a blade in service of another, of our hated enemy no less, was a humiliation worse than dying, but such was the price of remaining true to my oath. I turned my heart to stone, and carved the bloody trail with my steel. Full many fell before me, some on this very battlefield. Gosetsu regarded this girl sympathetically. Were you one of them? I understand if your spirit chose to haunt me. Such troubled deeds I performed in the name of honor. See, this is something that they haven't covered that much in game. Gosetsu and Ian worked for the Empire. Like, they were conscripted into the Empire before the rebellion happened. It's not like they were hiding away. They explicitly mentioned that, like, they were conscripted into the Empire. So they've probably done, like, a number of horrible things as part of that. They don't really mention it in the game, but here we are. Hollow eye sockets stared back at him, but no vengeful spectres stirred within their depths. The old Rogan plunged onward with these recollections. Which brings me to the recent uprising, and what should have been my second death. It was the 24th winter of the Imperial occupation. Lord Kain had been permitted to retake his place as Doma's leader. A puppet made to dance to Garlemald's tune. His wife Mina, meanwhile, had passed away, the long years of anguish taking their toll. As to the young Shun, he had grown into an exceptional warrior, taking the name Hien following his coming-of-age ceremony. And Gosetsu himself had returned to serve House Rijin, playing up old wounds as a mean to escape further service on the front lines. Which gave the impression of a man resigned to his fate. The truth could not be more different. And so the trio had spent countless nights plotting Doma's liberation, going so far as to establish a base of resistance in the House of the Fierce. Yet after almost a quarter of a century of Imperial rule, the time to rise up seemed no closer. But then word arrived that the Empire had succumbed to old age, and that a war of succession was brewing in Garlemald. The Kami themselves could not have presented a better opportunity. Waiting patiently until a local garrison had been dispatched to join the conflict back in the motherland, Gosetsu led a rebel force to lay siege to Doma Castle, and after a brief battle, both it and the Viceroy lay in Doman hands. Yet as swiftly as the victory had come, still more swiftly came the Empire's retribution. The internecine struggle within the capital was resolved sooner than any had thought possible, and reinforcements dispatched to Doma forthwith. Arriving at the head of the 12th Legion, the newly appointed Emperor's own son, Crown Prince Xenos, fell upon the rebels like a tidal wave. Overwhelmed, Gosetsu abandoned the castle to the flood of the Imperial troops, seeking to at least uphold his word by ensuring Ian's survival. As guests reached safety when they learned of Lord Cayenne's fate. While attempting to coordinate the evacuation of his people, Doma's ruler was confronted by Xenos and slain in single combat. I will avenge him, Gosetsu vowed then. Even should mine own life be the price of vengeance. Gripping the hilt of his katana, the grief-maddened samurai prepared to charge into the enclave, where the 12 had set up camp, only for Hien to bar his path. I share your grief at father's passing, the young man said, his expression stern. We must pull back and await our next chance at freedom. I am your lord now, he continued, not unkindly, and I order you to withdraw. For a moment, Gosetsu's body went rigid. Then he allowed his hand to fall away from his weapon. His legion closest friend was dead. Caring not who might be watching, he fell to his knees and wept. And thus was the underworld denied my eternal soul once more. I ask you, what manner of samurai lives to tell the tale of his lord's demise? A rueful grin spread across Gosetsu's broad features. One would be forgiven for questioning my loyalties. Shaking his head, he let out a deep sigh. Where was I? Ah, yes. Following our defeats, we were compelled to remain ever on the move, striking at our enemy whenever the opportunity arose. While evading some particular persistent pursuers, we became separated. I searched, of course. Oh, how I searched. But my liege was nowhere to be found, and so I left for Ayosia to enlist the aid of Yagiri Mistwalker. To cut a long story short, Gosetsu went on cheerfully, we eventually reunited with our young lord. At whose side we marched upon Doma Castle once more. It was there that I came to stare into the eye of death for the third time. Our foe, you see, foreseeing our victory, had made arrangements to bring the keep down on our heads. Even as the masonry crumbled around me, I was content to perish in the knowledge that Lord Hien was safe and Doma free. This would have been a good end, mayhap the best. But once again, the Kami proved reluctant to grant me my final rest. Gosetsu had awoken to find himself drifting down the one river, atop a stout wooden door, whose twisted hinges had chanced to snag upon his sleeve. Nor was he alone. By some miracle, Yotsuyu too had been spared. Yet despite his hatred for the Viceroy, he could not strike her as she lay there senseless. is that he spent his strength on keeping their precious raft from tipping into the current, carry them out to the open sea. They washed up on the beach of a small island, where Tio at last regained consciousness. She seemed confused by the situation, unable to even recall her own name. So she naturally suspected trickery. When he advanced upon her, blade drawn, she dissolved in the fits of frightened weeping. In that moment, she saw not the viceroy, but the face of his lost little girl, cheeks streaked with tears after a scolding. The point of his katana dropped down into the sand. He could no more cut her down than he could his own daughter. So began their time as castaways. What would have been torture for some, swimming on rainwater and the few fish that could be caught, Seneca said to a tranquil dream after a lifetime of conflict. Yotsu spoke to him as an honored grandfather, seeking his approval with an innocence that touched his heart. And as affection blossomed unbidden, he in turn began thinking of her as a grandchild. The spiteful woman he had once cursed as his foe gradually ceased to be. Ayame? Is that who I am? One morning, still drowsy from sleep, Kosetsu had mistaken the wide-eyed Yotsuyu for his long-dead daughter. Stricken with guilt, he then resolved to make her conscious ever to call her Tsuyu. Yet similarity could not be denied. Had Ayame lived, she would have been of a similar age. And just like that, Kosetsu caught himself contemplating a life on the little island, instead of forgetting all that had gone before. But he was beholden to his duty. His lord must know that he and Yotsuyu had survived. And so as soon as his wounds permitted, Kosetsu chopped down their sanctuary's solitary tree, fashioned a crude raft, and began paddling toward the nearest shore. My reunion with Lord Heian was joyous enough, but I must confess my heart was filled with trepidation, the old Roganin said softly. I feared what judgment he would pronounce on Tsuyu, but my liege is a merciful man, who granted her leave to linger among us as a German citizen, until such time as her memories returned. In my elation, I convinced myself that everything had come to pass. Our miraculous survival, my inability to wield a blade, was a sign from the kami that I was destined to spend the rest of my days at Tsuyu's side. Fond fool. That I of all men should presume to understand the will of the divine. Kosetsu stared into the distance, eyes clouded with anguish. Sure enough, Yotsuyu's true self returned, her crimes inviting an inevitable death. Tsuyu was gone, and I was left to mourn once more. His story told, he bowed his head and lapsed into silence. The skull, however, seemed unmoved. Marking its impassive expression, Kosetsu laughed quietly. My apologies! I did not come here to bore you with an old man's tales. I came to say that you and your comrades are given the proper rights. So saying, he heaved himself to his feet and began the laborious process of burying each and every bone that littered the field. That task complete, he constructed a simple cairn of stones and read aloud a passage of prayer in reverent tones. And then he collapsed. Kosetsu awoke to find himself sitting at the prow of a small ferry, enveloped in a nimbus of warm light. The craft bobbed in the waters of a broad river. On the far bank, he came out a small gathering of people, beckoning him to cross. Squinting at their faces, he made out his wife and daughter, and his dear friend Kaien. Even Tsuyu was there, smiling again. Kosetsu smiled back. At long last, death has come to embrace me. I shall be with you soon, he called out, snatching up the laurel lying across the vessel's bench, and starting to paddle in earnest. Yet over furiously he churned the water, the ferry would not move forward. He looked up to see a distant bank drawing ever farther away. Desperate now, Kosetsu flung aside the oar and dove into the river. The next thing he knew, he felt solid ground beneath his back. A peddler, judging by his attire, was leaning over him, peering worriedly into his eyes. Had yourself a bit of a turn, did you? The man asked kindly, enunciating each syllable for ease of comprehension. I have some spare food and water, if you think you can stomach it. A turn? Kosetsu replied groggily. Where is Ayame? Tsuyu? His thoughts swirled in confusion, till a rumbling growl from his belly reminded him where he was and what he had been doing. For 3 days and 3 nights he had toiled in the field, without so much as a sip of water or a grain of rice passing his lips. Not sure whether to feel embarrassed or saddened by his predicament, Kosetsu resolved instead to see the mirth in it. I thought for certain my time had come, but 'twould seem the kami are not done with me yet, he chuckled. So be it! If I am to remain in this world, then I shall greet every precious moment as a dear friend. What more can a man do but smile? With a customarily ear-splitting laugh, Kosetsu took off the proffered bread from the saddle of the merchant's man's and wolfed it down in 3 hurried bites. He would need his strength if he was to continue his pilgrimage. Aw, Kosetsu! Oh, Kosetsu. Oh. I'm noticing a lot of these ones in the book are focused on Kugane and Doma. Most of the ones on the website are focused on Alamigo, probably because Alamigo gets the least both in base Stormblood and into the patches. So the websites, it feels like a bit like the website ones are designed to flesh out the Alabigo sections of Stormblood a bit more. And then the book came out, and then it's like, nah, I'm still gonna do more Toma, baby! Oh, God. Well, reading all of those, reading everything, we have now completely caught up. We have now completely caught up on all of our stories. Super worth it. Super worth it. Those stories are great. The stories help to flesh out a lot of the characters a lot. Like, there's a number of moments there with different characters that are very good to get more of. To understand more about them and stuff like that. And then some of them is just cute shit. Like, some of it is fleshing out important details about these characters in terms of how they relate to the MSQ. And some of it is just giving us quiet moments with the characters that the MSQ has a lot going on to focus on it a bit, like, as much. Like, there was literally one of these that was just a lunch with Licia, Stola, and Alice. Like, that's just the lunch and them just hanging out and seeing how they're friends and how they tease each other and stuff like that because they're friends. But then we also had the Alice one, which, like, the Alice one explains a lot of her character in terms of, like, the things that get to Alice the most and the things she struggles with the most. Those things make a lot of sense when you take the short story in with it as well. Like, oh yeah, that would explain it. And it checks out a lot. I'm super glad that we read through all of these tomes here. Every one of these books was a story we just read. There's probably still more books here than how many stories we read. We're not done with all the stories. This won't be our last story stream. But maybe in the future, story streams will be like part of other streams. Because we'll only have one expansion to do at a time and not 3 expansions plus the companies plus the bonuses in a book that was released separately. So maybe there'll be a little less. Maybe it won't be split across 2 separate. God, I'm very I was wondering if I was like being a little bitch last time when I was like, I'm gonna split this into 2 halves because I can't read all the Stormblood ones today. I was wondering if I was like cutting myself off. I'm just like, it's 1 more hour. I probably could have done it. No, that was 3 hours. That was 3 hours. Nah, I definitely need the time. There's no way, if I did all of those in 1 day, I wouldn't be able to talk for a fucking week. Even now I can tell I am struggling to talk because it's just nothing but talking non-stop. There's one for Shadowbringers, but then and Walker will have the 10th anniversary stories too. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Well, again, in the future, maybe it can be part of doing some other things. Like, it'll be do that plus something else in the same stream. As opposed to 2 streams combined into 1 YouTube episode for everything. Maybe. Anyways, on the next episode, if you're watching this on YouTube, on the next episode, we're doing 4.5. I wonder what will happen in it. I don't know how 4.5 goes yet. I don't know what that's like or what is in it or anything like that. Next episode will be 4.5. I hope it's good. I hope it's not heartbreaking and depressing. Yeah! Look, I want... Make an amazing prediction. Amazing prediction. Alright, I gotta think about all the lore that we've come across. Alright. I predict that in 4.5, it will be revealed that Varus is a fuckwit. I'm putting a bolded prediction out there. Look, I want 4.5 to be the last episode before Shadowbringers. So, even though the second half of this stream was filmed after it, it's still going to be as a whole uploaded before it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Even though I didn't do that with Eureka recently, where Eureka went up after when the last part was streamed. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, whatever that next time is for you, this is version 2, signing out.